Welcome home, gamer, and welcome back to Mechabellum, where we'll be streaming Weekend Tournament Week 98 European, co-casting with a friend of the channel, Age of Alpha Titan. You guys might know as Alpha Titan in game. Really looking forward to that. Looking forward to having the man back to do a double cast with. Very much looking forward to it. Just enjoyed watching the Mag 1 semifinals with kind of surprising result. Flower Fairy out, Agripnicoma and Scion through to the finals. Steel Zane and Flower Fairy out. So, just gonna jump up on ladder, where we've got well, pink-haired anime person. Channel point prediction is up for those of you that enjoy that sort of thing. Let's start on day with some amplified sledges, shall we? You usually wind up selling the arc lights out of this, but at least for now, they can start off in a really flank streaming position. And I have to expect that opponent is going to be aggroing us, and we're going to kind of ignore that, actually. Or if we're going to put the arcs, you know what? I like the idea of having them in a flank streaming position. Flank screening, even. What we're going to do with this guy is have it here. And we'll see where opponent is. He's on the right side. We kind of had to be ready for something like that. He's added some hounds for potential chaff clear, I guess. We'll see how it goes. Looks like we'll probably just wind up taking the Fangs for the deployments here. Absolutely do not mind having a bit of the old school Tower of Power there. And we're going to do a distraction crawler out on this side. We've got that right. The hounds pull this way, the steel balls pull that way. And if every unit has extra hit points, it takes the steel balls longer to get through them. Let's call that a plan. think we... I actually wonder if this is one of the times when Assault Fang makes sense. They are right there in our face. Also kind of guarantees that they'll have shorter range than other things, so they'll kind of keep running out in front of stuff. I think we can afford to take a lightning storm this early. This is what happens anytime you try to play sledges. Yeah, you know. Hello, Ignatius Pennyfeather. You were indeed first. I can't believe Flower Fairy lost either. It's very true. As far as this happening when you play sledges, I am more... This Plaque of Fangs is for the late game Wasp answer, if needed. He's just the guy that lost to Scion, exactly. The Wasp's trying to get out of the... Oh, he's 2 mobile beacons. Clever for trying to get out of the storm. And he kind of has to mobile beacon this one, because I might mobile beacon this. That missile strike to try and hit the Fangs is sensible. He's actually protecting. He deployed out here to protect. Oh, the Wasps get away. Nicely played. The Pulse were just running away from the storm, I think. They took a tour. Okay, for a round that we played a storm, we didn't do great on that one, but we did have a shield survive. We did level a whole bunch of other units. Happy with that, I think. We're just slowly building a hello, Rider Live. Welcome in. Just slowly building a chaff board here. We'll have some oil and some smoke for opponent there. It doesn't all land, but enough of it to be useful, I think. Oh, good. Let's bring down those shields, baby. Good work, team. And some fangs survive. Wait, we're gonna win a round. We don't even bring down the second shield, though. Hello, Blue. Welcome in. Arclight's holding strong. Exactly. They've all leveled at this point, so... My goodness, another smoke, huh? So I think better is just lighting everything on fire over there. Just got to 1859 MMR. Very nice, Ted. Well done, sir. What do I want for my air unit here? Is at point blank range. I don't really want to do wasps because it'll shred the fangs if he goes mustangs. Yeah, he lit it on fire as well. I love it. Alright, so we saved 150. We've got cell unlocked. We get a nice drop right now. That's the one we wanted. Might also be the one he wanted. Always a bit hard to tell. Did take the Rydens. But he's adding more steel balls into Raiden's. He doesn't have any fangs. He gets tower first. That's a little unlucky for us. A lot unlucky for us, really. A lot of giants down during the tower debuff. On the other hand, we've leveled a Raiden. We've got more Raiden than he does. A little unlucky having the lightning storm up over all of our poor little air units, but we've got it up over his as well. Wish we had our temp wish we had temp range this round, but we'll take the chains instead. The winning of round part does not happen to me when I go more than starter sledges. Well, we're getting there. The thought process at the end there was whether I was going to start selling out of the sledges or not. More shields dropped. No chaff for you, sir. Run our smoke over here. definitely time for loans and such likes. Point blank Rydens. And there we go. We are off and running. Now, the storm was a huge part of that round, but at this point we shut off whatever techs he's got. He should be in the melter. If he is, we will also be in the melter. Which I think will just work its way up from there. Electromag for you folks. Lone range speed. Leaves us one more giant. Goodness. Should it be melter on the weak side? It's probably just melter on the weak side, right? Ah, the Raiden Exodia, yes. Yes, please, mobile beacon everything through the flames. Love it. Glad to see it, sir. Bring it all. Yeah, he tried putting the fires out. He gets the tower. That's good. I think it's bought him another round at least. Yeah, it's bought him another round. That was good. But yeah, we could sell it for cash. You think? It was all entirely to count his counter his, right? So hmm. Whoosh. 2 triple detect wasps into an orbital round. Yep. Man, he jump drove all of the Phoenix into the orbital, too. That's painful. I mean, I get he's trying to... And he didn't orbital us. Opponent's board is why you take Fort AA as attack. Fair, fair. I'm going to be in Wasps and Phoenix. Fair enough. Congrats to those that supported Streamer. You guys get the W. You defend others taking it. Got it, got it. Off to get my second cup of coffee. We'll call ourselves 1-0. I love your orange forts too much. Exactly. Now you're talking my language. Except mine are now red. With the premium edition, so are yours. Oh, you have Blaze, though. You have the Blaze. I really like the looks of these mobile force skins. Alright, new coffee achieved. Insight is down to 1 after betting on Flower Fairy in the finals twice and losing twice. Well, I bet on all 3 games, but went all in on all 3. So for a moment I was ahead, and then I was behind. And then I had no insights. It doesn't even bother. You have 1 insight. It doesn't even bother telling you how many players there are. Alright, we're up against Bertram. You like to apply skins to all. Love it. Apply skins to all level 1 units just to confuse everybody. Yeah, when you apply it to all, it's true. This is correct, Reven. Well, we started with this and won with it last game. We could go again. This guy looks like he's going to be out in standard. So maybe we want to be aggro, but whatever. You can test it with any of your viewers in just to make a quick little 1v1 room off ladder and check it on your level 1s. That round went very well for us, honestly. We have, well, I mean, yeah, I'm just really pleased with that round. I know Sledge does well into Storm, but that was better than expected. If we... I'll skip all of this. I think it's going to be 2 packs of Crawler a little ahead of the sledges here. We get some nice scattering. That's great. Do some shotgunning. Love to see it. Love to see him playing this far back, too. We're really going to punish that with some flanks later. Opponent added some arcs. Sure. This arc is not engaging until very late in the round. These two are doing a bit better. So we're going to sell the middle arc first, unless there's a crawler call in on round 3. Well, okay. Everything else loses to the melter. We wanted to sell the arc light anyways. I think we mech rage the sledges. And take some fangs for late game. There's a Vulcan. Okay. Alright, the opponent wins a round, that's fine. He should jab this, right? We'll just switch sides. No jab, huh? Okay. Expecting a javelin. He's going to be in straight Vulcan Marksman. Hmm. Go with that and add some hit points. He's gone for Incendiary Bomb and Hacker. Incend and Hacker, sir. Okay. I don't mind you. Oh, you're not going to do the Vulcan summoning, huh? Okay. Alright, we've melted the hackers. And win a round. There we go. We bring your fire out to the sides, please. How about your fire bombs go over there? Man. You guys can have levels. Take temp range. And speed, I think. I wasn't sure we were going to win that round, Diana. He took the Mustangs and the Wasps, but didn't tech the Wasps. take you a while to hack level 2s, sir, but you got one. And it gets tower, so you'll get the other one. Frustrating, because that's a lot of XP for our hackers. We'll be level 2 now. Missile those out. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. Okay, and I think we start winning with probably levels and not really Typhoon, is it? Oh no, more fires. I did not want to see more fires. That's our anti-air. You bastards. Mini hacker for win. Dubs for Bertram. Congratulations, sir. Taking a scalp 100 MMR higher than you. That's nicely done. And Hacker was just such a good answer on that board. Other play he made that was really good was the Mustangs on the Wasp drop round. Right? Because I didn't have a good answer to it. And I had taken the Wasps thinking, like, if I tech the Wasps, I'll have a counter to the to his Wasps. But as it turns out, of course, that was read and beaten by the Mustangs. And then he's got fire on the ground to knock off my Mustangs, so... I could try Fire Badger. That's interesting. Yeah. Nope. $17.58 is an allowed MMR. What? Wonky, what were we, I'm confused now. Certain MMRs are not allowed? Yeah. Ooh. Fun. Hello, Zalex. How are you, my friend? No. Giving your feet a soak. Yeah. Moisturizer helps. Hmm. You guys actually had a pretty good round, right? You just stay there. Hmm. What are we doing now? How long have we been streaming? 18 months. That being pretty much all a Mechabellum content. Not surprised. Tournament is in about 45 minutes. Alpha Titan might be joining us whenever. Like subsidized staying. Honestly, I think we take it. We sell this. We replicate crawlers. Take that level. It's working. I love it. Oh, let's go. So he's charging us. You have completed your solo Insane 4 with Scorp Crawler staying. Gary Crawler is the way. Sounds like time well spent. Welcome back to the game, Blood. Welcome back, sir. I should be in Raiden instead of Tech Melter here. Shoot. Well, maybe it works. We shall see. We're not healing. Oh, shoot. Well then, it's going to be a bit of a problem. We don't have heals on the bar. Forgot about that. I think we are cooked, chat. I think you got us, Zwonky. Yep. It'll hit. Doesn't kill it. Our health keeps it alive, but as soon as they're touching it, it's in trouble. There's no chaff on the other side, though, right? Drop some MMR for tourney. Easier bracket. All good. Oh, wait. It's Sunday. Or it's Saturday. Eh. Yep. And you. Good luck next. That was clean. That was clean. Not much to say. Very solid win for Zwonky. Alright, 38 minutes till tourney. We go to 1 and 2 on the day. 1737. We're what, minus 26 on a 2-game losing streak. Probably the last one before tourney here. We'll try to play from standard and make it a longer one. Oh my goodness, it's a Zach. Hey, Zwonky, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. GG's, man. Well played. Not much to say. That was absolutely clean. You executed it really well. I realized when I took the melter, I should have taken Raiden, I think. Was that better answer to your board? So, all right, selling losses for selling MMR for followers since 2023. That should be the new stream slogan. Love it. It's a good deal. It's a good deal. Well, we do a neutral tournament cast is coming up in 30 minutes, 35 minutes. I hope you are planning to enter said tourney. If you have the couple of hours to play it, they're open for anybody. Oh my god. I haven't met you on Ladder in for what? And ironically, we were just talking about you. Oh, they're good fun. They're good fun. Okay, so tourney is seeded by MMR, and you would probably be just about the mid-level of Advanced Group 1. So what you kind of need to know about that is that would mean you are not in with a shout to win. The top players will have, 2,300 MMR or whatever. So, you can't go in with the expectation of winning it, right? But you don't get eliminated until you've lost 3 times. And a lot of the top players will actually drop out once they've lost once. And the way that it's formatted, the first round is like, the top half is the seated high-low, and then the bottom half is seated side-by-side. So players are with somebody who's right exactly their MMR. So if you're below the halfway cutoff, if you win a good deal, you'd play some of the high MMR players. And what I would recommend there is, play your own game. Don't psych yourself into thinking like, this guy's really, really good. I have to not, I have to play standard or whatever it is. Just play your own game. And then save the replay if he beats you to figure out what he did and or how he beat your comp, right? And then you can kind of think about what's the Yeah, exactly. It's just play and learn from the games. Um, I think we'll take a shield airdrop. Yeah, exactly what I'm trying to say there. Yeah, they'll throw you around the board with. Well, I mean, they might, but then you learn a bunch of techniques that you're gonna be able to apply in your own games, or you're gonna find the weaknesses in your favorite builds, or hell, if you've got a build that you can't beat, run that build in tournament until and see how people beat it. All right, like you'll get to lose with it, like whatever the build you absolutely hate facing is, if you can run it decently well, you'll learn how people are beating it. Um yeah, true. It does get very tough. He's got a hound flank over there with the shield. Love it. Now we know. This is why we didn't throw down the shield this round at all. Right, but you were going to mobile beacon past that every time, so that wasn't the winning strat for me either. Is that the way Twitch wants to save money? Always set you to 360p? I mean, it's a strategy, right? What build did you put out here? You put a hound, a marksman. Well, we'll teach you not to do that, sir. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a couple of different approaches. One of them is just leveling, abandoning that tower entirely and leveling it, and then trying to ensure that the pull during, the pull afterwards is not straight over to the other tower. Let's see here. The idea is a bit of a Tower of Power build over there. Missile those folks out. We're just gonna save the 50. Almost got that. Thought about starting this a little bit deeper. I just wanted to make sure that shield went down. Yeah, I should have started it here, so I'd be hitting these. Dang it, I knew that beacon was coming. Almost had it. That's okay. You have to be there. Sure. I'll take them bets. I know, I destroyed the shield and he gets another one. Exactly. Always consider it polite to bet at least one ticket. Here I have one insight, because I bet it all on Flower Fairy in the Mag 1 finals. Ah, you've learned. Look at that. He's learned. Love it. Well. Eh. I want to try it. I've got the text on the bar, or wait, I had the text on the bar for it for a while. I think I've taken them off now. Oh my gosh, we have Rooster and a party of 300. Hello, hello. Welcome in, viewers. We are giving Salt Monkey is Zach a pre-tournament warm-up. He is winning. He is winning his... Great job on your Mag 1 cast. Well done. Well done, Rooster. Tuvin, Reven, Willy Rap, Mad Knight Ash, welcome in. Let us fly at least, since he's not answering flying particularly. Do we have anything clever we can do at this juncture? Probably not. Oh, there's a whole bunch of worm. Okay, that should be it. Good evening, Sir Limbo. Welcome in. Well, hold on. He has no air. He has no anti-air. We're not dead yet. Ooh. Kill the sniper, win the round. Well, he's got great choices for his build here. All of them are fantastic. Hmm. Sure. Hello, hello, Alpha Titan. Welcome in. Let's make sure you have volume. You don't. One moment. Try again, please.
Hello again.
There we go.
Perfect.
We are giving Zach a warm-up match. We've got a big audience, thanks to a huge raid from Rooster. We've got the Mag 1 final or semi-final crowd. But
very cool.
The big news being Flower Fairy knocked out. Grip Nakoma and Scion are through to the final. And
wow.
Yep. Steel Sane and Flower Fairy out. Alpha is too loud by comparison. It doesn't look terrible on my end, but I can adjust his Discord volume just a bit. Try again there, sir.
Better?
Is that better, folks?
I will say, you've been running some Vulcan to good effect recently.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry, Blood. I actually just pulled up the game I had left running, so it looked like I was there, but I wasn't. So when I sat down, I actually saw that you just invited me to a 1v1, and I should have closed the game when I had gone to bed last night, but I did not, and I have had a busy-ish morning, and then I came back and realized that I had already been logged in. There were actually a few people that had sent me invites over the some odd hours. I scrolled through chat.
C'est la vie, right?
Indeed.
All right, he has added some splash overlords to try and clear the replicate crawlers. We've added marksman summoning, so I think that's going to go poorly for him. I didn't shield his oil.
That's a spicy ion you have there. I hope that it hits what you want it to.
Ion beaming worms. Love to see it. A tier ion beam aim. Thank you guys.
Spells are one of your forte. I will not dispute that.
I like to think I am a virtuoso with the spell placement, but the one thing I'm above, one thing I'm over 2,000 MMR at, the one component of the game. Unfortunately, we seem to be burning our last marksman, and that will be game unless a singleton, yeah, cannot. Wait a sec, it's not game, is it?
Oh.
It is not. He's only got 400 hit points left. He does not win with that.
What got that last boat in the end? Was it Fangs that managed to get him down?
Nope, there was one level 2
Marksman?
No, Phantom Ray.
Oh, gotcha.
Job done over there. Alright, we're definitely taking you guys. Do you run wasp summoning? You do. You have to run wasps, right? Sure, you wasp this. On the other hand, good placement right there for you guys. Lead them with range, sure. Tourney Reg is open. You guys, what are we doing here?
The marksmen don't even have range. It might be worth something to get range on them, as many of them as there are. Maybe one of the Phoenix or one of the Phantom Rays.
Yeah, it was
that
the
would be
Phantom
big.
Ray that survived till last round, but
I think range keeps them safer longer.
mm-hmm. I was thinking double tap against the worm rather than range. Probably also wanted tower level here.
What's getting the tower? Is it the boat?
Doesn't even matter. The game. Yeah, this was ground cannon off the boat. But that was
okay.
New. And yeah, he did not take
Wasp.
the wasps, which is what I was playing around. So good call from him. And that will be game. Good job, Zach. Well played. Get him in Journey.
Very nice. Yes, Thonix now would be an amusing time to queue up twos, but I think that Amarok and I have plans to cast the tourney, so we'll put a pin in that.
Right. Okay, that is it for pre-tournament coverage. I am going to restart client, and I'm actually going to make myself a quick lunch so that I have that. Tournament, for those of you who are thinking about registering, is in 13 minutes. We'll come right back with that screen in a moment. But Titan, you have the on for a bit. One moment while I add the Discord source to it. Where's the sound capture? Thank you. I do like that one. Where is my... What are you? What the hell is this?
Let's see who's in the tourney right now. Quite a few.
Can I just paste it? Aha. We can. Check, check.
Hello, hello.
Okay. Perfect. You have audio on the AFK screen. There you go.
Perfect. Alrighty. Well, this should be fun. Have about 11 minutes to go for signups. And already 85 people, so looks like it's going to be 2 groups, maybe 3. But pretty high turnout so far. All right. I am really excited to see there's a lot of stuff coming down the pipeline for Mechabellum. So it is a fun time to be dialing in, as it were, to play. Very nice. Good job, Edward. 1860 is nothing to sneeze at. That is getting up there. I have a headset mic, Umsy. Is there an audio issue that I need to be aware of? Or is there a reason you ask? I mean, Vulcans and forts are quite strong. Oh dear. Thank you for that, Baller. That is quite the visual image. Let me see if I can... Maybe my posture or something can help improve. So, any improvement at all? Or is it just something that I should be mindful of and try to adjust in the future? Okay. Well, I suppose that's good to know. I will keep that in mind, and I will do my best to try and improve that as best I can. Yes, Forts and Vulcans are very much peak at the moment. Oof. Mute the mic. Shots fired. All right. We have movement in the background. Does that mean we have an Amarok returned?
You do, yes.
Perfect, perfect.
Mathis Might and B-Man are in. Sir Limbo, I appreciate the offer, but no. 3 is too many. So, 2 seems to be a pretty good booth number.
That's the kind of thing you need to practice to make sure that you have a good rapport and decorum for. Because it can be really great, but it's a lot easier for it to be too many cooks in the kitchen.
Yep. It just wants to show what a good mic sounds like. Oh dear.
Oof.
Thanks, Thonix.
Yeah, chat's been roasting me apparently on my headset not being, let's say, broadcast quality.
It definitely isn't.
Right. So at this rate, it doesn't look like we'll have 3 groups, but we should have 2 fairly large size groups that probably hit 200 participants by the end of it.
Yep.
Thank you, Blood. I think.
Well, Blood, that's about what I'm using, so.
Are you playing Blood? Uncle Acey's in there. I don't see you signed up, unless I'm blind or you're lower on the list than I gave you credit for. Or that not all the names are showing up, which is also possible, I suppose.
Yeah, I think not all the names show.
Okay. So what season of Mag 1 are they on now?
They just completed the open season. Bearlike had requested that they keep the season names in line with the official Mechabellum season.
Gotcha. Okay. So is this open season 4, season 3 then?
No, this was a open season. It was just that was the name of it.
Okay. So I get it. Okay. Sir Limbo and his Vulcan PTSD.
Mm-hmm.
He loves building anti-Vulcan.
I am very interested to see if it works in tournament, Sir Limbo. All right. Sandwich hastily devoured.
Excellent, excellent.
Coffee drank.
Hey, you got it and drank it while it was hot. Can't count the number of times you go and be like, I need to get a drink, and you run away to get a hot coffee, and then 3 hours later, you're like, darn it, I still have my coffee, but now it's cold because I didn't drink it.
Exactly. A good match will happen, and then I just get sucked into it.
Right. Particularly when we're playing some kind of 12-rounder 2v2, and then by then, like, everything before the game is complete, like, fog of war because all focus was spent.
Did anything happen before this? Yeah, exactly. I have developed it's probably the funniest callus I have ever had. You know how like guitar players get a callus?
Right.
I have a callus on the inside of my right pinky from Mechabellum mouse. There's a little grip pad on the mouse that's supposed to make it easier to control, and that grip pad gave me a little tiny little callus. I'm like, yay! I look like a guitar player now. No, it is not where a guitar player's would be.
You can learn a lot about somebody if you can parcel out where they get their calluses from because of how much time you have to spend to get one.
Right.
That is amusing.
I was quite amused. I thought this audience would appreciate it. Crossed 3,800 hours recently. Deadlifts have ruined your hands. Yeah, fair.
What was I at? I just looked at this, but I can't recall now.
Yes.
2,100. Although I will say a good half of that is expectation, at least,
Yep.
if not more. And not much of it has been recent in comparative terms.
Right.
Yes, good luck to everyone. 2 minutes, so more or less last call if anybody wants to get into the tournament.
We're real close to 3. It's 2:47. Really close to 3 small groups.
That's true. It's a big bunch, and obviously with the what's it being called? It's the premium or
Mechabellum Premium Edition.
Yes, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yep.
With that being released and with a new season on the horizon and lots of teasers,
Yep.
it is.
Should be
It's
some
an exciting time to be getting in. Yes.
Yeah, knock the rust off a little bit before the next season starts. 253. We need 3 more. 257. Yep. We're clearly gonna get it, and then have 3 very small groups.
Might be a 6-rounder then.
It could be, yeah. It depends on the 5th round game,
Right.
really, or the 6th round game, as it turns out.
Right. You know, something that might be really funny is when there's 3 groups like this to spectate the 3rd group, because that's almost like an unofficial Trash Masters.
Yes.
Due to the way the MMR breakup happens, and you could see to say some up and coming ideas, untested, unverified.
Yes.
That might actually be a fun, if anybody's out there that makes YouTube videos kind of thing, it's in a weekend with 3, here's what's going on at the lower end of the bracket of people that want to be competitive.
Right.
They chose to sign up for a tournament. That could be an interesting little topic search.
Yep. All right, folks.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. Forgotten Arbiter signs up for this one. Apuchi is in. We've got HD Susauer against Bratwurst. Actually sounds entertaining. Sir Limbo against Coldfire. Sob against B-Man. And Blood, welcome back. Blood is up against Math is Might.
Oof.
That'll be a way to knock the rust off. Number 2 seed in the tourney, Blood. I want to take one of these two. Do you want to see B-Man or Math is Might?
Where was B-Man's opponent?
Sobmon versus B-Man, Blood versus Math is Might.
Let's do Blood versus Math. I think that would be a really good match.
All right.
And we all know Blood is better than his MMR suggests, so this has a chance of being a upset.
Right.
I know better than to bet against Blood.
The question we should be asking is which one of these players is my alt? So you're saying Scion is his alt, Ted? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to round 1 of Weekend Tournament European number 98. We have a returning player, Blood, whose MMR, I am informed, is 1826 after 2 consecutive season reductions, knocking the rust off with a nice, easy match against number 2 seed and 5th place finisher in Asia this morning, Math is Might. That's a little bit rough. Welcome back to the game, Blood.
Knowing Blood, though, he loves to play at the top level, even when he gets knocked off, and he is a giant slayer. So he was the glutton for punishment who would play at Poochie when it was learned through pain.
Right.
This is definitely right up his wheelhouse. He wouldn't have it any other way.
Both players in Standard. Blood, near side in blue, is a fortified specialist, 3 arcs and 2 storms. Math is Might is a Sabertooth specialist with that new Sabertooth ability. Tech upgrades cost are reduced by 50 and get a rank 1 Sabertooth, so essentially 200 economy on round 3. He started with Stormcallers and Fangs, added a pair of Crawlers. So Blood should have the advantage on early Chaff Clear, but it looks like the Fang positionings are going to leave you with these like 1 or 2 scattered Fangs on different places that have avoided the Arclights and the Stormcallers. That is favoring Math is Might at the moment. He's got 3 storms to 2.
This looks like it's going to be a very even opening round. Just depends on who Stormcallers are more or less drunk.
That's about as even as an opening round gets. 4,200 to 4,300 are the hit points totals. Creed Dickens, first-time chatter, welcome in. Wants to know, where did Blood go? Apparently, he disappeared into the solo mode. The insane 4, trying to beat that almost obsessively. Wound up with a crawler strategy, I believe, that works. Math is Might took, well, both players took the marksman drop. Blood takes 4 of them. Math, just still building out the chaff board, does the mobile beacon crawler, and it looked like 1 more crawler here. Going to be arriving from very deep to draw later Stormcaller volleys.
By the way, if you think your opponent is going to mobile beacon, you can actually get away with not doing your mobile beacon and let your crawlers chase their crawlers as an artificial beacon yourself, which is what Blood did here. And for now, 4 marksmen are really going to help. The late Fangs obviously are still going to be distracting, but
Mobile Beacon,
very even at this point.
Mobile Beacon seems to have pumped them up again, though. Last round they were kind of shotgunned from walking around the tower and through the Stormcallers. So.
Although that was mostly because Bloods also followed them. Because without Bloods, then obviously Math is Might's crawlers would have not behaved any different. So
it's the Fangs
both of them putting a crawler mid is what clumped them.
Right, the Fangs clumping is what I was talking about, though.
Gotcha, yes. How they pulled together.
Math is Might takes extended range of Vulcan. We remember that used to be a auto take when it also increased attack, but now it only increases the range and it decreases the hit points. So you don't see it taken quite as often, but Math sells the Sabertooth specialist immediately, takes the Vulcan, and ready to go. It does make use of both of his deployments, adding a 3rd marksman. It looks like Math is Might is into Vulcan marksman. Meanwhile, 1 more Arclight, 1 more Crawler, and range on the Arclights for Blood. And he took his mobile beacons where the other 100 went.
The ER Vulcan can be incredibly strong, although the amount of health you lose is not insignificant.
It does make it nice to take Scorch first instead of range, where a lot of times
yes,
you
it does.
feel almost compelled to take range first for them.
particularly in the range war side of things. Yes.
50 damage after 2 rounds, indeed. I haven't seen round damage this low since Zemp versus Steel Sane. That epic, famous match at the end of Dev Pro
Oh
tournament.
my gosh. Yes, I remember that.
Math is Might takes a second Vulcan. Talking. Takes range instead of Scorch, so he's just going straight to range. I'm going to keep these things alive with 155 meter range. For Blood, Fortified Specialist, super heavy armor, we've got a level 1 Sandworm with a casual 130,000 hit points.
Oof.
And we did just see, if you watched the Mag 1, we just saw Scion beating Flower Fairy with a worm build that started out looking a little bit similar to this, although, to be fair, Flower Fairy was in a Melter, not a Vulcan.
Interesting.
And Math is Might does run Ignite on the board. Kind of fun that this is almost also looking like the match that Zach and I had as a warm-up right before tournament, where the Worm player did go on to win despite Ignite being on the bar for the Vulcan player.
Right. Well, that was a little bit more of an aggro position. Now, this Worm is going to be an absolute menace to kill. And this is where those low health Vulcans are going to hurt, because once the Worm gets in like 2 bites and it's Vulcan's neck.
Yeah, it is 3 shots to kill, I think, 8,300 to 26,000, assuming that anything else is doing a little bit of damage. You've got either the Storms or the Marksman. Good choices from Blood. He wins round 3 and round 4, drops Math is Might to 3164. Barrier for Math is Might. It's going to put it on the Vulcan on the Worm's side, while Blood takes the Underground Threat, extract all the chaff, and it goes for Replicate. Replicate into Vulcans.
That's ambitious.
Or, well, it's to make the back call-in work, right? But I think the Storms just turn and kind of handle it. On Math's side, he has taken Ignite, so ranged and Ignite. As soon as this worm is on the surface, it gets ignited. Doesn't matter how many hit points you have, if you're taking 6% of them, or I guess it's, what is it? It's 6% every 2 seconds, and I think that processes every 0.2 of a second, so it's 0.6% every 2.
Something along those lines.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm a little surprised Blood didn't take the barrier. It's incredibly strong on worms into Vulcans in particular to protect crawlers that are with it, because that's how fast the barrier moves.
Side by side. Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. He had the
so I think that might have been a missed opportunity.
Barrier, I also think moves along on the surface while the worm is underground.
I think Replicate is going to end up being a $200 expense to try and make a play, and I don't know that it's going to be the long-term value that Blood really wants it to be.
Right, you can see it did work. Like the middle, I was correct that the Storms were able to handle it. It did eventually work with the flank crawler getting to power out there. Work is a generous interpretation, let's say.
The big question is, did the heavy armor worm level? Because that would be huge.
It should have. Yeah, it had very, very close to the levels.
Okay.
Void Insanity, our local worm build expert, says his build would have been second worm plus shield.
Yeah.
See Farseer take Farseer, to quote Onyx. Level 2 Farseer so good, and of course you'll be able to equip what they would call free MP to turn off the techs on the Vulcans. I would actually love to see the EMP come from the Arclights rather than the Farseer. I know the Farseer is 100, taking it on the Arclights would be 700, but the Arclight EMP wouldn't be blockable by missile interception.
Sudden strike on the worm, so when it pops, it's going to do some serious damage, and it's 250,000 HP at this point, so
Right, but it's
Very janky.
alone. It's all by itself.
It is. We do have Ignite taken.
And Mathis Might has elite recruited a level 2 Vulcan out here. I think this this marksman? Yeah, that marksman here is part of the elite recruitment. Range on the marksman as well.
Yes. I think there's been a little bit of a slow investment into the sandworms in terms of number and techs.
Yeah,
compared to what we wanted for these Vulcans.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with that. I think the Vulcan player has been given the tempo here, and we spent 500 on the elite Arclight rather than another worm or another worm tech. And you can see the worm's not even getting to this key front line of Vulcans. The Blood, right idea, poor implementation in terms of the tempo pacing.
Yeah. And Arclights can actually be pretty strong into Vulcans, but ER Vulcan is so much harder to hit with with elite Arclight. There is a nano. Surely it's got to be a elite worm with nano, because nano actually not quite, but almost hard counters the healing that comes from damage from Ignite.
It does. It's 4.5% every 2 seconds, so 0.45 every two tenths of a second tick, and that does all but counter the Ignite. You're left with very little amount happening after the Ignite. And it is not, unfortunately. It's going to be 2 level 1s, and they're coming from the other side with a Incendiary Bomb dropped in front of them. Incendiary is going to be partway blocked by shield. Gotta gamble. Yeah. Yep. When you're this far behind, what we were noting, Blood, is that the tempo on this, we got into the second worm way too slowly. The first worm was a brilliant idea, and I think the right play, we think, like Boyd, Titan, and I all think the better play for you was the second worm with the barrier on it on the round that you took the underground and replicate.
And then obviously the nano repair on an elite worm would have also been really strong to counteract the Ignite.
Yeah. Diana says, my opponent ends our game with congrats on the spell work, but you're not sure if it was salty because it was the magician. That's fair. I think that's a legit compliment. Here, Mathis Might, number 2. Yeah, magician shows up and says, no, I mean it. So, there you go. Here, Mathis Might does get the closeout against a returning 2000 MMR player. Blood, knocking the rest off with the nice, easy match against the number 2 overall seed. Number 2 overall seed, of course, has a good answer to a slower tempo worm play. You might have had a shot with a higher tempo set of worm plays, and I would have loved to have seen it, just because I don't know how it would have played out. Can't guarantee it would have been a win. ER Vulcan does not get more attack damage. It used to. That has been turned off. So that changed with Season 1, I believe. And the Extended Range Vulcan card was reduced to just range and reduction of hit points. Which it used to be overpowered badly, right? It really should have been, at that point, if you're going to give it range and attack, it should have been improved Vulcan with an increase in cost.
Right, where it would be more expensive.
We're going to make the Vulcans more expensive and decrease their hit points. It's up to you, gamble, right? And I think that actually could be an interesting card, but this is not it, right? The Season 3, for those that missed the announcement, Season 3 has been announced. It's coming on April 3rd, and the premium edition of Mechabellum has been announced, coming on March 26th. Looking around, it looks like Apuchi's down under 1,000 hit points. Let's jump into that match.
Oh boy. Hmm. Some Scorpion defense going on into Ball Wraith aggro. Got some bluebirds for the Wraith, and that level 3 tower on the outside is getting pushed, but there isn't any balls or beam damage to really burst it down. However, these crawlers are going to pull a bunch of the chaff of that aggro.
Gadosinu, you're mobile beaconing your Phoenix into the... That's interesting.
Yeah.
They do take 10 seconds to spawn in, right? So, or is it 8? I think there'll only
I don't know exactly, but there'll still be some time left.
Yeah, I think there'll only be 5 seconds left of the bombard. So playing the gamble there, because he won't hit his own units.
I'm not sure who wins this, but I think the aggro push is going to do well. Although those birds do actually, because the Raiden and the Wraith were turned.
And covered them. And Apuchi's steel balls with range getting in on tower on the right.
There it is.
That is beautiful. As somebody who loves the steel ball aggro and in particular into storms, I just love seeing it.
And this tower for 250 is worth of investment. Tied up almost 600, 700 units worth. Long enough to make the tower timing irrelevant.
Mm-hmm. And it's enough for Apuchi to pull it out in 7 rounds. But Gadosinu 1827 MMR came pretty close. Good effort, sir.
Indeed.
One thing I had noticed when watching the Mag 1 a couple of last week when Apuchi was knocked out of the top 8, final 8, his chaff boards had gotten weaker. And it looked like at that point he was considering Hounds as a chaff unit, and just judging from the way he built this board, he no longer considers Hound to really be a chaff unit. He's got it in a early game chaff clear role, and then supplemented the chaff clear with the Wraiths. And just built his normal chaff board, ignoring the Hounds.
He took Sprinkler. I wonder if there was a spell. It must have been for oil that was dropped.
Yeah, it had to have been for an oil. Never even got lit in this case, but I was expecting it to be. Looks like he did drop a couple of them outside just to...
Mm-hmm. Kind of in the role of arc lights as his chaff clear.
Yep.
And they're actually decent-ish chaff against, marksman-style units. They're better than an arc light is per se, but it's obviously not like a true bulk unit. Chaff unit.
Big news, we might have picked the wrong first round games to cast. Bratwurst beats HD Susauer, and Rider Live beats Mater Peters. Congrats to both of you. Well done, guys. Impy facing Bear Sim Balance Bingo. Sir Limbo against Coldfire. Let's not spoil the build there. Let's jump into Rocky Heart and Godius Prime. They were the middle group of this middle seeds, and they've both got more than 2,000 hit points.
Could be a long one.
Could be the longest, yes.
Worm aggro
takes the nano repair for a sandworm. And this is actually Worm into Melter, and it's Worm with Sandstorm instead of First Strike. I'm not sure I like that choice, and a lot of the chaff dying to the flames this round. Godius Prime doing his best with that. We've got three worms, and this one broke lock. This one has not broken lock.
Yeah, the melters need absorb so that they can get health as well as leech it. It's probably the most important melter tech into worms.
Yeah, if you're going to use them against a worm, it's really got to have Absorb on it. I was not running Absorb and lost a game today because of it.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking I might need to put it back. That would make kind of a difference between my 1v1 and 2v2 techs, I think. Nuke, Incendiary, and Acid are up, but so is Shield Airdrop.
Fire is huge. That was so important last round to torch all of the chaff, and now fire's up again.
Right, all the crawlers are going to have problems. This, by the way, is a level 5 Wasp with range and ground specialization. And we were here for last round. The level 5 Wasp did 0 damage.
Wow.
That's impressive.
That's a bad sign.
Very bad sign. With an item.
Also, blue player desperately needs to take temp range. You're aggro, but you've got to give your units the distance when you're trying to run into a melter.
Energy absorption on the bar now for taken.
Nice.
Godius Prime. And
that's
after
huge.
Winning last round and dropping things to 2155 apiece, plus most of his melters would survive the nuke. They have enough hit points, and then they would be healing back up from it. So even if the shield comes down, this guy's got 250,000 hit points. It's going to be like a quarter of his hit points, really, a third maybe. 70,000 hit points.
I almost want to see the Hound player take the fire extinguisher, Rocky Heart, if he anticipates fire, because he got absolutely backbroken by the fire last round.
Right. Wasps did connect this round. They are the gold damage dealer. Not any.
Absorb putting in an absolute ton of work keeping this melter alive.
It just keeps and the reason it's important, right, is now it's keeping the worm on the surface, and it's going to outheal the DPS, right? That is the exact engagement you need it for.
Mm-hmm.
And drops Rocky Heart to 125 hit points on round 9, and he's behind in economy on those last 2 spells.
Phoenix is huge, though. If you can get EMP Phoenix, then you can hit the melter, turn it off, it stops healing, the worms can kill it.
Right.
And there's the range EMP, so that is a line that could work. I think you're really behind, so it may not be enough, but that drop gives you an angle at least.
Right. Godius Prime could conceivably fort AA Barrage, which would cover that off, as well as covering the Wasps, potentially. There is Armored Phantom Ray in front, so maybe not. There's Strike for the Worms. That was what Rocky Heart desperately needed. And the reason it's important here is, of course, is that you're getting the additional splash and attack on the first when you first surface. And the hope is that you'll surface, splash the melter, and then have to go back underground and surface again to attack the melter proper with increased radius and the increased attack.
So there's no fire this round. There's been fire the last 2, so that's going to help. And honestly, the Wraith add with Degen makes sense in theory, but the ranged EMP birds are going to be just as strong against the Wraith as they are against the Melter. So I think that was an odd choice for Godius Prime in this particular situation. If you anticipated the bird EMP add.
Yeah, I don't think he did. Because that would be very contraindicated for the Wraith.
The chaff getting in now is making a difference. Now they're getting in on tower. Melters are... there we go.
Tower down, Rocky Heart beats the big melter on that side and still has a huge force together. Air force of 3 different types above the worms at this point. So the armored Phantom Rays shutting down the AA Mustangs off the back row. Wasp being the ground damage dealer, and the Phoenix taking care of both the Wraiths and the Melter technologies. And it's a huge round win for Rocky Heart, brings Godius Prime
Lightning
down to
Storm is crazy.
447 hit points. Lightning Storm for both players, it's kind of have to at this juncture, and it's a little easier for Godius Prime to shield his forces than it is for Rocky Heart to shield his. I don't want it here, I actually want it this deep for Godius Prime. He's missing this spell by about 30 meters. He needs it super, like, remember how quick everything got in there. And great little mobile beacon from Rocky Heart to dodge out and around, making the footprint wider.
Yes, it is.
He knows the footprint of the spell, especially because he can see it because he's looking at himself. So he's making sure that he is wider than the footprint. He should also have, and does, he has defense enhancement, so this Phoenix will survive the missile strike if it's still in it.
Yes. Being in Wasp and Bird like this and then getting Lightning Stormed is definitely going to hurt. You can't turn those melters off, and they are absolutely going to run away with it. There is oil over here that's going to get lit on fire, probably, and that'll torch a lot of the left side Mustang and Chaff.
Really wanted Godius Prime to sell that level 4 Wraith. I think it got its value.
Yes, I 100% agree. That was a missed opportunity. Particularly into the Lightning Storm, although it's tanky enough that it's not going to be crippled by it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's thinking his Lightning Storm might have protected it in the EMP longer. The side missile handles the flanking Wasps very nicely. And he has pulled everything wide of the tower. That was really nice. It's actually the placement of this new melter right here that pulls things wide of the tower. He's also leveled the tower up to level 4, by the way. So there's one Phoenix that did lock on it. Not enough, and Rocky Heart goes down. Hard way to lose on that big spell, but as Ms. Diana says, this is why you do not concentrate so hard on one side with your Wasps. Pair of 1900s, winner should be up over 2,000 off of that match. Congratulations to Godius Prime.
Good match, back and forth. Good execution of how Worms and how Melter should be played in that head-to-head, I think.
Yep. All right, for our going around the room, the wins were by Forgotten Arbiter and Apucci, upsets by Bratwurst and Ryder Live, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, T-Man, Bimpy, Palatsy, Aline Goblin, Coldfire, all with the wins. Have to come back for that name. I don't have the timer, or don't have the thing ready. The timer's counting. Godius Prime, Who Am I? Pooper Trooper, Tasty Bait, Sparty with the wins. Roxas, playing under his own name instead of Nightmare. Reven, Kitty, Fresh Pro, Endless Ending, B-Man, and Math is Might, your winners. Further down, Sledgehamster, Diana over the Magician on spell work, as we heard. Congrats to Fab4, beating Jaka. Matman beats Salt Monkey. Salt Monkey is kind of probably my stand-in since we just played each other and he beat me. Can't claim I would have done any better than he does. D-Unit, Demandrid, Unholy Scavenger, Reshalito, Kira, MK, Is It, EX Champion, Sly Fox, Floxerino, Jacked, Vitatos, Mr. Bonhart, Kiwi Killy, Nuclear, and I think the name there is, let's see here, is Irluktect, who I played yesterday, is now going to be facing Mathis Might. But I see up at the top, we've got Bimpy against Fab4. That should be fun. What caught my eye was Forgotten Arbiter against HD Susan, your number 1.
I saw that as well.
Number 1 seed against your number 5 seed. Channel point predictions are up for this. Don't forget to click ready. Click ready if your match is waiting to start. What does this mean? That does sound like you have been bugged. You're sitting there. Did you see a ready button? Did you see your normal ready button?
Oh.
If your ready button has not popped up, then you are just about out of time to do anything with that. Oh, I lost. I'm sorry, Blood. Weird. Yeah, so there was a bug report in the main Discord on something like that. I don't know the details. You can check the main Mechabellum Discord for it. I don't know if that had been fixed. I was kind of expecting it might have been fixed in the last set of patches. Right, channel point predictions are up for this one. Welcome to round 2, where we have a match you could have seen as your final. Forgotten Arbiter against HD Susauer. HD Susauer lost to Bratwurst, upset by Bratwurst. Very solid 301 player, beating one of the best 301 players in round 1. So that's your number 5 seed, playing the spoiler role against Forgotten Arbiter. Forgotten Arbiter, your number 1 overall seed, will be playing from blue, a Rhino Specialist with Sledgehammer and Marksman. HD Susauer on the far side, Missile Specialist, also Sledgehammers with Arclights.
All right. We have the new steel core Sledgehammers that are absolutely awesome looking with their skin. Those are so cool.
They are really cool, especially at night, because these are actual light effects that provide lighting and all of that. Really nice work on that skin. And
yes,
also showing off the Mobile Force Marksman skin right behind them. So Steel Sledge's Mobile Force Marksman on HD Susauer's side of the board. With me in the booth, of course, Alpha Titan, who's going to be providing the analysis. Higher rated player than I am.
The one thing I noticed that Arbiter did is he scooted his marksman out a little more than usual, so none of them are within missile radius of each other. So you couldn't get 2-for-1 in the future rounds.
Right.
Spreading out a formation to be a little adaptable to that.
Right, and specifically so that your missile strikes aren't going to hit a sledge and a marksman.
Right.
And then he undoes that by putting the Arclight straight in front of tower. They can both get hit.
The Arclights don't die in one hit at least.
True. The sledges are, since the strike is 3,000 hit points, they take almost entire hit point. Or entire health bar. At least at level 1.
Marksmen here are going to put in good work.
It turns out the Arclight was a great read from Forgotten Arbiter, as they clear the 2 crawlers that HD Susauer bought and allow him to have a Marksman v Sledge advantage. And he wins round 1. HD Susauer down to 3960.
ER Arclight, Intensive, Elite Mustang. Boy, there's a lot of lines here.
A lot of really good choices. And even the spell is powerful this early.
Yeah, Rhino is no slouch. My money for Arbiter is either Extended or Elite Mustang.
And extended range Arclight is what he takes. HD Susauer also spending a long time thinking. That gives you an indicator of just how good this round, round of cards is. If you are undervaluing any of these 4 cards, you might want to rethink your thinking. What do you like for HD Susauer on this?
He already has 3 arcs. I'd probably take the extended range Arclight as well, just because he has them already on board. 2 more is really strong. Otherwise, it's the Mustangs.
He skips both of those
Takes
and
the
takes
intensive.
intensive training.
Okay, well, you're going to lose in an Arc the Arc War because the 20% stats is not as important as the bonus range for first locks.
Arbiter's,
And you don't.
Arbiter's buys are second Arclight and 2 Chaff. HD Susauer adds 3 marksmen of his own. The missile strike does take out 1 marksman, as kind of predicted.
Also, Arbiter avoided putting Chaff behind the towers to avoid the collateral damage of the missile strike, so overall, just very playing around your opponent decision making from Arbiter.
If you can make those missile strikes worth less than 200 cost, you come out ahead for sure.
Yes.
But adding the marksman parity for HD Susauer wins the round for him. It puts us at 3960 to 3600.
Also took the intensive but didn't use it, which is unfortunate.
Right, he might have been hoping something leveled this turn that he would get to level up again to level 3, or hoping to use it on the drop, if he got a round 3 drop.
Heavy armor. And right now, since everything is doing fair damage, even Sledges getting double health is kind of a big boost.
Yeah, it's no longer quite double, it's plus 80%, but yeah, it puts them
yes.
6,200 at this point. ER arcs can't one-shot crawlers? What are you talking about? Arclight damage is 347, the crawler is 277.
They in fact are exactly identical.
277 on the ER Arclight against the 277 on the crawler. Yeah, they are exactly identical right now.
Neither of them have a bonus health or a bonus damage, so that means that can scale.
Right, where that breakpoint changes is once the one-on-ones are taken for both players, because then the Arclight misses on the breakpoint.
Right, because of the way it compounds.
Right. HD Susauer not covering that breakpoint, actually goes for attack enhancement himself, took the plus 12%, and it is Forgotten Arbiter who takes the extra defense. So, we're doing more damage from this side and better hit points from this side, so at that point, had they gone the other direction, then, or had HD Susauer chosen the other one-on-one, then he'd be, it would be a 2-shot piece.
Yes. Like another round for Susauer, although wasn't a crippling win, but there is a good 500 left on the board.
Yeah, with the marksman surviving, it's it's always going to start adding up. He did take a level 2 marksman this round. I presume that's where the intensive went. So not saving it for the unit drop round. Just played it where he played it.
I almost wonder if Arbiter takes the melting point here. I've seen Arbiter talk a little bit about how the melting point drops can be particularly powerful, and obviously you don't want to have Phoenix with the marksman already. Typhoons aren't great. Okay, so he does go with the birds.
Both of them take the birds.
Interesting.
That is so funny. That's not the thing I take when I've already got marksman on the board, because I don't want to be teching 2 long-range damage dealers. But the Phoenix really do a lot better damage than the marksman.
Sure.
Looks like HD Susauer flanking with 1. And, oh my god, Arbiter's going to have some point-blank Phoenix to defend against it. Is that really where you
Yes, he is. Sir? So Susauer is selling out of the birds. He sold one of them and he's flanking with the other 2. Right. So he's going for some cheese. I'm curious what the fate of these marksmen are long term, or if Arbiter's just going to run both because of a value decision. There is range on the arc lights now.
Still no change.
Lots of spells this
Yes.
hour.
Still no change in the breakpoint regarding crawlers and arc lights.
This pack of fangs should be enough to hold the Phoenix.
Yeah, great ad with the Phoenix drop to bring in his flank screening fangs.
It's like all of these conventions have a reason for existing.
But notice, of course, that Forgotten Arbiter plays them only when there's actually a need, right?
Yes,
as opposed to habitually getting them on the board early.
Correct. That was a decisive swing back.
Drops HD Susauer under 3,000 hit points. That's 3076 for your number 1 seed, 2976 for your number 5 seed. This is a range war, so advanced targeting system, a really strong pickup for HD Susauer. Obviously, Arbiter thinking about whether he wants that. Shield, airdrop, lightning storm. I know he wants to build a strong board, but both of these are so strong. I don't think this is an extended range Vulcan board for either of them.
No. I could see this being a lightning storm play. I can honestly see the shield airdrop as well. I think Arbiter doesn't see this as I need 10 more range than my opponent because I'm going to win the chaff war, and as a consequence, I'll be okay. And the shield airdrop does have the added value of potentially blocking missile strikes where you want it.
He also
does take the range.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that was the right choice for both of them. In case you wind up in the late game, range v range. We'd also be giving away some of our arc lights advantage if we didn't continue to press the range advantage. He's ranged the.
That's true.
Ranges the marksman, sells out of this Phoenix because it would have died to the flank Phoenix. HD Susauer sells out the flank Phoenix because it would have died to this Phoenix. Okay. But clever use of the missile strike to take out the thing that was threatening this Phoenix, and of course, Forgotten Arbiter is covering that with the outside marksman. Here and here, new marksman for him on both sides, to make sure that even though he was selling out of that Phoenix, the flank Phoenix was still covered on both sides. He couldn't be sure which one HD Susauer was going to sell, so he covers both.
So these birds were a temporary investment for both being sold out of, but used because 3 birds are strong.
Right.
Speaking of strong, the double shield is a lot of protection, but I think they both go down, which is going to be a huge economy win for Arbiter, which between the oil, 2 shields, a couple of missiles, yeah. Arbiter's almost $400 up.
Yeah, this was a round HD Susauer was counting on winning or at least stabilizing. Oosh. He's
in essence,
to
HD Susauer has funded Arbiter's bonus range with his temporary pickups. Almost. In a parody.
We get our second unit reinforcements, Farseers, Raiden, Vulcan, and Typhoon. It does look a bit like a Vulcan marksman board on both sides. HD Susauer taking and selling the Typhoon for funding, while Forgotten Arbiter takes the Vulcan. He's still got the 2 Phoenix to sell. Note also the Rhino is a decent hedge against a worm play on the Vulcan side.
Right.
You know, a level 2 Rhino beats a level 1 worm head to head.
Yes, which is easy to forget. Speaking of worm...
What could you beat me with? You could beat me with a Vulcan, maybe? I'll add some worms to my Rhino. But they're not together. They'll be on opposite sides.
Firestorms. Interesting choice. There's... With the loss of range, there's a lot of stuff that Stormcaller is going to be shooting that's closer than targets that you want it to.
It's only 10 meters under a normal Stormcaller range with the advanced targeting system.
That's true. The arc lights that you're up against have 30 extra between the range and the they are, so
they're at 163 right now, so they're very close. But they're not the thing you want to light on fire anyways.
Exactly. I guess that's true. Worms and the Rhino doing work, and interestingly, the oil did not get lit on fire.
Yeah, with both sides having fire, that oil surviving is a bit of an upset. This round a lot closer, but one surviving worm for Arbiter and a couple of marksmen, a couple of arclights drops HD SHOUTCAST just under 1,300 hit points, and there is still a 200 Econ Cell of Phoenix for both players.
Gotta be laser sight here, right? Maybe a haste module, but laser sight's just so strong. Gotta dodge the oil when it gets set on fire with that. I kind of like that play, especially if you have confidence that it's going to be lit. And I love the laser sight on the Vulcan to set that oil patch on fire.
Right. This is another one where you can get away with not clicking range and instead take Scorch or Best Partner if that's what you wanted for your Vulcan, because you've got the range covered.
Right. And you can honestly sell that Vulcan if you decide that it's not the long term you want. You have essentially no long term investment in it, and you can put that laser sight on a marksman or an arc light that's leveling.
Right. For HD SHOUTCAST, you take this round, I think, was the Elite Marksman.
Ranged balls. Interesting.
Ranged steel ball to try and finish off the Vulcans and the Worms and the Rhinos. And all on the non-fire side. Intensived one up to level 2 and gave it the laser sight. So remember the old ER steel ball? This thing has 130 meter range. We have our own ER steel ball at home.
They removed the ER steel ball card?
Yes, they did.
Okay. That happened when I was out of the game, so that's a good reminder to note then.
That no longer exists. But we can make one this way.
Right.
Rhino getting the tower on the right. And even the extra ranged steel balls, not going to get it done. Down to 2 of them. The fire just so dominant for Forgotten Arbiter this round. He gets both towers, one with the Rhino, one with the Worm that barely survives. Look at this hit point total. Barely enough with 55,000 hit points. So it's 1 Worm, 1 wounded Marksman, 450 more points to HD SHOUTCAST, drops him down to 838.
Lots of interesting options. Super heavy armor on a Worm at the moment. There just is a damage check, although the balls could kill, but other than that,
Arbiter
could be
goes
really
for
strong.
Improved Wasp.
Okay.
I think he's thinking of the Worms and Rhino as being relatively countered by the steel balls. He's going to mobile beacon away from them with the 1 Worm, and sold the untacked Vulcan, I should say. Going to rely on the arc lights for chaff clear. So he's got his laser sights back. He's got plus 600 economy from that. Shield Wasps. Elite recruited 2 of them. Mass recruits to get a 3rd. We're going to have 3 shield wasps, and I presume one of them is where yep, there is the laser sight immediately. But for HD Susar, he has got the Mustangs, 120 meter range Mustangs, and the steel balls will divide into mechanical division.
I will say Mustangs without range into ranged and extended range arc lights is just kind of poor chaff. They're going to die before they even get into range. And the Vulcan is sold. That laser sight going on the wasps.
I think the idea here is that the steel balls are first the chaff, and then they mechanical divide, but they stay out in front of the Mustangs for long enough.
I think this wasp play is going to get it done, though.
Yeah. And, there are some Mustangs in that group of steel balls. They have almost the exact same range, 120 meters to 110 meters, temp range from tower, and the range on the steel balls, but not on the Mustangs.
Uh-oh, yeah. The fire.
Shield, yeah, the fire, the shields on the wasps, the sandworms, all enough to get it down. HD Susauer drops to 0-2. Your number 1 seed, 2476 MMR, Forgotten Arbiter, through to round 3. Ms. Diana says, top players rarely make the choices I would. Yeah, me too. Oh, wait. That's why they're the top player. I get it now.
Improved Wasp really is just really strong.
Yeah. Yeah, the Improved Wasp, for those of you that don't know, that's the range increase by 20. Even without the attack increase and hit point increase would be amazing. Increasing the range by 20 and then increasing the stats by 60% more than makes up for the extra cost. I mean, you're ahead on 3 different stats. So.
Well, and the Wasp is naturally a 60 range unit, so adding 20 is like saying 25% range.
Right.
And then 60% stats for $50 is just ludicrous amounts of value.
Yep.
Sorry, for $100. Yes.
Apuchi, Endless Ending, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, all get wins. Klaxi, Lean Goblin, Coldfire. What should we jump into? Maybe Bratwurst versus Sledge Hamster? Both over 2,000 hit points?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like the clear option. Bratwurst pulled an upset round 1 against Jesus Sour, no less, so we'll come back and see how his Cinderella story is going.
Yep. Alright, as is tradition, quick! Analyze this board. Alpha Titan, go.
Range Scorpion into what is traditionally the Vulcan Melter Exodia build. The Wasps have an answer. There's Worms. The Melter point against the Worms doesn't have Absorb yet. But there is a good amount of chaff. I think the Worm player is winning here, if I had to call it. That's a lot of health, and the melting point is coming in, although the Sandworm, Sandstorm, is hurting the melters that are with them badly. As they just kind of wobble along in their own sandstorm. There's a bit of anti-synergy going on there for Sledge Hamster. Let's take a look at this board when it's not in motion. The oil barrier makes sense for all the giants in play. Added another melter on that side. Pretty forward. Oil to slow it down. I think This is tough, but if last round is an indicator, what I'm seeing as far as changes go, there is range now on Sledge Hamster's melters, but I think Bratwurst may have turned the corner. I would still really like to see Absorb come down for those melting points. Running melters and worms when you have your own sandstorm is very, very tough for that anti-synergy, and the late Scorpions feel like they are doing very little.
Sledgehamster's worm tech bar is really strange, right? Like, that's just not the normal set of techs.
That's also true. Armor is normal, obviously, and Replicate is Sandstorm to some extent, and then the Underground Heal is not at all.
Right.
No Sudden Strike.
Yeah, missing Sudden Strike. I mean, you can make an argument for either of Sandstorm or Underground Heal.
Right.
I really like the Underground Heal, but I don't think you can do away with Sudden Strike.
Yep. Ultimately, I think that Sledgehamster needs to get out of the melters, out of the Scorpions, commit to the worms, commit to the air so his Sandstorm isn't double-edging him. Because that double-edged sword is just slowing down all of his support units' ability to fight.
Sledgehamster down to 1,000 hit points. Bratwurst stable at 2,000 in the last 2 rounds.
Taking improved firepower and wind core is only 50 more and gives you the health as well. Yeah.
For a worm player, right?
Yeah, where both are important.
Okay, it is going on what he's considering his gold damage dealer, the Wasps, behind. So,
Okay.
Level 4 becoming level 5, presumably, with the item on it. So it kind of goes from level 4 to about level 8, really.
I don't like the EMAG barrage. There's a lot of time worms spend underground, and the above ground units' techs are only range, which is being nerfed by the sandstorm. So I think that's a mistake. I think the energy absorption would have been far higher impact for the stats and for the healing. I do like adding more Mustangs into the Wasps, which are being amassed. There was a sell on the Scorpion by Sledgehamster, which I think is good.
So points out Bratwurst has found Ignite on the Fangs, and they think the EMP is not for anything other than the Melters and Scorpions at the end game.
Sure.
Shield on Fangs is a good anti-worm tech because it forces them to stay on the ground and shoot twice. I can certainly see it, but here I think it's a little bit contraindicated from the Wasps and the fire on the ground. Maybe it helps against the Wasps as well. Worms are already gone. Oh, no, they are not. There they are. They arrive right as the melters die. I think they got...
Wasp Ball is starting to get scary.
Yeah, the item onto those level 5 wasps turns out to have been a really good choice. Is it enough to carry the round? It is! Drops Bratwurst from 2,000 down to 764. Wasps! Indeed. Welcome in, first-time chatter. Cheyenne Sin. And now he gets the amp core, so he's not even punished for skipping it.
Indeed. Get the anti-air on the Mustangs makes sense. you really need the melting point levels as well. That was something else that Bratwurst skipped last round on that forward one. That the health, the speed at which the damage ramps by double is really important against worms.
Yeah, and energy diffraction. I'm sorry, energy absorption would be huge for him.
Yes.
Although diffract also. So I think you're really right about the electromagnetic barrage having been a mistake. Maybe he's feeling pinned not to go energy diffraction because of the opponent's melters. He doesn't want to have be outranged.
You could.
Like, you can argue
It depends
right?
on if they get sucked. Right. It depends on if they get sucked into the diffraction. Certainly, I could see that being a worry. Whether the sandstorm picks them up or not is the other question. And maybe he didn't have range the first round we watched when the melters waddled in. It might be that he has spaced this build so that these melters don't get caught in a sandstorm. Depending on where the worms pop up.
Right.
Which is something that a forward shaft voice something could try to answer. So one of them is, one of them isn't. This looks like it's collapsing now pretty hard.
Yeah, the wasps are just getting it done tremendously right now. I almost wonder if there's a mobile beacon that could have saved Bratwurst on this. What I'm thinking about there is mobile beaconing the Mustangs away. One thing I had noticed is that they're getting out in front of units on the far left because they're within the range of the sandstorm. They're getting out in front of the melter. And I wonder if he just needed to almost like take this one, for example, and mobile beacon it away from the fire and then back to the back line so that it fights from about here and it's outside of the sandstorm.
The map was so busy. Was range already on the Vulcans, or was that a recent add? I'm not sure, but I think Scorch would have put in a ton of work because the crawlers on the ground were actually doing a decent bit of distracting.
Right. Interesting fight, and Bratwurst, who had beaten the number 5 seed in round 1, goes down to Sledge Hamster. Nicely done, Sledge.
I'm going to be looking at this map again later. There's a lot of things that I want to explore because this has some really key interactions.
Look at it. Right. All right. Rest of our winners include Fab4 over Bimpy, Diana over Rider Live, Roxas over Matman, Who Am I over Demandred, Reshatilo, Tasty Bait, Sparty, Reven, Kitty, Fresh Pro, B-Man, Math is Might, and up at the sharp end, Apuchi, Endless, and right, they're all through. Godius Prime will be facing Apuchi. Down in the middle of the bracket, you'll have B-Man against Tasty Bait, Fresh Pro against Sparty, Who Am I against Math is Might. I'd like to see some B-Man. I'd like to see some Tasty Bait. Let's take that 9 versus 16.
That sounds like a plan.
Yeah, first scary matchups. Actually, I want to check real quick. Who did Forgotten Arbiter draw? Forgotten Arbiter's drawn 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. We'll stick with the B-Man Tasty Bait.
Unfortunately, both of Arbiter's opponents have dropped out, so he's actually at the bottom of the 2-0 on minor points. So somebody's facing off Arbiter as if he's the 23rd seed.
Right.
And I feel sorry for them.
He's facing, I think, the number 4 overall seed. So.
Oof.
All right, channel points are up for B-Man versus Tasty Bait. Really nice to see Tasty Bait playing under that name again. Welcome back to European Weekend Tournament number 98. B-Man, near side blue versus Tasty Bait, far side red. B-Man, of course, the famous 201 streamer and player. He's been around this game for almost as long as the game has existed. And I mean that literally in that he was testing the game before it was publicly released. So. B-Man, near side, aerial specialist with Hound and Sledge. He's Debate on the far side. Despite the dog avatar has no hounds, he's a supply specialist with Saber and Arclight.
As an early matchup, Saber really does struggle against Hound Sledge, in my experience, with requiring one shot for each. That's 25 shots to clear. And just slow. Oh, and the bird round one with no upshoot. So B-Man is committing to clearing what little chaff was going to exist. Good opportunity to take a bird, in my opinion.
Right, opponent has no chaff. He's willing to give up the deploy. It doesn't cost him anything to unlock the Phoenix. It's very unlikely that Tasty Bait takes both upshoot and clears the board quickly enough to have the upshoot actually target the Phoenix. Tasty Bait does get the far side tower, so he's going to mitigate some damage here. That's about all that can be said about that round for Tasty Bait.
Yep.
And Ted says, B-Man has started the last 5 games I've seen him by immediately going air. It is one of the tendencies that the Mag 1 announcing crew noted, for sure. B-Man much more likely than most players to take that round 1 air. Improved Wasp offered again. We just saw how powerful that is. Also Smart Arclight, when Tasty Bait has 3 of them on the board already, and has hounds to feed off of.
The aggro player could also have 2 beacons, an extra email. Like, again, this is another batch of all really strong options.
These are 4 must-take cards. I mean, almost.
Yeah, this is you don't skip something here. Of course.
B-Man, of course.
Wow.
I'm aerial spec.
Have perfect money planned?
Wasp. And Tasty Bait skipped the Smart Arclights for Improved Wasp. Does not want to get caught in a game where the aerial specialist has Improved Wasp and he doesn't, I think.
Or
and now that might turn into the Improved Wasp being his AA answer, depending on what he's got them teched with.
And notably, B-Man is floating 100 here, so far at least, so it's especially surprising to me that he didn't take one of those cards.
It's added 2 crawlers, and Tasty Bait also going for a marksman and a 3rd crawler, and a Arclight. New Arclight. These 3 units, the new adds for Tasty Bait.
Birds putting in work. They get their level now.
Marksman did his best, but he got stuck on hounds and sledges, so he's not able to do the anti-Phoenix work. So B-Man buying 2 rounds with those Phoenix, and it's almost 6,000 damage each round, right? Like he's...
600.
Sorry, you know.
Yes.
Turning out more than 500, I guess I should say. So he's dropped...
6,000 damage round 1.
No. He's dropped Tasty Bait down to 2580. So B-Man, after 2 rounds, has twice Tasty Bait's hit points, 5,000 to 2,500. That is some tempo pressure. Typhoon.
Love the Typhoon aggressively here.
Yeah, Typhoon for B-Man, and he's putting it on the weak side. While Tasty Bait looks like it's going to be a improved Wasp and Worm play. Typhoons
We'll
have
see. There's got okay.
19,000 hit points. The Saber does just under 8,000. So level 2 Typhoon's going to take 3 shots to kill.
Right, and of course now we have crawlers there, and he's going to pull the crawler chaff there with the flank of the hounds. And then he's putting down a bird as well to kind of support that. So that tower should fall fast.
Right.
I said Wasps is decent, although the Typhoons are going to answer that. So that's another good reason to have taken Typhoon as B-Man.
Yeah, being very alert to the fact that the improved Wasps exist, and being afraid of them scaling, right? Not afraid of, but cognizant
Mindful
of the
of.
to, yeah.
Exactly. 100%.
It's funny you should mention War Factory. There are some 9x7 gaps over here that would fit a War Factory for sure.
With that Saber down, Typhoon Bird on the left is going to get good progress, but did stall out, so it wasn't quite a tower push, per se.
Does get the tower eventually in time to kind of keep the level 2 Phoenix working. The level 2 Phoenix are down, and that is most of the DPS that would handle this worm. So our Typhoons get stuck on the worm, and you can see, obviously, worm with armor is going to tank those Typhoon for the...
Yes, especially with that second level, the armor is now going to be especially tough if there's a level 1 Typhoon trying to be added. Redeploy is very strong here.
Oh my goodness, Tasty Bait mobilizing a battleship with mobilized battleship and Vulcan's Descent both available. It's an interesting choice because you might want to drop it defensively on the grounds that it covers both the drops. So it's very surprising to me to see him play it offensively. And redeploy the take for B-Man. I like that a lot in terms of being able to
as well.
Change the side of the attack, etc. Change a key unit from side to side if needed.
I kind of thought Tasty Bait might go Efficient Giant and like really commit in on the worms.
Thought so too.
I is a boat. B-Man. Do we pull the Typhoon to the right, or do we leave it on the left as an anchor? The boat can answer improved Wasp and also does decent damage into a ground worm.
Yeah, your volume fell off badly on that sentence. Right.
We have the new steel skin for that Overlord as well, and that is looking really awesome.
It does look really good, doesn't it? First B-Man, part of the one of the creators who has been, obviously in Game River's good graces for a long time. Gets early access to the premium.
I will say that boat drop absolutely putting in work here.
Really did. And B-Man maybe thinking that this boat was going to cover a boat drop on that flank. Had some bad luck with it over here. Goes down to, I think the marksman got the kill at the end. And Tasty Bait, after being down 2,500 hit points in round 4, has B-Man from 5,000 to 2,800 by the end of round 4. Incendiary for Tasty Bait.
We take Substain here. You've got your Typhoons, but probably not. Yeah.
Tasty Bait is going to rely on winning the Wasp v Wasp if he needs to. He can range and aerial spec these. So even if the Overlords wind up with Mothership production, he's going to count on being able to always outrange opponents' Wasps.
Right. Immediate launcher. I love that for the boat. It's going to really burst down those worms, and it still outranges the Wasps.
And if you guys have not been paying attention to patch notes, one of the most recent balance patch buffed the hit points on Overlord's missiles. They had not been buffed when the Overlord was moved from a 4x4 to a 5x5 unit, and kind of too easy to intercept with anti-missile. They are brutally tough to stop with anti-missile right now. One pack of Mustangs doesn't even touch them. Apparently a single Overlord has trouble against Overlord. A single War Factory even with anti-missile has trouble against an Overlord. So
Okay.
important.
Well, now that they're a 500 cost giant, I feel like that's fair.
I think that is fair. Exactly. You don't want your 500 cost giant getting completely nerfed by somebody just throwing out anti-missile. But it does also mean that their missiles eat up anti-missile, right?
Right.
So you can open up the way for some other anti-missile unit that you have.
That fire being strong, but kind of cutting both ways. And the next question is, does the marksman get out of the bubble, or is the bubble going to get popped? And I think the marksman doesn't get out.
Or bubble. Bubble, we hardly knew ye.
And that was with fire on the ground, so that's a bad sign.
Well, he still hasn't teched AA on his own wasps.
That's true, or range for that matter.
Stonk module for a leveled Overlord. My goodness.
That's so much value.
It already paid for itself. Everything after here is free.
And Overlord levels are super pricey. So, like, it's just a money printing machine when you're stonking Overlords.
Overlords are up to range launcher overload.
I'm actually really glad I didn't see Typhoon added on the right side for B-Man. I think that it would have invited Worm Armor, which I almost think should have been added regardless, but it would have likely completely stopped its ability, whereas a boat is able to DPS both and still was able to outrange the Wasps.
We'll see. The Wasps this round have 110 meter range, but notably, Tasty Bait loaned and did not take enhanced range, so with range and aerial spec, they've got 140 against the air units, which means they will be in under the guns of the 150 meter range Overlords.
Yep.
And yeah, that costs this pack. It costs this pack against the Typhoons. And you can see even the level 2 Overlord is taking damage now, but everything is in range of it. It's not going to be enough. Is this enough for B-Man to win?
I think it is. There's 3 giants,
15,
both
16,
Typhoons.
17. Boom, boom, boom. It is 6 rounds and done. B-Man puts the pressure on. And yes, Tasty Bait shows up to say, the range boats wrecked me. They really did. And not being in temp range this round, I think the extra 15 range would have let the Wasps engage from just outside of range. So, interesting. Got baited.
This was a...
Indeed, Tasty Bait. I got baited. Fair enough.
I feel like B-Man made excellent use of all of the new things about Overlord. The higher stats with an enhancement module as well. Like, used to, you didn't want to let an enhancement module just linger on a boat, but that boat has 60,000 hit points now. Right. Over on the level 2 side, and just really putting in the work. So that was just a really clean, classic boat push.
And other thing to note is he kept the Typhoon on the board, and the Typhoon surviving is part of the reason Tasty Bait's under tempo pressure, along with the Overlords themselves, doing the old giant 400 damage. So they really helped to finish. If these were normal 350 cost giants, Tasty Bait is still alive going into round 7.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Well, that is a reason why B-Man is one of the best. And he's through to round 4. demonstration, perhaps, of B-Man being one of the best. Let's jump back into that Forgotten Arbiter match. It's facing 1, 2, 3, 5, 6.
Okay.
And congratulations to those of you who had B-Man as the favorite. You all have paid out. We're in round 7.
That was a good tempo.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that was a really good tempo play that Tasty Bait had made with the boat drop. I wanted to give that a shout out. That was a very strong swing turn while he was here in chat. So this game, Headbutt. And 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 has hackers on the field for the tarantulas, marksman for the birds, Ridens for both, drill on the crawlers. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6.
Right, but there's just 0 chaff clear, right? He's got the hounds and he's got the untacked
Hounds and sledges.
That's about it.
And there's a lot of blue crawlers to kill, which is multiple shots per chaff. That's probably what's tilting this, because other than that, I actually favor 1, 2, 3, 5, 6's units. And Arbiter taking Underground to leverage that health even stronger.
That's really smart. And he's got the tower health as well.
Yeah. And these birds, I'm betting, have been absolute haymakers.
Right.
One hacker is down.
Yeah, and oh, by the way, we're going to keep pretty much everything in under the bubbles as well, so the hackers don't really get to run anything they wanted to.
Yeah, you're absolutely right with the temp range and the range.
Yeah.
And on top of that, I've never seen it before, but Raiden as a way to engage against a hacker board is fascinating because it can jump to the hacker, and the hacker is made of paper.
Right. And the hackers are very weak, and Forgotten Arbiter gets the W with that. It wasn't chaining, by the way. It was not chain jumping to the hacker. It just happened to clear, or I guess the tarantula is clear enough. Raiden is perfectly opposite the highest level and improved firepower control hacker. And
yes,
you can see 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 getting some tempo rounds with that, and probably getting a level off of hacking this tarantula. But as soon as the shields were up, and then the crawlers are steadily streaming out of the shield, so something engages with the shield, it doesn't damage the crawler, and it kills the crawler. Now it engages with the shield again. It was just really, really rough. So.
Yeah, chaff clear was absolutely the call, and Underground. And again, Arbiter taking a single tech to optimize the thing that is the problem.
Right.
So just a really good lone tech putting in a ton of work.
Right. I'm going to make whatever your problem is worse, so that whatever your solution is not...
Doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work. And in particular, there were, possible plays like Incendiary Bomb from the Hounds that this covered against, right? So I think he was... Not to speak for Forgotten Arbiter, obviously he's streaming, and if you want to hear his thoughts, you certainly can go there. But part of what I imagine he was thinking there is the underground or subterranean is one of the ways to mitigate, and one of the only ways he was going to lose was with Incendiary Bomb. That would be my guess as far as his thinking there.
Right. Okay, well, that was... I'm actually glad I saw that. That even that one little round finisher was food for thought.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, downloading Forgotten Arbiter's games out of Tourney is definitely one way to study and improve your game. Do any of the games still going intrigue you, or shall we jump into...
Well, there's one with 2,500 and 3,300 at the top with Kitty and Rashid to Leo.
Let's take it. Let's go.
Sounds like there's a lot of game left, or it could be, 6 giants and 1 swing turn away. Right. Boat Melter from a giant specialist.
Thank you.
against.
Thank you, Voltron. We'll take a look at that briefly. Just have audio balancing issues. That was better.
Is this any better on my end?
Yeah, that is significantly better on your end.
Okay. So not range. We have AA double tap against healing boats. Interesting, healing boats.
Oh, you think I'm the quieter one? Okay. I will keep an eye on that then.
The Phoenix are being used as range and EMP, while marksmen are being used as anti-air double tap. So we're trying to shoehorn our marksmen for damage, and then we're using our Phoenix as long-range disablers. The forts from Standard don't even have range, so they are literally just big bodies with anti-air.
They don't have range or temp speed, so they're just dying to these melters so quickly. We just walk to you slowly. How is the balance on that one this time, guys? Is that a little bit better?
Excellent.
All right, thank you. Appreciate you calling it out.
I think Stormcallers are really strong for Kitty here. Or sorry, not Kitty. Red player.
Well, Kitty thought they were
Their name's
strong
covered
for
by the show
Kitty,
panel. I see that. Another form of EMP. Wasps would be, well, I guess there's the Fort AA to kind of hedge against Wasp. Unless you want to take some kind of anti-missile for the Fort AA, and then Wasp absolutely hard distracts the marksman and Phoenix, letting the boats get in. But the boats only having healing. And honestly, their tech loadout is super support-based. It's range, healing, armor, and photon. So they are intended to only be air tanks.
Yeah, this is the air tank. I got them as a late-game drop bar, right? And then he's thrown heavy armor on one, has it at level 2, should probably be leveling it to level 3 this round.
And of course, double tap on the marksman is just a pure scaling with any attack buffs. So unlike another plus X%, aerial double tap is just disgusting amounts of damage. Heavy use of spells and shields and missiles as devices here.
Right.
By Kitty. Get the lock on the boat. The boats get turned off. The boats get destroyed. The ranged melters with the EMP missiles are putting in work, but the chaff is dwindling. Forts are just completely gone.
Yeah, the forts are.
I think these melters are going to get in. Yeah, a huge waste of resources to have leveled forts with no range and standard. And I think the redundancy on EMP for Kitty is also not what they need.
Yeah, Kitty down to 209 hit points. Ooh. Underground, is anybody vulnerable? I'd say Kitty is more vulnerable than Reshetilo.
Yeah, very poor chaff clear. Actually, if you look at the board, they have like an unteched blue arc. They're another chaff clear unit on Kitty's board.
That would be the Stormcallers.
Right. That's a bad sign. And there's honestly not a ton of chaff, but Reshitilio could absolutely punish that. And honestly, Crawler Prod on the melters would be devastating here.
Yeah, there are 2 Vulcans. It's the
oh, duh! I'm forced for the trees.
Yeah.
Yes.
They are getting EMP'd and then melted really quickly.
Overwhelmed. Right.
Can we please sell this fort? There's not a single target its AA is good against. Don't be afraid
Right.
to sell it just because you teched it.
That $600 paycheck right there.
It did
And there's
less.
the crawler prod.
It did less than 10,000 damage last round. Please, kitty, please
When
sell
you're
it.
desperate for chaff clear. This looks over. And crawler prod might even mean that the boat survive, depending on how effectively the center gets pushed by that
Right.
wave of chaff.
Yeah, the crawler prod is going to tie up the phoenix, right? Well, there's a lot of fire on the ground.
Self-inflicted for the most part, at least from those hounds.
Fort broke 10,000 damage this round. It had a better day. Got up to 11,000.
Very fancy.
Yeah, that to be clear though, guys, that was less than a single shot from it.
Yes.
Its ATK is higher than that. And yeah, Reshatilo with a nice finish beats last week's 7th place finisher, Kitty. Well done, Reshatilo.
That was a board that seemed confused about what it was trying to do on Kitty's side there at the end with so much redundancy.
It kind of felt like an Amarok board with two little shaft clear, and then I'm going to rely on these EMP Phoenixes to pull me through. And I bet it works at some levels. I mean, I've won games with it, but it very much felt like one of my boards. Like, I recognize the mistakes here. All right.
This is uncomfortably familiar.
This is uncomfortably familiar, is about right. Reshatilo will be your 12 seed and facing Coldfire. Unholy Scavenger against Forgotten Arbiter. Roxas against Math is Might. Claxi against Apuchi. Fresh Pro against Fab 4. And a B-Man against Endless Ending. Your top 5 players here, I'm going to say, well, I don't know. Who do you want to see out of this group?
We haven't seen an Apuchi game from start to finish, so if he's got a good opponent, then I would totally be down to jump in for an Apuchi game.
All right, we can take a look at Claxi and Apuchi.
That sounds like fun.
Yep. Right. When I have a board like that, it's because I tried to close the game out against a scaling player and failed, but got close. Yeah, that's probably about right. And, you know, to be fair, Kitty was within, 1,500 of finishing it. Sir Limbo says, I've met this Kitty person a bunch of times on ladder. I'm definitely a Vulcan abuser. Can't wait to do the Punisher against him. Well, you might get your chance.
That would be a game worth taking a peek at on the Rex side of things.
Yes, indeed. Also, Voltron is not a robot. Thank you very much, first-time chatter. Welcome in. Of course, this is one of the highlights of my weekends, is getting to do the tourney casts. I tend to try and cast either Europe or Europe and Americas, and have a co-caster on some of those, not all of them. Sometimes I go solo, but with me today is Age of Alpha Titan, who you guys know in game as Alpha Titan, who is one of the mods of the English language Mechabellum Guild. If you're not used to the guild or don't know the guild, basically invite only. If you want to support the stream, obviously subs help, and there's a Buy Me a Coffee link.
It's a great place to find people to play games with as well. We have a really, really wholesome community, so lots of fun.
Yep. All right, welcome to our round 4 match Galaxy against Apucci. Apucci, the famous
Yes.
501 star. Farside red, marksman specialist with hounds and sledges. Galaxy nearside in blue. Has choice of Typhoon, Supply, Giant, or Missile. Took the Missile
I liked the missile
specialist.
for him. And I was so happy Apucci took that pack, because that's the pack I wanted them to take.
You want to see how he would play it?
It's the pack I would have taken. I know I would play it differently, but I want to see how Apucci plays it specifically, so I'm very excited to see. If I'm not mistaken, Apucci does run Assman on the marksman bar, right?
He has had it on and off last couple of times I've seen
Okay.
it, so I don't know for sure what he would be, what he's got.
Running it standard. Maybe he is running a board that I would run with this. This will be really interesting then.
Snowy Mole, Carry Fang still works against people that do not get the answers out quickly enough.
Right.
But at this super high level, at the Apucci level, you're not going to see Carry Fang successful. If you're down at the 1300, 1400, 1500, it's absolutely a fun build that you can wreck people with.
The high level, if you get like a round 5 card for Elite Fang, then maybe, Carry Fang pops out of thin air because the cards support it, but it's not really like you go into the game with a game plan of playing Carry Fang.
Right. Yeah. The old school go in on round 1 and decide you're doing Carry Fang is just not a thing right now.
At the moment, the Storm player does have the advantage in the standard matchup until more chaff and more units get on the board. So nothing really to see here as a surprise.
Sledges are a bit better against storms than they used to be, so they win on
the right
side. And that is partly because the storm rate of fire changed while you were gone, Titan. It's dropped from 6 seconds to 6.6 seconds. And that changes because they buffed the attack so that its total DPS is the same. But that didn't change the breakpoint against Sledge in particular. So Sledge a lot stronger.
That's a 10% interval.
10% stronger against storms than they were when you were last playing regularly.
That explains why my carry sledges have been doing so good into storm boards.
They are great into storms. As like I actually you almost think of it exactly opposite as you. If I started with sledges, I am super happy to see the opponent in storms.
Okay.
I'm also really happy to see opponent in storms and then see a round 2 missile strike. Because yeah. Marksman will survive that even if he walks into it. He's got 4,000 hit points. That missile strike is 3,000 damage. Waxy, this could be rude. Is he going to just take all the chaff in a single round? 3 missile strikes. It would be really risky, right? Apucci is going to
save one of them, surely.
Carry sledge. We've got 4 sledges already. And again, that's exactly what I'm talking about. He knows that this breakpoint has made Sledge particularly strong into Stormcaller in the current balance patch.
This is looking like what I would have done, or something thereabouts, with the double Sledge ad when you're able to push like that. So just really exciting.
And Marksman to clean up some of the sledges on the other side. Not enough chaff on the other side either. And Apucci is just gonna... This looks like classic sledge gaming that makes Amarok happy.
Orange Man taking names, just pop, 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 pop.
That actually looks like your Orange Man. My Orange Man never has this kind of round.
What's sad too is the Plaxi used 2 of their missile strikes versus Apucci's 1.
Right.
And Apucci won the round convincingly.
Now, Apucci does not run the same set of carry sledge techs that I do. He's got armor and healing on the bar for them instead of AP.
No EMP.
EMP, exactly. No EMP.
Wow. more of a bruiser bully tank than a true hard carry sledge.
Right. Fang is absolutely what I would have taken with Apuchi's board.
Yes,
And, kind of a
100%.
Apuchi buy all the chaff sort of thing. A lesson that I've very much learned from studying his games.
Triple chaff pickup on round 3 is so valuable.
Triple
Blue
chaff.
sledges, so you have a sledge war as well.
Triple chaff pickup, period. Always valuable.
Right. That's true.
I was actually wondering if that was something that they should do as one of the drops. If nobody's teched crawlers or fangs, keep them around. They could still drop.
That would be interesting. I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I have a whole that could be a really big bailout. I'm not sure that we want like a huge flux of chaff in mid to late game rounds. That's certainly interesting. I'd have to think about that.
Mm-hmm.
We get a worm. Worm is very good into sledge, and these sledges don't pack the hard DPS to kill it.
Yeah, this is a response that breaks against my sledge bar, but does work against Apuchi's, I think. Right, because I can turn off, if you've gone armor enhancement or sandstorm, as soon as it surfaces, I can turn all of those techs off. And as if you're just counting on the straight damage, I can burn through that with armor piercing. Because armor piercing doubles the DPS of sledges, essentially. It's plus 100% damage and minus 30%.
Isn't it plus 200%? I think
it's plus 200%.
Triples their damage.
Yeah. Triples the damage, exactly. Which is why I have it in mind as doubling their DPS.
Right.
It's a reduction of...
Now, if you get your sledges to level 3 or 4, then you can start to kill anything, including worms, as long as they aren't also level 3 and 4.
Right.
So, scaling matters. Although the worm leveled, and could have an absorption module, which would make it especially deadly, kind of like a rhino. If a melee unit gets into melee range and heals for their damage,
yeah,
it can become unkillable.
That can be terrifying. Don't be baited by the mass-produced sandworm. Underground threat, a good choice for Apuchi. And
yes.
Plaxi does get to the absorption module, which we're fully going to expect to see on a level 2 worm over here.
I wonder what DPS Apuchi adds. If I had to guess, it's bird, unless a drop is a more clear indication.
Actually, with a pretty solid read on the underground, he's got it covered in the middle with this arc light. Goes ahead and picks up the 2 outside arc lights and ranged the arcs to ensure that he's got something engaging with it.
Right. Apuchi playing boat sledge from standard. This is total deviation from where I would have gone, and this is what I was hoping to see was a different response to something like worm. And I'll be fascinated to see how this goes.
And he has, instead of full carry sledge, he's got full carry boat, range, launcher overload, HE, and mothership.
That's what I run.
I love it. Ed says he's been on the boat train. He's been doing this for the last 3 days. And bringing it to tournament. Apparently he's having enough success with it. Wants to see if he can get W's with it. And I mean, again, we saw... we have seen boat into worm already this tournament.
Yes, we have.
And I'm sure Apuchi made that decision after checking the bar and seeing that Plaxi is not one of those degenerates who runs AA on their worm. Don't think there's many people at the high level who do, but it is a possibility for that 4th tech slot. Instead, his 4 techs are also kind of odd. Armor enhancement, replicate, very standard. Mech div and sandstorm. So mech div on death. If I'm going to build a pack of worms, you kill one of them, it's going to make 4 larvae.
Okay.
Ted says, "Hey, what did you just call me, Hamrock?" Yes, degenerate with AA on the worm bar.
Very nice. Oh, and there's a nano.
Nano repair worm to go on your second worm? Or on your boat, also. They have enough hit points to make it worthwhile, especially if they have a level. You're going to take a wasp swarm instead. And Claxy, kind of alert to the wasp possibility, picks up a Mustang with aerial specialization on the bar. It's not chosen yet. He had that last round. So Apuchi with the Missile Strike and Wasp Swarm is going to Missile Strike the Mustangs and then... doesn't want the Wasps here because they would just wind up following the crawlers out into the main board. No, he's going to put them there anyways. Interesting. I think they just follow the Wasps that direction. Maybe he's counting on them being offset just enough to go pick up the tower.
Mech Rage is the first tech on the sledges, keeping them fast so that way they stay in front of the boat. I said there's still a very painful lack of upshoot other than Mustangs being added, and Mustangs are slow to kill an Overlord, let alone a level 2 Overlord.
Right. This one should handle the call-in, I think. But other thing to note on the Mech Rage for the sledges is that is the entirety of Apuchi's chaff clear right now. There's no text on the Overlord. There's no secondary Overlord. Missile strikes for Claxy, taking out the chaff. Apuchi does have this very nice chaff board, but with 4 packs of chaff dead, this round shouldn't go quite as well for him. Flank out here did distract the Mustangs, so the Wasps had a good round, and the flank also allowed the sledges and Overlord to get in on tower.
Indeed.
Wasps will eventually get this other one. It's down to a single worm with no upshoot. Sir, come over here and fight. Thank you. Hey, sir, come back. And Apuchi wins the round. Claxy down to 1928.
Smoke is tempting.
Claxy does
force the sledges to get closer.
Yeah, Claxy does take the smoke bomb. Apuchi has another wasp swarm, but doesn't have a missile strike to protect it this time. And he will skip. Does not need the Stormcaller himself, or the smoke himself.
Worms don't care about smoke.
Right. And nothing else on the board is a considerable threat from Apuchi's perspective. Melter for Claxy. That'll be the Overlord answer, and he's got the oil and smoke landing in front of it to guarantee an instant lock by slowing down the sledges.
Right. The boat will wander forward, hopefully. Or at least theoretically, that's the plan.
That is the plan. Missile strike on the flank won't actually kill this sledge, but it does kill the chaff. I'll let the Arclight one-shot the damaged sledges. Pew pew pew. It should be about 5 seconds before that's over. Maybe a little less if the Mustangs or Stormcallers get a kill somewhere. Nice little
armor on the
beacon,
sledges.
and the worms are both leveled, so level 2 and level 3 now.
Armor on the sledges is putting in a huge amount of work making that stall.
On that flank, yeah.
In spite of that, and it distracted the melter so that the boat got through.
And very critically, is it letting the crawlers and sledges get out in front of the boat again?
I think it is.
Did. Oh,
wow.
Apuchi, brilliant play on that.
on the bar. Mm.
Obviously not an option that I would have had available, and it's neat to see a really good use for it, making a compelling case for his bar.
I wonder if he anticipated the missile strike on his flank and clicked armor because of that specifically. Or if that was just a good tech decision that had good synergy with the board state.
Right. Level 3 sledges had 18,781 as their hit point total, and it did mean that the level 2 sandworms wouldn't one-shot them. The level 3 could, but the level 2 wouldn't. Klaxi takes a pair of Vulcans from the drop. We also have Sabers, Rhinos, and Tarantulas. What do you like for Apuchi?
I like Rhino almost, as long as you can keep something fast with it. I know there's melting points, but the Rhinos can lock the chaff clear. They can brawl a little bit with worms. You can also sell them for good cash. So he takes a Vulcan flank.
It was 2 Vulcans in the drop, right? So both players
Right.
took it and sold one. Klaxi is going to use his to light the oil on fire. Apuchi with the cast-style distraction deep flank. And just trying to pull those worms over if there is no mobile beacon on them, and if there is a mobile beacon on them, where there was last round, he winds up ahead on that side. Because the worms run away, and the Vulcan handles everything that's left.
So Klaxi is playing Melter Scorpion, essentially, for the sledge boat. That is his angle. And Arclight for the chaff clear, with some Mustang support, although untapped at the moment.
Right. Apuchi gets
They're there in case of wasps.
Apuchi is into ranged launcher overload boats, so they have their essentially doubled DPS by the reduction of their attack interval by 50%. So they shoot their full volley of missiles every 2.3 seconds. And with as much damage as they do, they will be clearing even mid-sized units. If he takes high explosive ammo, they get huge splash, and they'll still be doing, this one would still be doing 6,000 damage per missile. Melter is still working on sledges. The Overlords are still working on scorpions. The Overlords get through the Melter. You've got a level 2 almost undamaged, and there's 2 Mustangs worth of upshoot. Last I checked, this is not a breakpoint that favors the 2 level 1 Mustangs, even without the smoke.
This is an interesting game. I know Klaxi is behind, but I like some of the decision making. I could see Klaxi being on the cusp of like a stabilization.
Gotten to 4,200 hit points for Apuchi, 888 for Klaxi, Palindrome for Kiddo, Incendiary Bomb for Klaxi, kind of trying to repeat the oil lit on fire from last round. Apuchi has Enhancement Module that just pays for itself with 2 Overlord levels already. It could literally be level 1 for free and then level the other if you wanted to sell out of it. For stonking purposes. Shockingly...
You might just want the levels.
Shockingly, Apuchi takes the Enhancement Module. And now he's thinking about whether he wants to just enhance the best one, or stonk and then enhance the best one. It's on
Stonking out of Marksman.
Okay, stonk the Marksman, then stonk the best one to get the plus 250 econ off the Marksman.
I like that.
Clever. Marksman was not contributing a ton. We're never teching him, he's all by himself. It does
many spells for Klaxi.
It does mean we didn't sell this Vulcan that Klaxi has to expect we're selling.
That's true.
Everybody's missile strikes are up, right? So two missile strikes and a fire for Klaxi. Missile strike on top of level 2 Mustangs for Apuchi. Underground threat also for Apuchi. No techs on the crawlers or anything, but he did go to second tower enhance for health. So level 3 sledges now have 18,000 damage. These level 4s have 25,000 hit points. And even the overlords are up at 31,000 for the level 1. The level 3 is over 100,000 hit points. Even if a melter gets a lock, it's going to take it, fort quality time to burn through it. It's not going to get a lock. We've got a tower. We've trapped the worms on the surface over here. And even if they're not getting out of this corner, everything is going to drive there. Klaxi can see it. He had no upshoot left, and he has surrendered. A really nice game from Apucci. Just clean, loses 1 round out of 8, and wins with 4250. On board with the sledge overlord. Interesting. Thoughts?
It was kind of a pivot away from the sandworm by Klaxi. Didn't add more, didn't really tech them at all. Also a slow commitment into the melting point. I think a second melting point earlier could have been really strong. It just felt like, I'm not sure why, but it felt like Klaxi was a little all over the place with 2 worms and 2 melters and 3 scorpions, and didn't quite commit to a counter strategy.
Well, in particular,
as cleanly.
Yeah, in particular,
they could have.
Didn't counter the sledges. When he did counter the sledges with the worms, Apucci instantly responded with the overlords. And Klaxi winds up with his overlord counter on one side, and his sledge counter on the other side, and his sledge counter untech'd. Right? So his army is fighting. He's trying to fight combined arms, but it's just not working. Right.
If you split the board down the middle and you look at the right and left half of Klaxi's board, you would never guess it's the same board.
Right. That versus this. Right? This is a scorpion melter staying. This is some kind of worm build without any support, really. Right? Like, there's just nothing there. And having this much invested in the worms with items and levels, how you've not taken attack, I don't understand.
There's also only 4 chaff on all of Klaxi's board.
Right.
Which means that the boats have nothing to stop them from just running over yourself. Right. And you also have so little in front of tower that once tower goes down, melters are a dead unit during debuff because 1/10 their damage is no damage.
Right. It's negligible, and he's not even leveled the towers. So that's a 9-second debuff, then that's just enough time for the melters to die. What did he need to do differently? I'm guessing selling out of the storms. Let's probably sell his storms and his sledges, so that the melters can be a little bit further forward, and then chaff
honestly
way out here. Massive amount of chaff deploys behind.
Selling out of the worms and committing to the sledge melter comp would have been strong if there was time to do that. And I think that decision could have been made around round 5 instead of having them all on round 8. Because I think Scorpion Melter beats Sledge Boat in standard, especially if you have the chaff. Because he does have arc lights. So ultimately, I think that Klaxi is in a better unit comp for standard. And if he's just consolidated better chaff, his resources are poured into the 2 units that are doing the jobs that he needs them to. I think that he's in a good position.
I can see it as a comp, it's all right, but I'm looking at the number of deploys it would take to pivot from the worms to this comp, and I just don't see you catching up in time. I feel like
there was a extra deploy card that could have been taken to facilitate that as well, potentially.
Absolutely.
Klaxi also spent, I don't even know how much money on spells, but there was like smoke and fire and oil, and obviously he picked up the missile strike while having 2 more, and I think there was another spell I don't recall offhand, but like there were like almost 8 or so spells on his spell bar. So there was a lot of temporary investment over the long term that ate into his econ.
Right. We have our final 6. Forgotten Arbiter, your number 1 overall seed, beats Unholy Scavenger. He's in the final 6. Apuchi beats Claxi, as we saw. He's in the final 6. Endless Ending upsets B-Man. He's in the final 6.
Wow.
Fab 4200, having the run of his life, beats Fresh Pro to get into the final 6. Roxas upsets the number 2 seed, Math's Might. So he's in the final 6, and Coldfire beats Reshetilo. So your final 6 there. But Roxas, 4-0, then abandons. So we have only 5 left. That means we're very likely to have a 6-round tournament instead of a 7-round tournament. Puts Sledge Hamster in the spoiler role. Puts Fab 4 in the number 1 seed spot. And it'll be Fab 4 against Sledge Hamster. Coldfire against Endless Ending. And I don't know if we could skip this one. Forgotten Arbiter against Apuchi. This is likely, out of this group, you would figure these are the 2 favorites, and they meet in round 4 instead of deeper into the tournament. That looks likely to be deciding your champion. That is, of course, where we will be when we come back. I'm going to go ahead and put predictions up for that right away.
That'll be a match and a half. Miss Diana with the bold prediction that clearly Coldfire will win because they beat her.
Only player to defeat Miss Diana so far. Excellent. Let's go. I'm gonna grab some. I'm gonna grab some water real quick.
Sounds good. Man, I'm looking forward to the Apuchi Arbiter match. That's gonna be a doozy. Comment from the last match. I guess I missed it, but did they not loan? Because absolutely, you got to think when you're in that kind of position, a loan is non-negotiable. We have a unit prediction that there will be a War Factory played. I would love to see a War Factory played between these two. One of my favorite units, and very interesting to see who would play it and under what circumstances. So I would be happy to see a War Factory. That is true, though. The War Factory has struggled against Boat recently. I do think, though, that Factory with Bird Summoning can be very strong into Boat. And honestly, very strong into Melter, which is another potential Factory counter. So if we see Boat and Factory, I wouldn't be surprised to see Bird Summoning as the anti-air supplement to that. Hound openers have been reasonably strong. I haven't seen people add hounds in any of the matches we've played thus far, so
I am back.
Welcome back.
Welcome to round 5. Our final worthy matchup. Forgotten Arbiter on the way here has beaten the number 4 seed. Well, he beat the number 5 seed in round 2. He beat the number 4 seed in round 3. Now he faces the number 3 seed, Apuchi. The number 2 seed, Math's Might, is already out. And the remainder of the field should... the winner of this match should be your favorite to win the tournament outright. Forgotten Arbiter, near side blue. Aerial Specialist with Fang and Sledgehammer. Apuchi, Farside. Training Specialist with Sledges and Arc Lights. We've just seen what Apuchi is running. Forgotten Arbiter has the same tech bar. They are both streaming, of course. So a great matchup of two of the 501 streamers, two of the great 501 players.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those just take notes and strap yourselves in, because it's going to be a doozy. Apuchi adding Marksman. The same thing that Arbiter did with his Sledge. When he had Sledge Mark, he added arcs. So a Sledge Mark arc is something that both of these players in separate games have put stock in. And intensiving the Marksman so that it can just about one-tap the Sledges, just barely not.
Yeah. None of the other games are sold out, so it's a streamer blackout on all the other games, says Ms. Tyson. You want to watch the Mech Attorney, you are required to watch this game. And there are indeed 38 spectators. In-game spectating is one of the cool things you can do in this game. So
yes, it is.
Let us go ahead and put in our bet here. All these to get themselves started.
Very nice. I bet that Arbiter was debating whether or not to add a bird, and I think that's why Apuchi added Marksman, was because Forgotten Arbiter is aerial spec.
Right.
Arbiter ended up putting crawlers in, but that's my supposition as to the decision-making.
Decision-making, yeah. So Arbiter does kind of the decision I would have done, which is building out the chaff board, and Apuchi is, round one, no chaff. But Apuchi wins the round and drops Arbiter to, 4140? Apuchi also, one of the other decisions behind taking that Marksman, I think, is that he was training spec, and Marksman level on round one with the training spec is both essentially free and really powerful. He had a level 2 Marksman on one side, level 1 on the other.
Particularly to tip a Sledge matchup as well, because, yeah, the DPS there.
Level 2 Marksman one-shots a level 1 Sledge, and then he's...
Almost.
Level 2 Marksman at 4658, one-shots a level 1 Sledge at 3478.
I was looking at their health. You're completely right. I'm blind.
It's all right. The level 1 Marksman takes 2 shots, so...
Yes.
Missile Strike, obviously, Forgotten Arbiter is going to put that on top of the level 1 Marksman, and Apuchi originally thought about putting it on this side, decides that he knows he's going to lose this one, so he's going to wound this set of sledges and ensure that his arc lights can finish it off over there.
Oh no, the bird collateral. Oh, maybe it doesn't if he scoots it back? That would be devastating.
It actually has them in almost the exact same spot I put them in. I love it. But yeah, I think it's far enough back. 16, it'll go.
It's gonna be close.
Actually, I think it gets in there.
I think one of them. I think at least one dies.
I think both of them do. Oh, you're right. Exactly one.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Missile Strike also missed this sledge, and I think I was assuming it was going to hit that sledge for analyzing whether or not it was going to hit the Phoenix.
One player is in Marks, the other is in Birds, with essentially identical builds otherwise.
Yeah, very much.
Very close.
I don't think Five Fangs have got this. And other difference in the mirror at the moment is Forgotten Arbiter still ahead on the chaff board. And he wins round 2. Pucci on 4582. Arbiter at 4140. Get our reinforcement drop.
Worm or Wasp, right? Like, those are your options?
I would think, yeah. Arbiter takes the worm. Bucci will give this a lot of thought.
Could also sell the tarantula. It's the best money option.
Right, 400 to sell either the rays or the tarantulas, but you get it all at once with the tarantula.
Right. Rays. That was the last pick in my head, so I will be curious to see how he uses them if it's just for sell.
I suspect it's sell, but covering the wasp flank.
I guess that's also true. It's a defensive. Okay, I like that logic as well.
Also covers the phoenix flank possibility. If Forgotten Arbiter
Although you do
were
have,
selling, although he does have some fangs,
you have
right?
the
It could be
fangs.
like a crawler phoenix attack a
Right.
tower sort of thing. So very much the hedge play, I think, for Apucci. This is less I'm going to win this round, and more I'm not going to take 1,000 damage this round.
And it also means I look at what you take, and then I have the finances to fight you with it later.
Right. So the ads for Arbiter, the Worm, and 2 Stormcallers. And he's going to missile out the sledges that are right around 50% hit. Oh wait, nope, that's Pucci's missile. Missiling out sledges that are... apparently just offended him.
Rays also do respectable damage.
Yeah, they're doing well against
Not
that
great,
worm.
but respectable, yeah.
It's basically, I have flying artillery here. Ray doing 1,000 damage per shot, fires 4 missiles. And speaking of 1,000 damage, he did about 600 to Forgotten Arbiter, drops him to 3401. Bucci is at 4582.
Wow. Laser sight, orbital, speed.
I love all 4 of these cards, but I feel like Orbital is just so strong right now. Either a little
Orbital is orbital.
Yeah, that's either a little underpowered or a little underpriced or a little over damage, I think.
Like make it 2,000 instead of 2,500 per missile or something.
Yeah, it's 3750. 37,500 damage total right now, and yeah, dropping it to 2,000 would drop it to 30,000 damage total, and that would make it a lot less dangerous in terms of, for example, right now at 2 shots a sledge, you could get it to the point where it was, well, I guess it would still 2-shot a sledge, but the level 2 sledge dying, I guess taking 1 extra shot to die would be a break point.
Right. There's a lot of
little ones. It's actually
medians.
it's actually the steel balls that I'm thinking of, that breakpoint. Steel ball, fire badger, a couple of other things like that.
We get another bird. We get a Vulcan. Neither player shielding. Both players using the spell. I'm a fan of not shielding in this situation, not because the shields wouldn't have value, but because it's very possible you lose the shield anyway, and shield is expensive.
Mr. Krieger asking a good question. Does orbital bombardment land more often in the center? It's a really good question. I don't actually know if it's on a normal bell curve or not, but it doesn't appear to be to me. Right? I think
anecdotally, I've never noticed it.
Yeah, I've never noticed it, and I do notice it hitting way out on the outside. Like that was the edge of this circle, right? And there was one that landed way over here at the start of it. So I believe it's the full area is a permissible target for it. And you could absolutely...
I have seen the same place get hit 5 times in a row, so there's nothing about it that forces another random location.
Right, it's true random, which allows repetition. And
right.
What is at that exact spot that gets hit twice is not necessarily the same because units are moving. So
also true.
Right, they're not.
It's a location as opposed to a target.
Yep. But this would be the sort of thing that would be pretty easy to test with a, in the testing ground. Just throw yourself a big rectangle of fangs and see what dies.
Yeah.
What What are the aggressive comps nowadays? I've been really enjoying Balfoon. There's what other really good aggressive?
Wraith has been really popular at the moment.
Wraith is popular at the moment. Forts are popular as an aggro unit. Badger and Saber are both popular.
Yeah, Badger has been really strong offense and defense, frankly. If you're in any kind of close range, I think Badger is the king at the moment of just raw efficiency for stats.
Arbiter had a Vulcan on the board last round, adds a steel ball production line to it, and a second Vulcan this round. Apucci takes the steel ball production as well, and his own melting point, which is on the side of both the Sandworm and the Vulcan. I would love to see him have some more crawlers backing that up to keep the Sandworm on the surface, and so would Apucci. There we go.
You know what's crazy? Apucci's gold and silver damage are the Phantom Rays.
It kind of looked like a throwaway, right? But they're
incredibly impressed with their performance.
Yeah. And they are getting to do the work on top of the Stormcallers and the worm. And
there's a lack of wing chaff for Arbiter, and
right.
He's losing the flanks in a way that is preventable and painful.
Yeah. Like, the Phoenix are supposed to be the counters to that, right? That's why he played them out there, but the chaff board goes Pucci's way. All three Phantom Rays on the right side stay alive to get all the way into tower. Those Phantom Rays are going to kill 2 packs of Phoenix.
Getting close.
Apucci on 4582, Forgotten Arbiter down to 1564. You've got your choice of Fort, Raiden, Farseer, or Wasp. Of course, Forgotten Arbiter is the aerial specialist.
Farseer is really strong here, yeah.
We don't want to mirror... Apucci probably doesn't want to mirror in either of the air units. Arbiter takes the level 3 Farseer. I'm expecting it to be on the right side supporting the worm and preventing this massacre that happened on that right side this last round. There it is.
Worm actually gets sold.
And we've sold the worm, yeah.
Quantum birds.
Apucci takes the wasps. Alright. So a wasp behind Ray. And if you try to answer the wasps with Mustangs, he's got the Rays to throw armor enhancement on and range the wasps to make sure that they stay behind. If not, then the wasps will wind up out in front of the Phantom Rays and tank for the tank them against the Phoenix. It's not going to work on the right, I don't think, due to the level 3 Farseer, but on the left, where there is no Farseer, it should be pretty strong.
Yes. I honestly almost wanted him to add a Farseer on that side to have Wasp coverage, since Wasp was offered.
Right.
And Farseer is really efficient at clearing Phantom Rays with its rate of fire. We are in Vulcan Phoenix against a Sledge, Melter, Chaff, Arclight kind of board. Farseer is putting in a ton of work over there on the right.
And here you're going to see the value of the quantum reassembly, right? Those wasps have come through one of the packs of birds, but as long as you're not getting either side completely, as long as one side was surviving and the other one wasn't, even as they work their way from left to right, there are still birds to resurrect too, and they are in fact still alive at the end.
I think Arbiter has a more cohesive board. The description of Apucci's board is it was just good things doing efficient things, but it's a less cohesive board with a little bit of everything, so Tex won't be as scaling across the entirety of his unit comps.
Pucci skipped, notably skipped the shield airdrop, instead taking range and aerial specialization for his wasps. Key interesting point. Snowy Mole asked, wait a minute, is Quantum Reassembly Bird any good? I thought that was pretty much just a meme. Pucci actually runs EMP on his wasps. So he's got range, AA, EMP, and shield. They are very much his anti-air answer, and counting on them being able to turn off something like quantum reassembly if it becomes a problem, or also being able to turn off a boat comp if they can get a single wasp locked in and turn off the range launcher overload sort of build that we were seeing earlier.
I think for Pucci, it's time to sell the Rays now that there are Farseers on the board. They didn't do very much last round compared to their previous rounds.
They didn't, but they are the AA defense, the defense against anything just instantly taking out the wasps.
Yeah. I guess the question is whether they buy enough time to justify the $200.
Well, Pucci thinks he can buy some time with a pair of anti-missile devices on the far right. There is no second,
Interesting.
There is a second Farseer on the left, where it'll be going up against level 3 wasps.
Curious how well those anti-missiles will do against Farseer.
AMDs are also working against the ground-based Stormcallers on that side as well.
Yes, they are.
The Phoenix are the ones having to take down the air units, and they are now dead. But the anti-missile devices get locked onto the Stormcallers, not the Farseer. Farseer is able to clear the wasps on that side. Same on the other side. All the wasps are down. There are still Resurrecting Phoenix and Vulcan Phoenix doing Vulcan Phoenix things. Arbiter on...
That's what I was afraid of. The AM devices were going to be too deep to be able to intercept the missiles efficiently to protect wasps.
1560 for Forgotten Arbiter, 2350 for Pucci. He's still ahead. They both take the nuke. Unfortunate that you're nuking into Resurrecting Phoenixes. Arbiter's nukes are going to be right in the middle. With presumably a chaff here to kind of bring units into that spot.
Okay.
This is very much the sort of thing
I wonder about how the timing is going to work.
Very much the sort of thing I do, where I try to run chaff right into the center arrow of my spell. Pucci, if I'm a Pucci, I'm putting one here to make sure this Vulcan doesn't get pulled off to the middle of the board.
This Fang deployment is actually going to pull the Vulcan out of his own nuke on Pucci's side.
Right, for Pucci, these Fangs are not new. For Forgotten Arbiter, they are.
Right.
Shields up for Forgotten Arbiter. The missile strike aimed at some of these back side wasps. Pucci bringing his shields up in the final couple seconds.
Pucci also starting to sell out with the Phantom Rays on the left.
Sold one of the Phantom Rays, yep. And 2 more Farseers for Forgotten Arbiter. Notably, no shields on those wasps. They are doomed by this nuke. The other ones are doomed by the Farseers. Anti-missile devices or no. The Quantum Reassembly Phoenix reassemble despite getting nuked. And this looks like another comprehensive round for Arbiter.
I don't think it's game yet, but it's going to be on the verge.
You are good with your math, sir. 336 left and a dream for Pucci. We go to round 9, new reinforcements.
Oh.
War Factory, Rhino, Wraith, Typhoon.
think there could be an Apuchi War Factory play potentially. There's no EMP on the birds. An anti-missile war factory, I think, is the play. Maybe it's summoning factory or ranged factory. Apuchi does take the factory.
It is placed
Definitely not factory for Arbiter.
very deep.
It is. And there's the anti-missile.
Right.
There's another one.
Anti-missile for key wasps. See orbital, take orbital. Alright. This is
the round that it came back.
Yeah, it's much earlier in the round in the game that they took it.
Another example of why you see orbital, you take orbital, because the round it comes back is oftentimes the last round of the game at the higher level.
Right.
Because it is such a high impact spell.
And of course the quantum reassembly on the Phoenix kind of plays around the spell. Shield on the
Yes, it does.
Could play around the spell in a way, but Apuchi not in
Very
position
expensive.
to take it. Does get shields kind of into the right places.
Yeah. I think the war factories wanted to be together and not separated and pick a side with the double melter.
They're one each on the anti kind of the Stormcallers and the highest level Farseers. He's trying to reduce the total DPS output, I think. But it looks like you might be right. All the wasps
Middle
are
is
gone.
just collapsing.
All the wasps are gone. The middle is losing. It is...
I'd love to see this round without the orbital, because I wonder how much of a difference that made.
It is honest damage killing those war factories, folks. Phoenix and Vulcan, no ignite, no melters, no lasers. Just doing it
no charge shot
way. And Forgotten Arbiter, your #1 seed, has beaten the 3, the 4, the 5. He is through to what should be our semifinals round 6. Could be our final. Comments on this one?
I think that part of this lesson is if you have a comp in mind, sometimes you have to stick with it even when it hurts. I mean, Apuchi was like just delivering haymakers to Arbiter in the early game, but Apuchi was using efficient units to fill holes and didn't quite have a comp going. And once Arbiter's comp came online, it was very strong. And so I don't know what Apuchi could have done differently in the mid game to prevent that. Maybe there was more assertiveness required, but it was a very interesting game to watch. And I think the investment into the Wasps really got shut down and didn't get protected like it needed to be.
Right. It does make
That's probably the biggest takeaway.
Yeah, I do kind of wonder if the answer for Apuchi was more marksman for the Phoenix rather than going into the Wasps.
Right, committing into the Wasps,
yeah,
probably the biggest questionable one.
I can see how we got into the Wasps with the drops, but
in my opinion, seeing Farseer to me says you sell out of the Wasps because I think that's a long-term losing position.
Right.
And I think that was evidenced pretty succinctly here as well.
Yeah, doubling down on the text for the Wasps is, again, it's something I would have done to, and again, like Diana said earlier, I would have done it to try and close this out before there were enough Farseers to make it an unwinnable board.
Now, it's worth noting Farseer would have also been a good way to supplement Phoenix clear with quick, rapid fire, so it could have done the same job as anti-air Wasp, although it's not the same chaff value against Phoenix per se.
Right.
But I think picking them when there was a Farseer on the drop was the mistake of the game. But otherwise, really interesting, really good use of all of the cards, barring that one decision, I think.
Ted points out that Apuchi is running fairly poor marksman tax for standard position, in that he's got the assault marksman plus shooting squad on the bar.
Right.
So he's looking at running these very aggressively. But there was no reason he couldn't have gone into range and AA. You don't necessarily have to be into 6 techs, but it would be nice to have double shots to be able to double tech them. I'm sorry, increase their DPS.
Yeah, very interesting game.
Fascinating one. Really well played. Arbiter through. Apucci not out, of course. You're not eliminated from tournament until 3 losses. But at the top end, Sledgehamster upsets Fab 4. We are going to have a final for round 6 between Forgotten Arbiter and Endless Ending. No 7th round in this one. Endless Ending beats Coldfire. Sledgehamster beats the number 1 seed Fab 4. And that leaves us with just 2 unbeaten.
All right.
Take a look at Who Am I and Sparty, I suppose.
Yeah, sounds good. Forts and Worms against Multi-Melter and Carry Fang. And boy, oh boy, is that some heavy levels on those Carry Fang. It's like 30 levels worth of Fang.
All right, you wanted to know if you could run Carry Fang. Here it is. 5 level 5s, 6 level 5s, 3 level 4s, and a couple of level 3s. This has got to be Elite Fang played. Elite Fang plus Efficient Giant Manufacturing into a many Fangs, many Fang techs, a side of Phantom Ray and Raiden.
And the Raiden drop level 3 answering the double Phantom Ray drop is going to be shutting down that little beacon pretty hard.
Level 3 Armored Hounds trying to tank the Mustangs to prevent the Fangs from just being Mustang fodder. I think it's actually forts to answer the hounds. Melters to answer the forts, believe it or not. But
yeah, this is Fangs getting torched.
Yeah, Fangs on fire. Stormcallers with flames.
Still some surviving Fangs though, and that Melter is level 4 with Amp Core quad teched.
Sparty down to 774. We'll go to round 12.
Already needs some kind of EMP to turn off those melters. Turn off those melters. Goodness. I like selling out of the Phantom Rays, that makes sense. There's also a Jav. Although with Absorb, Jav doesn't even kill a level 2 Melter. What do you hit? You just hit the densest clumping of Fangs. Obviously you jab out the Mustangs on the other side. Redeploy module to swing a Melter, or a Worm in front of that high level Melter. EMP on the Storms.
Casual level 9 Mustangs over there. Of course, they've been feeding off of Fangs all day, but yeah, they did 250,000 damage last round. Those are the ones getting jabbed.
This is gonna be dangerous. I don't know. If the Melters get turned off, I could see the range double tap forts being able to punch them down. If you can't connect the EMP on the Melters, I think it's gonna be tough. I think that's a wasted jab from Sparty though. That's only gonna do a third of that Melter's HP. I think there's way better targets for that jab. Let's see. Melter is turned off, although that one has a nano repair, so it's going to be just fine even in the midst
It's
of
healing,
disabled.
Yeah.
Without that nano repair.
Jav might have been worth it if the worm had killed that melter, but it did not. The fort does get it.
Yeah.
There's no way we go to another round, is there?
No. There's only 74 health left for Sparty. There's two melters and a smorgasbord of things.
Right.
It'll be close.
There
like
you
minus
go.
200.
Who Am I beats Sparty after 12-round slugfest. What a board.
That nano repair put in a ton of work, and I think if the Jav had been on the right-hand side to clear out, like hounds and a bunch of the fangs on the right side, then that might have been enough to make a difference.
Right.
Also, maybe you
look.
redeploy the Mustangs.
Let's take a look
of
at what Endless
Worm.
Ending has been running, since we haven't seen Endless Ending.
Yeah.
This is what they had against B-Man, which may or may not be representative. And like we did before for tournament scouting, one of the things you can do is kind of download and click the play button, take a look at the round 9 boards. Endless Ending in a full Mustang with, looks like they got there the honest way, unless there was a drop. They also have Improved War Factory as a hedge. They haven't taken it yet. They've got the money to do it as a finish. Instead, taking a Raiden. And B-Man in a relatively standard board. So, Stormcallers, Leveled Storms, 3 of them. Raidens and Mustangs for this one. And take a look at one more game of theirs, I think, before we get into this final. Finals have started, but of course we've got the 90 seconds before before we get there. So we'll take a look at what they did against Coldfire real quick.
They've had a lot of really close games. A lot of their matches went to both players being very low before the final round.
It's a lot of Raidens on this board as well, so we might see some Raidens against Forgotten Arbiter in the final.
There's also a lot of corner air pockets, I noticed. I pulled up 2 separate games from yours, and both of them had, like, large packs of air stuffed into a corner.
Right.
Or overloading and rushing down a tower.
All right. That'll be the scouting report on Endless Ending.
We into the finals.
Channel point predictions are up for this one. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. Appreciate you guys supporting the channel through viewing ads. If you do, of course, all the subscribers getting a little bit of a sneak preview of what Endless Ending runs. And you can always subscribe to channel or skip with Twitch Prime. You can skip ads as well. And if you want to support the channel, there is the Buy Me a Coffee link. Reven betting 420 on Endless Ending for picking subsidized crawlers in a tourney. Fair enough. We don't know what he's smoking, but we'll bet 420 rocks on him. If you're new to the channel, by the way, rock wagering gets you rocks are what we call the channel points here, and of course you can do things like challenge streamer to a 1v1 or ask them to redeem replay, that sort of thing. Also play around with things like force a unit or ban a unit for a match. Not accepted during tournament play. Welcome to your final of Weekend Tournament European number 98. Forgotten Arbiter, the number 1 seed, all the way through, near side and blue. Cost Control Specialist, he has beaten the 3, 4, and 5 seeds to get here. Endless Ending, also one of the top 10 seeds coming in. Farside Red was the Asian Region Advanced Group 1 2v2 champion. Well, not this week, but last week. Endless Ending, Farside Red, a quick supply specialist with sledges and marksman. He's running Link and Heal on his sledges. Link, of course,
oh boy,
useless against any laser, great against a whole lot of other things. Basically invites you to go melting point against it, so you can't take it early in the game, but you can take it late for a finish. Forgotten Arbiter, near side cost control specialist, in blue, has a Tarantula Fang start, putting it up on the line, aggro on the right side tower.
Round 1, fire on the hounds.
Round 1, sell for fire on the hounds.
Wow.
Well, that is spicy, folks. We're selling the sledges. Of course, we know sledges don't match up well into the tarantulas. Fire on the ground could conceivably let the marksman get locks on the tarantulas. But that is a spicy start, folks. A deploy behind. Forgotten Arbiter, of course, is 2 deploys behind, but he does have the APM to get the crawlers out. They won't be directly behind the fangs, so they won't die to the fire.
Interesting. The second volley of the fire missile was slow enough that none of the crawlers actually got lit on fire by the hounds.
Right. Hound reload is something like 16 seconds, so it's very slow to get a second volley out.
Those crawlers are just going to have a field day. So the second volley of fire does eat them.
Yeah, right up till they get lit on fire. And you get Endless Ending, despite being a deploy down, wins round 1 with a sledge and a mark surviving. That mark almost leveled as well, and one of the hounds did. Now he gets subsidized Mustang.
Very strong.
Mass-produced Sledgehammer also offered 50% reduction in cost for a 30% reduction in stats. But yeah, both players are taking the subsidized Stangs. Question, will Forgotten Arbiter be taking Instant Missile Interceptor? Hey, you're down on... Yep, you are down on Incendiary Bomb. You're down money on investing into it. I will go ahead and invest in the counter. The Incendiary Missiles off of Hound, especially because Hound is such a it's a 100 cost unit. We've got the...
Very fragile.
Anti-missile just shoots them down super easily. So I expect this oil not to get lit this round. As long as there's a Mustangs kind of stuck in and or around protecting it. We shall see. Not a single one of that first volley landed.
Just barely dodges the ignition on that edge of the oil.
This one, yes.
If that oil had lit, that would have been an absolutely monster amount of tempo.
Yes, it would. But again, you can see as soon as they get anywhere near the Mustangs, it's almost like having the Iron Dome. And these hounds are not going towards the units that needs to be lit on fire. In fact, at this point, if it lights, it would be tragic for Endless Ending.
Yes, it would.
But it doesn't. So, Arbiter wins round 2 with a quick and subsidized.
By the way, one of the interesting things, because Endless Ending took a low tempo start that was trying to cheese things, Arbiter was willing to pay the missile tax instantly, and I think that's a way of basically leveraging your opponent's weakness so that you might be weaker than your maximum, but you're safer that way.
Right. I'm not going to lose to something like this oil play.
Right.
And Endless Ending is trying to put the hammer down. It takes 2 more Mustangs. It intensive trains one of the newest ones. He's got a level 2 Mustang. So the idea there is in a straight Mustang v Mustang, if I've got Arbiter into Mustangs as well, mine are better because his have cost control. My techs are cheaper because he's teched Missile Interceptor. Mine will be shooting more
Right.
frequently because his will be spending some of the time shooting down missiles. But Arbiter's like, yeah, I'm just going to take another Tarantula. I'm going to elite recruit it because I'm cost control. I can afford to do things like that. Wait a minute. No, he intensived it. He normally recruited
Yes.
it, he intensived it, and gave all the Tarantulas range. So I'd like to just feast on your Mustangs. I'll get a level probably for this one off the level 2. Ding! Off the level 2 Mustangs.
Oh, does that tarantula survive? Oh my gosh.
Level 2
That is
Tarantula with
brutal.
no hit points.
All of
Staying
them
alive.
with no hit points.
Pretty much.
That's like a third of a hit bar between the 3 of them.
And 600 hit points of damage on the bar. Drops Endless Ending to 2840. How are you going to turn this around if you're Endless Ending? Your Overlord missiles
Your
will
Mustangs
land.
are strong.
I was going to say your Overlord missiles would land. He takes Stormcaller into the anti-missile.
And sells it. Selling for no tempo here is rough.
Sold one. Takes the hackers that are the theoretical Tarantula counter. Sure. Arbiter into Splash on the Tarantulas to make them better at both Hound clear, Crawler clear, and Mustang clear. And we'll get the flank pull one. Try and get everything through on tower again. He's also put his Overlord here in the what I kind of think of as the pie gap that gets created by this shallow flank. You just open up a straight path to that tower. In this case, it'll be a straight path to the hacker, and should be a bit painful for Endless Ending.
There's not, I mean, there's the Mustangs, but there's not like a, I don't know, this is very much a like, whoever gets to snowball on the other is going to really carry it. I'm really surprised Arbiter didn't take the level on this Tarantula. It would be really valuable to him for the tanking of the Mustangs.
Right. On the other hand, it survived last round and didn't allow, didn't give away a level. If it does go down, it would be giving away 3x the hit points. He's kind of making sure it doesn't, maybe.
Get a quick hack on the blue Tarantula on the outside. The hacker in front of tower goes down quick, though. And the tower debuff. Arbiter's gonna clean up. Might get there.
There's no way. This Overlord has just too many hit points, right? It does not. Wow. Endless Ending wins round 4. Arbiter down to 38-20. Missile strike onto some of those, yeah, sure. Onto any of the Mustangs.
That makes sense.
Arbiter sells out of the Overlord. He's got 2 levels on Tarantulas that he can take. Shield bubbles the Mustangs. For Endless Ending, shield bubbles on the hackers. It's not going to save this guy. That's probably why Arbiter chose this one to drop it on. That and it being gold damage dealer. And picking up the marksman. So 3 different reasons out there.
I feel like this wants to be a fortress play. The bubbles protect against the hackers and Mustang damage. Wait, you're adding birds into Mustangs? Obviously, it's good against the hackers, but that's really strange.
Hackers have better range than the Stangs, so the Stangs should get out in front. I think the thinking there is the Phoenix break the bubbles, and the tarantulas then clear the Mustangs. Unfortunately, we've put one of them right into a missile strike. Sadly, a missile strike that we've predicted and shielded against. Oh.
I feel like this is fort time. And no chaff in front of the outside tarantula really hurts too, because it's insta-hackable.
Instant hack, yeah.
Bird into hacker staying is spooky.
It has been really good at doing exactly what I thought it was going to do, which is bust the bubbles, let the tarantulas clear the chaff. Mustangs have not targeted the Phoenix, and by the time the Phoenix, by the time the round is over, there's just tarantulas and Phoenix left, but there's no upshoot left for Endless Ending. Now, AA on Endless Ending spar will change that equation, right?
Right.
We get another unit drop. Raiden for Arbiter. Rhino or Saber would be the cash answers. And I think Endless Ending... It's not Saber cash, it's going to be tank. Just get out there and be 74,000 hit points of not dying. Fair enough.
If you click on the Phoenix, you can check and see they don't have EMP, so in theory you could add that.
Well, this is actually also really clever. We're going to throw down the Saber for 44,000 damage. We know that a shield has 40,000 hit points, so this first volley brings the shield down, and that ensures that the oil lands. We're going to add the Vulcan to light it all on fire.
Right.
Here's the prevent that instant hack. Raiden taken and capped for Arbiter with range. Field maintenance
will be interesting.
For 300 would be interesting, but I think that would just force him into a melter that's straight down the throat of your Saber, your Vulcan, your hackers, and your...
I don't foresee Arbiter adding a melter when you've got level 3 birds.
It's true, he's got the birds up to level 3 and he's got charged shot on the bar. That might
and intensive his pocket, so he has DPS burst if he needs it.
Yep. And, of course, EMP. He doesn't have it on this, but he will have a source of EMP if he just needs to turn that back off.
And the Raiden could as well, yeah.
Yeah, Raiden, for example. Yeah, that thing died really quickly. It did bring the shield down. The shield's oil does land. The oil gets lit on fire. This is about as good as things can go for Endless Ending.
You get this for... Oh, it just barely failed to get the hack. That hack would have been really huge.
Now, level 3 Phoenix did feed a whole lot of experience to Mustangs over here. We're out of upshoot
they had gotten that hack.
Yeah, yes. That hack changes it quite a bit. Endless Ending down to 1591. We go to round 7. It's not quite as quick of a game as I was predicting. I thought it looked like it was going to snowball and end in 6. How do you stabilize if you're Endless Ending?
I think you need to find... Well, I mean, ultimately you need some kind of chaff that buys you a little bit of time, but I'm trying to think what that would be. You don't add fangs into Mustang. Crawlers could, but splash tarantulas at level 2 are going to clear that really efficiently. Sledges are going to be hurting into Raiden, but I almost think it is vertical sledge. Putting in a ton of stall time, eating Phoenix shots, and then if you can buy even just a little bit of time, once you can hack the tarantulas, your Mustangs can absolutely clean up. I think it's vertical sledge. Armor, preferably, if you have it.
Right. I don't know that that's the choice into Raiden, but
There's one Raiden, so
Yeah.
it is counterable potentially, but
It would be a longer term counter, not an insta counter. True. Okay, I can kind of see it. Arbiter throws down oil on the far side. Slow this whole push down that's been getting his tower over there. Mobile beaconing the tarantula away from that. He's just counting on it getting lit on fire by the fact that he can drop a crawler on the line, guarantee that this hound takes a shot at it.
Arbiter's oil over there is brutal.
Fire abuser punished. News at 11. Hoist by his own petard, I believe is the phrase. And tower goes down to the subterranean crawlers. Subterranean crawlers, of course, taking less damage while underground. Gets them in through the Mustangs. Not going to keep them alive against this much fire, but there is still no upshoot. Endless endings. Ending here is endless. We go to round 8.
Gotta jab that level 3 tarantula and the bird behind it, or the level 2 with the level 3 bird, one of those spots. Probably. Yeah. You need some kind of chaff. Your problem is that without chaff, level 2 Vulcans behind the tower, but you're not leveling the tower, well then the tower dies and your Vulcans are going to be useless.
Especially because we've ranged them?
Like,
admittedly, okay, that's a little better. Admittedly, it was crawlers that got that tower, but I think the Raiden and Phoenix will do a similar job. Also, Arbiter is 1,200 unspent cash. Plenty of time to think. Takes a level on his tarantula to get it to 62,000 points. And
it'll actually survive the jab.
And defense enhancement 2 to get it to 78,000, so it lives.
And it's got a shield that will be full health either way.
Oh, right. So it's very hackable. Mind if a hacker gets a lock on it.
Yes.
Because the hacker is going to be doing damage to the real hit point bar. But
right, it ignores the shield.
Yeah. That jab basically hit a single Phoenix. And the hackers are down, so that tarantula is safe. Everybody else here works on the shield, except for that hacker way over here, who is never going to get a chance.
Well?
Oh, is he? Shield's
well, even
almost
if
gone.
not.
And the tower timing perfect for Endless Ending. Alright, Endless Ending staying alive. 35 hit points and a dream. Arbiter on 3079. We go to round 9.
Free, you gotta take the double melter if you're endless.
Phantom Rays for
you take
Arbiter.
Armor to try and lock the Mustangs.
Right.
Surely.
And then the melters in... I mean, those Mustangs have AA already, so 251 times 0.9 is, I mean, what, 460? We're only blocking 180 of that. We're not really going to lock the Mustangs the way you would want us to against the level 4s and level... So now, the level 1s and level 3s are going to have trouble. These guys were over here. Well, I guess there is the marksman. Vulcans have Scorch.
Still feel like we need more chaff for Endless Ending.
Endless Ending sells one of the melters. to fund another Vulcan out here.
Oh, the melter. Interesting.
Endless Ending does take attack enhancement too. That helps both the Mustangs, but more importantly, the hackers. We've got one.
I'm really surprised they didn't range the melters. I think the melters were a clear range candidate.
We've got one Chaff Mustang at this point. Arbiter,
and the hack is stopped.
Arbiter added a second Raiden.
Yes.
The Phantom Rays have actually done a pretty good job of ensuring that the most dangerous set of Mustangs didn't get to interact, but we're starting to get hacked now. There's 2 higher level hackers coming. Tower timings change this time. Arbiter gets tower first. His far side tower is level 4, so this group is going to be stuck for a while. And you bring the hacker down before the level 2 Tarantula goes? No. But the Raidens have cleared enough Mustangs. There's only 3 left over there. None left. Endless Endings ending ends. Arbiter not forgotten. He is your European champion. 2500 MMR, number 1 seed, runs all the way through unbeaten, beating a whole bunch of good names, top player names, to take a title. Congratulations to Forgotten Art.
I really think ranging the melting points wins Endless Ending this round and puts him in a commanding position to win the game. This being the last round, I actually would love for us to kind of pull that up and see if I'm just completely off my number on that or not.
Okay, we can take a look at that. And chat also points out that fortification not taken on the near side tower. So well done there. Do you want to take a look at the replay?
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, fantastic game from Arbiter, though. Just putting together a push and honestly matching tempo with tempo on that initial fire, because I wonder how differently this game goes if that round 2 oil gets lit.
Interesting one, yeah. Okay, we're going to take over. You want to take over which round? And before we do, you want to take over round 9 for Endless Ending? And then before
I'm curious about that.
Yeah, before we do that, why don't you talk me through what you want Endless Ending to do, so that we're
right.
Yeah, because we'll be on the 90-second clock. We're taking the melters.
Right.
Okay. And keeping them.
Yes, I expect we keep them and we range them.
Okay.
We're going to be putting it more or less where he did, next to those Mustangs behind the hacker.
Next to Mustang behind hacker. Out here, okay. And then this one probably as close to this as I can get? Or with this hacker?
I'm trying to play it as if I didn't know what was going to happen, so in my mind, I would put one there and then probably next to the blue the blue Vulcan to try and zap the Tarantulas and the Phoenix. So, also next to the...
so you want one in this pocket?
Yes.
One in this pocket?
And then, correct.
And a third
ranging
one,
them.
And a third one here?
I don't think we want a third one because I think the 2 is what we want. I'm not actually sure what I would do with the rest of the money on this particular. That would be this.
Okay. Do you want to pick up, for example, tower health, temp range?
Yes, I would absolutely.
Okay. So
naturally.
Speed, because we want all this coming up.
I don't think speed. No, actually, I do speed.
You do
because
speed. These
our
guys
right
are
hands.
important.
Yeah. 100%.
Is there a clever mobile beacon?
Probably. Whether I have one or not is another question entirely. All
right,
but I think
take over for Endless Ending. We take our melting points. We are over here. You wanted them basically there and there. We give them range. We take clone range speed. We're at 1100.
That second melter is actually next to the blue Vulcan in the middle, not where it is now.
Got it.
Mustang levels 100%.
Mustang levels 100%. Leaves us 700. 100 of set tower health. We could conceivably drop some shields. You know what I'd like to try?
I'm hearing it.
You want to know dumb? A pair of Mustangs with shield.
Mustangs with shield?
Or, sorry,
do you mean
fangs with shield.
Packard? Oh, not into the splash tarantulas. I think that's a bad call.
I want it out here to eat this guy. And
right, I just think they die really fast. We can do it if you want to, but that's definitely not how I'd play it.
Okay. You've also got your intensive.
Let's intensive the blue Vulcan that's in the middle and level it to 3. I liked that.
Okay. Scorch for 400 and recruit 100 cost.
I like the Scorch, yes. And then let's add a crawler that trickles in and protects our corner flank on the back left.
All right, we'll see it.
Yeah, I think crawlers are about as valuable as a shielded fang, but for a fraction of the cost with how much splash there is.
Outside gets that tower. We're stuck on the level 4 over here.
But dramatically worse. I'm very curious what was done that I didn't do then. So it's not over yet, but it... What level is that tower of
level
Arbiters?
4. Oof. Yeah. I mean, a steel ball that gets things off of that tower might actually have been huge in terms of actually making a difference for this round.
And not tanking it. So what did Endless Ending do then? Because that's interesting that went so much worse than what he did play.
Right. MP, I do agree with that. It would be nice if the replay modes had longer timers.
Or no timers, frankly. If it's a replay, then it's not like there's another person.
Yeah, it's me against the AI, right? So it should be the same 9,000 seconds or whatever.
Right.
All right. So you want to watch what Endless Ending did, right?
I've actually got that playing on my side of the screen now, to see.
Levels. If I remember, he dropped a Mustang out here. One of the changes we didn't make.
I do remember that.
Vulcan out there doesn't help, I don't think. Mustang.
Maybe the Mustang where it is now gets an early lock on Phoenixes with that forward deploy.
I don't think it really did. I think it just helped clear this pack of crawlers, really. And then it's one extra set of shots for the Raiden and Phoenix, probably, as they're coming in. This is why I really think, you know, the splash... You know, you're not seeing the splash as... You're seeing the splash as killing it, but I'm seeing things like that shot there, where we're getting Raiden's clearing chaff, and we're not punishing them for not clearing it effectively. Also, what is this about?
Somehow, yeah, he doesn't get pulled.
Everything comes over to here. There was
Just
one extra pack of Mustangs over there that I think maybe it clears that first pack of crawlers a little quicker, and that changes the engagement over there. It's literally one pack of level 1 Mustangs behind tower. Yeah, we all went to the... or our build went straight to the tower.
Which is why I was so surprised so much of what we had didn't collapse last time. So
Mm-hmm. This is even further up. Okay. You. Range. You. Here with range. We take this set of levels. 450 and 1 deploy. Could be.
did he take temp speed? Maybe temp speed messed us up.
Oh, by getting it, yeah.
Forward.
It might have gotten them
Yep,
too
I
far
think temp
forward.
speed might have been the negative there.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, using missiles on the crawlers would probably be a good call as well that we didn't use any of with my...
Yeah. We went all in, right?
And that's where being in the midst of your own game as opposed to trying to take over, it's a different feeling, especially
yes.
without having the mouse.
Yep.
As well, kind of doing it vicariously.
Yep. Still forgot to level this thing. He gets our tower first. We've got to level this, I think. I think this needs to be like level 3 at least. Even this isn't good enough. Although, the steel ball, Assassin's steel ball, kept working during the tower debuff. Eventually
right,
gets missiled out. Look at that. Amarok gets a win. Impressed? No.
Yes, sorry, I'm focused on trying to do my round with just even 2 missiles different and not doing temp speed.
Got it.
So I've got 20 seconds left on that calculation, but
well, I think that has brought us to the tournament ending. Congratulations
yes, it has.
To Forgotten Arbiter, who is our tournament champion, European weekend tournament number 98. Number 100, I believe, will be the first tournament in Season 3. So nicely timed there by the dev team. Coldfire, your runner-up. Congratulations. Apuchi, third, after losing to Forgotten Arbiter in what turned out to be the semifinals. Round 5. Fab4 recovers from a disappointing Round 5 loss as the number 1 seed at that point to finish 4th. Who Am I, 5th. Urluktech and Endless Ending finishing out the top 7. Sledgehamster, Kitty, Vitatos the top 10. We will show you all the way on down. Folks, unfortunately, Chris Roxas had to abandon at 4-0, comes in 20th, lowest place of the 4-win players. So, technically probably outperformed all the 4 and 2s, but if you were going by win percentage.
Right.
There is your 21 through 30, and we'll show 31 through 40. Congrats again to Forgotten Arbiter, 2500 MMR, and a European Championship. Well done. Earlier today, the Asian region went to Zlaumamja, who gets their wins against don't know that player, but Wu Yutang, Hannibal, 7 even, Keppels, Scale, and Math is Might in the final. So, great tournament there. That is our tournament coverage for now. Tune back in about 2.5 hours for our weekend tournament 98 Americas. Until then, we'll be out on ladder. I was hoping to play maybe some 2v2s with Alpha Titan. I don't know if you have time for that or not, sir. Did I say the word? Did I say the word Broughton? Broughton, because that isn't a word? You're just sure it's not a word? Roxas didn't want to lose the 2K. Is that what happened? He broke 2K and he was done. I see.
So with missiles, the melter placements and a little bit of chaff with the levels ended up winning by about 1,500.
Yeah.
And almost didn't even lose tower.
Without the steel ball.
Yes, and without speed. Speed crippled our collapse.
Right. It crippled the collapse from right to left. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Roxas indeed was 2007 MMR and abandons out to protect it. People. You could have gained even more, sir.
More valuable experience, which can be worth even more than MMR.
It's true. I think some people are starting to think about locking in their end of season MMRs.
I see.
I certainly know if I broke 2,000, right? I might also shut it down for the season. All right, sir. We are matchmaking for a 2v2.
Yes, we are.
The real MMR was the friends we made along the way. Indeed. Oh, it's so nice to have you back to cast together. I was really glad that you were able to do that. Make some time in your Saturday. I know you've been a lot
glad
busier.
to be here.
Is there anything going on you want to I don't know, talk to the audience about in particular, or do you just want to be focused on Mecha to now?
Truthfully, I have things that are up in the air, so it's more likely that within the next week or so I will have intriguing life updates. But at the moment, there's unknowns, and so I'm going to kind of hunker down and see how that pans.
Yes, let us respectfully decline to answer anything at the moment. But of course, you guys know, as we're always looking to promote anything that any of the friends of the channel are doing, such as Zach's run for charity tomorrow, or not tomorrow, next month, which Zach, who we saw in the pre-game warm-up match, is going to be running the London Landmarks half marathon for charity, raising funds for the UK's National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children. There is a link there.
Seems worthwhile.
Yes, exactly. I mean, at least last I heard, I have not heard any politician running on a pro-cruelty to children platform. Seems like that might cost you some votes, sir. We've got our first match. Nice, easy warm-up against Keppels and Larian. Which, it's a chance to win some MMRs, right? Let's go.
Soja and Shaq are also out there. Chemtrails and Hackerman, Woot, and Bratwurst.
Nice.
There's some twos out there.
All right. This friend of the channel is holding his chair down at 10 hours a day.
Wow. Very impressive.
Excellent.
Compact.
You are ensuring that gravity works. Voltron is not a robot. Thank you for the follow. First time chatter and followed on the same day. Thank you so much. How many hit points do you have, my friend?
I'm going to take a 26 marksman with marksman sledge, so okay, heavy on marksman.
I'm going to go 33 with saber, tarantula.
Okay.
And marksman.
Apples is intensive, nice speed.
Okay. I'm going to just expect the tarantula outside aggros. Seems like a safe assumption to me.
Sounds good. I'll have one marksman mid.
Okay. I'm just going to put all my chaff on the outside for now. Slow the presumed push down. Are we at all worried about a joint mid push?
I have Orange Man to reinforce that.
Okay.
So it's possible, but we do have responses. What I'm scared of is intensive on spiders for next turn from Keppels.
Nope, that's not where I want that. We'll try that.
They are together.
Went together, okay. Alright. Blue, you should try exclamation mark blue now. You have your very own channel, channel command.
Oh my goodness. At least you got that spider before your tower went mid.
Yeah. One spider down.
I really like the steel skins.
I do too, they're great. Your friend MMR just went up to 600. Love it. I'm not sure I like
I'll
the way
have
that
Orange
round
Man
went
mid.
for us. Yeah, I can add...
Naturally.
I'm gonna add a... They're both underground vulnerable, right?
They are.
We
I
kind of
really
are
want haste
too.
module for marksman. I want to add Mustangs.
Mm-hmm. Onto the fangs, I'm presuming.
Right.
And then you can haste
They'll also
module
be
your
good against marksmen.
your outermost one. Okay, I will... Almost thinking I might haste module my outside tarantula too. Also, wasp swarm.
Underground is really strong though, particularly against Keppels. Your guy does have chaff back there at least.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna take...
My guy's the one with more fangs.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
you're
go ahead
obviously
and
the one in the Mustangs. You take that. I will figure out what we're doing to play around wasp swarm and underground. Goodness. Okay, well, we want your Mustangs to farm.
pull a lot of chaff. Orange Man is putting in work. Mm-hmm. There was an intensive on the tarantula.
Okay.
Oh, but Orange Man does die to the intensive to tarantula. Unfortunate.
Better the intensive tarantula than most others, actually.
I guess that's fair because of the scaling, and I have a lot of my army left, even in spite of the tower going down, and now there's no debuff.
Diana, 2 missiles on round 2 and a spell on Keppel's backside is intentional, not because I'm trying to win a 1v1 against Larian, but because I wanted to make sure Titan's Mustangs get started scaling. If he can hyperscale, we win no matter what's happening on my side.
What do we want here? Fortress is spooky, but Typhoon is decent. Maybe Fortress is just what we want as well. I do have the Mustangs already. I think I take Fortress here.
Yeah, I like Fort as well. My guy does not have the marksman, so I could conceivably Wraith this. He can't really Wraith me, but he could Wasp me?
Right.
Maybe I take the... Take the Foon outside and count your Mustangs on holding mid?
Okay. I can add a fort mid as well. Keppel still has his intensive.
Okay, maybe it's going to be a Wraith outside. And put this guy further up. Buy some time for your forts. Wait, maybe I put this guy out here. Got the fort coverage.
Right.
Now it is. Get you the chaff clear to go with the fort.
I wish I had one more deploy or a missile so that I could detect, but it's not working.
Tell me what you need.
My front outside, but there's nothing you can do to interact with it.
Yeah, I can't help that.
Right. And nothing there.
Level 3 Wasps, as predicted, into level 2 Wraith should go well, because I'm going to destroy the ground support. Nope, the Wasps are going to win, but only about 5 of them left. They are
Level 4 mid is going to put in a ton of work.
Great choice. It looks like my marksman will finish off the level 3 Wasps.
Nice. Very nice. Although...
Did I say I wasn't playing to win my side? Whoops. My bad. Sorry about that.
Well, I ate a lot of the mid
You
for both of them there.
Entire mid.
So... I just want to put that on the record.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Got some valuable levels here, and another haste module potentially. Do I put that on the blue fort? Yes, I do.
Holy smoke, yeah. Alright, what are we adding now? You guys are my chaff clear.
We'll unlock.
That is a good point, guys. Opponents or chat wanted to know if we're trying to scale your board, why we didn't, or why we skipped smoke. Could have smoked.
Or shielding it.
Yeah, I could have smoked your side. Nobody took the smoke.
I'm honestly happy with this outcome as well, just because I have so much I want to put my money into.
Right.
I also haven't changed Elite yet on my forts. So I do want to make that change, although I'm not sure that I would want them in this particular match.
Yeah, you're close enough that this might be a launcher overload match.
Right.
We are farming outside wasps. Marksmen are taking care of wasps.
With marksmen.
Seems like. Yep.
No, I take barrier on my forts.
I get
I
Farseer
take
for the
Farseer.
wasps.
And the, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Do I even sell a Farseer for a fort? I loan, I could range the Mustangs. I think I am going to sell a Farseer. Armor piercing on the tarantulas, and another intensive stacked on the same one. So range on the forts next, and storm, so anti-missile.
Right.
A range on the forts is going to be very strong, and then just a couple of anti-missiles for the storm callers.
Right. I had a few steel balls added on my side that made it a heck of a lot closer. That was one of mine causing me problems in the middle.
Well, I mean, there is just a lot, and the storm callers are efficient until they're not, so
Yep.
that's efficiently counterable. Early they shield this time, but I'm going to take smoke.
Okay. I'm expecting wasp swarm from teched wasps this round. Will this or this help you?
Probably the shield pop, and I think where the smoke is ideal in case they shield there.
Sure. You want to put it on that side. Okay.
And I did loan for temp range.
Okay. I am taking shields to make sure I don't get EMP'd.
Right.
My guy has crawler summon, or crawler spawn up. Your guy is no longer really crawlerable, so I'm just going to deploy that in defense back here.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be a triple chaff round for me.
Almost forgot the anti-missiles. They double crawler summon me on the back.
Mm-hmm. Back corner.
Looks like they don't have any hex on them back there, though. But with an anti-missile, a lot of that is being held better.
Right. Alright, we've won mid.
Very nice.
With one side. Great choice.
As long
on
as I
your
protect my anti-missiles, I'm happy.
Yeah, great choice on your anti-missiles.
And I had massive distraction on my side. This is a double crawler summon, so this was very temporary. Oh, you. That might even be game in spite of it. Yes, it is.
Well done.
Can't orange, but GG for me, will ya? I'm so glad I trusted my gut and loaned for all of that too, because every click I made was important from there.
Right. Very nice.
That was, I mean, yeah, just coming out clean and swinging.
Yeah.
Arceer's cleaning out wasps. Like, that was just, we had a bad turn because of the high value, but I think we were in control the entire time.
We did not snowball the Mustangs. It's true. It's true.
Yes, this was not a Mustang game. This turned into being a fort game.
Do we have any idea what the highest MMR was in the rookie group? I do not know. I do kind of wish that was something you could figure out, but no, I have no clue.
Yeah, you can't scroll down and find it, can you?
No.
It stops at the 200.
Well, and no, for the tournament, right? You can't scroll down to find the player, and you can't. Yeah. GG's, man.
That was a good game, sir. You think you would have eaten my forts with one more round, huh? I don't know. But anyway, that was a good match. I was worried about the crawler summon, but being able to hold the line on a double crawler call-in with what I had back there was dicey.
Yeah, GG's, man. That one was that was fun. That sentence does not compute. You run AP, I presume.
He already taken AP.
Oh, he already had.
Ooh, Soja and Shaq.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, oh boy. I think Shaq is like 4 MMR higher, so I'm on Shaq's side.
That's a bit unfortunate. I'm on the Soja side. I know what he's going to run.
And it is standard. They prefer standard.
Yep.
I'm going to take Ledge Crawler Missile Strike. 2600. If Shaq goes for the abandon his side play that he has done consistently, I actually have a very winning record against that.
Okay, good.
So if I sense that coming, I will pivot accordingly.
Right, but you know,
so I'm gonna
you know, Soja's going to be running Vulcan Marksman, so that's the side that you'd have to beat over here. Thanks, Soja. Way to set me up to lose even worse.
Right. Nah.
No, I mean to feel bad if I lose, right? Like.
Right. I know. Yeah.
Like it's.
Soja complains about every possible combination of things.
It is very bad manners to do, though. To complain about your start to your opponent and say they're going to win. Quite rude. All right. I
want to add.
I'm going to start offset right to protect against some of that cross-court stuff.
Okay.
You are starting all the way outside with sledges. Okay.
Because he will push me over here, slightly sell out of it, and then try to push towards your side if he continues his pattern.
Right, got it. Opponents of class and distinction, true connoisseurs of the game. Is that in response to Shaq abandoning his side and going over to my side?
Here he is.
He's all the way out on your outside, yeah. And then he sells the balls to come somewhere else.
Right, and he tries to torch that side, so I'm not going to overcommit over here, but I'm obviously not just going to throw away that side.
Yeah.
Soja has been experimenting with wasp and worm stuff,
Fun. I'd love it.
so
I'd love to see that.
less predictability.
Mm-hmm.
That said, I've beaten Shaft the last 3 times that he's played the abandon his side, so it's possible that he'll play it like a real aggro, so I'm not going to preemptively
Yeah. You're
counter abandon.
not assuming. Fair.
Air Badger level 2, that is what I want to see. Although, Orange Man's Soja's start is fine.
Yeah, he's marksman specialist. He loves Vulcan marksman.
Yeah,
when he gets a marksman drop, he's totally
he's totally fine.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, this is just classic Soja. Since there's no obvious single missile strike spot, I'll use one on my side, but
okay.
I'll be mindful of where his marksmen are moving forward.
Great.
There's a Wraith with a ball on the outside.
And it's on my side, yep. That's why my Farseer is on that mid side as well. So is Soja's. But if needed, I'll be able to EMP Wraith if it decides to come over here.
In particular, I've had a lot of success against him with Raiden. A lot of the units he likes to clump are medium, and it eats Wraith, it eats Rays, it eats Wasp.
Right.
A lot of the air units that he likes to run around with, so I don't know that I add it yet, but that is the direction I'm considering.
Okay. My board is needing better single target and single target that can handle air. Efficient tech.
Think so. I'm also tempted to add birds. On my side, it's very strong. Although it doesn't really beat the marksman board on your side. But birds are still strong and should be able to assist.
Right. Bird strong.
wraiths get through to my birds. I added a second one in the same spot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. For you or for me?
Me.
Gotcha.
Jack did not take efficient tech. Everybody else did.
Okay.
Marksmen over here have already been ranged.
I mean, there's a double wraith that I think can be jabbed. I want Scorch. Another bird. Thing here. A mass recruit. Other thing here.
Great jab. Nice
And
line. Satisfying to watch.
yes, it was. Also prevents them from any potential scaling.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like a plan to me.
Jack has actually leveled both of his towers to 2. Interesting. Unfortunate tower timings, I suspect.
Hmm.
Because the Wraith is... Because of the rest of the beacon, I think I'll be fine.
Where storm over your Phoenix? Do we double storm, or is this too early?
I'm not going to take Storm. I took Jav last round, and I need to be able to spend my money elsewhere.
Yep.
My air really can't be protected as much as I would like it to be.
Mm-hmm.
He flies into his own lightning storm on where he lightning stormed me.
Right.
And my bluebirds survive miraculously.
Okay.
No, they pop at the last second. I'm winning my side.
You have a boat drop outside of my tower that's really slowing things
Gotcha.
down over here. We're at 2,000 hit points. They're at 6,000. My board is a disaster right now.
Oh no. Oh, I marked my birds have range now, so that'll help. I don't know if he does have range in double tap.
Yeah, he's range double tap is the problem. You actually get into range, so that the birds stay behind things. That could have been a ton worse. There we go.
And that's a summoned boat, so it's not really 500.
Permanent, yeah. 1,500?
Heat gun on the Wraith. That one has a level. This needs to be... Well, does it need to be? Survived better than I would like it to have. Missile Strike is unfortunate for me because of my birds. Which means I have to take tower health and get as many of them to level 2 as possible so they don't die to a Missile Strike. I think that oil is going to get lit on fire for me.
Okay. Maddening. Oh, melter. Right into... Goodness. Great call on the melter.
I am crushing my side.
Right.
Fortunately, the fire badger that was meant to light the oil did die.
Mm-hmm.
I win my side. If he's in Melter, then ranged EMP birds can counter that, potentially.
Right. I mean, I actually feel like he probably feels like that was a great read. But we've got a level 2 War Factory with attack. We might be able to...
At this point, I just hope I don't set the oil on fire. I did not expect...
Yeah, it's actually slowing your guys down, but it's also slowing your chaff down, and he's down to single targets.
Right.
Oh no! Stop out there, thank you.
Did he temp range? He did, so I will be temp ranging for the rest of the game now, so that way I can not get cleaned up on that.
Mm-hmm.
Also take EMP on the birds. And maybe I take the storms, even though I don't want them, because they're good against him on the cleanup. I am just absolutely stomping over here. More than just the birds to survive, though. That was not the engagement order of operations that we needed.
Yeah, and they may need.
I mean, I have storms down here,
Yeah,
which
no,
will help.
I'm just saying they may need elite to ensure that they're staying behind your later arriving units. Actually, great work.
Thank you.
Great work. Nice.
You could sell that war factory and potentially put it closer to me, because I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but it is an option in theory.
We also have redeploy now.
Oh, well, that's a whole nother order of magnitude, isn't it?
It really is, isn't it?
I want the damage on my level 3 bird, and I need to level my birds, and I will be taking elite on my birds, and I need to jav here again.
Loving it.
There's no super, well, no, I don't want to take that risk. This is too clear. Important. Range. There's a lot of steel balls. They did get in on one of my towers, but I have most of what I have left still. So, oh, they didn't quite get in on my tower yet. They just did. Nice. And you get out of the lock and you kill. Nice. I have a ton left on my side. Dang. Okay. Now I just take acid and
Take
with
acid on me,
Scourge.
obviously.
My opponent has 2 missile strikes. I don't know if that's important or not, but I'll just call it out.
Thank you. Appreciate the call out. That guy has battleship summon coming.
Okay. Range. Elite. Bird. Sure. Bird. I'm now protected. I was a little bit vulnerable to a boat drop with my previous positioning, but I should be better now.
Boat drop is on that far, kind of in between us. He's coming after a level 3 tower.
The acid drop just decimates my guy, although there are wasps now.
No, he got my photon thing. My side is a disaster again.
Oh boy. Wasps do pivot my side of this drop.
And the Overlord's headed your way. I think that's GG. If I'd had the Raiden on the right side for the Overlord. Now, if I'd jump driven the War Factory off the line is probably the play. I've got to replay this one. GG's, guys. Well played, Soja. Taking a big gamble at the end paid off for me for one round, but not the entirety of the game. So let me go look at this one and see what we can learn.
Also, I'm going to take a look at that. Wait, did I even save that one? I forgot to save it. Oops. Okay. Oh well. I was going to slightly replay it with some wasp coverage. I was vulnerable to wasps, so I guess I should have played around it in theory. I was actually playing around your boat drop in my head for most of my round instead of what I could have done to hedge, so that's probably me over-respecting the cross-court play when I had birds that could cover.
Right, yeah, the birds would have covered that pretty well, I think.
So if I had added something for anti-wasp, since I was so ahead on board already, that would have also supplemented my general clear.
Right. You have the replay in your Discord?
Aha, perfect.
You're welcome. All right. I want to look at round 9. Chat wants to look at your board.
Okay.
But I'm going to be looking at mine because I need to learn from it. What are the outs?
Because I was crushing that board up until the wasp was added.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure that if I just have something to cover wasp, that I win my side overwhelmingly. And then my EMP birds could still clean up the melters.
Right.
Well, you had a very empty board.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of units, at least.
Yeah, I know. There is actually
a powerhouse war factory.
There is more chaff on the flanks than it looks like.
Right.
Due to pulling fire. I don't know if the Raiden wins against that or not. Yeah. That's gonna lose for sure. That takes forever to turn, too. It doesn't even get the second shot off, really. There's no chaff left. Hello. We had protected our crawlers. Yeah, the photon, the EMP was a waste, but protecting, yeah. Oh, just protect the crawlers on the line with the, front row shield or whatever from missile? I see what you mean, and just keep that there, yeah, and more chaff. Get the stupid, like, the chaff deploy should be probably 3 backline. Yeah, okay. Let's try it. It's simple. If I lock, I win. I win if I don't lose. That does make the game sound pretty simple. You are not wrong.
Indeed.
Alright, we are, taking over Fort Amarok.
Do the shield bubbles protect much?
There are missiles on the line to prevent the crawlers from...
Gotcha.
I was actually wondering if that would help. And then I'm just going to pretend I read this right.
Okay.
Yeah, that still hits all of them. You're even going forward.
I wonder if instead of the shield bubbles, you would have been better off with anti-missile devices, which would both intercept the sentry missile and also help with the...
Then against the EMP, yeah.
Right.
This one without the photon, I'm in a lot of trouble because I get so much log. EMP. Fab 4, congratulations! You had a heck of a run in that tournament. Well played, sir.
Yes, indeed.
Well done. So, your ally was depressed against you, Alpha Titan. Yes.
I would believe that.
So there's another play here. I have to quit this game. I don't know how to play anymore. Love it. Well done, Alpha Titan.
Well, the Wasps got me in the end, so kudos to him on that. But
yep, yeah, he makes the right choice. Okay, so we're taking over me. Is there another line here?
Oh, I got double missile struck. That's where my high level birds went.
It needs to be a chaff down here to keep this guy distracted.
My opponent double missile struck my Giga Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
And I missed that.
Yeah,
It was hard to see in all of the clutter, but with it being double struck, it does 6,000 damage, and my Phoenix has only 5,000 HP.
Oh no. Was there a tower health you could have taken to fix that?
No. I needed 1,000 more HP. I already had the level 1, and so it just needed to be level 4 to survive.
Right. This thing is putting up a hell of a fight over here. I did my best. Yeah, no, still. It's just that your statement that your openings suck. It's like, it's bad manners, in my opinion.
So yeah,
Especially,
I tried a few different takes on my side, and I was able to get it to where I only lose by 1 Wraith, but
right.
I
appreciate the effort
build in
not
a
to build Vulcan. There is not an Echo, I don't believe. Unless, oh, it's you. You have 2 tabs open? You had Fab4 in one and me in another? Huh. Alright. What am I gonna do with this?
You don't have Thing clear. That's the problem.
Oh, I know.
So you can't get your War Factory in. Huh.
And I can't missile them out because they're,
Builded.
Yep.
Does he have fire on the hounds?
Yes.
He does.
It took it a long, long time ago. This whole game has been played around fire on the hounds.
Right.
I mean, I am aerial specialist. I wonder if there's something like a wraith finish over here. Yeah, he gets a lock. With that. Might even just be triple arc light for chaff clear.
Yeah, there's. I think your side needs a lot of work. Yeah, it's just a rough position.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Farseer totally nullifies my specialist. It did drive me out of some aerial plays I might otherwise have done. But I wonder if there's like Hail Mary plays here that are pivot completely out of the War Factory. Like I kind of knew the War Factory is going to be in trouble here. It
Right.
counters all air. It's the only unit that does it. True.
That is true. Although it doesn't have any inherent internal scaling for damage or output, just range and levels.
It just feels dumb, but like, let's see if it does anything here. Debuff won't hurt as much because we're just on chaff clear. Melters have spent the whole turn on chaff. Still working on chaff. They're still working on chaff. Now they're working on that anti-missile device. They don't heal. This is a one-turn solution because he takes suck next round. Well, no, I keep turning off their tags. It doesn't even win the round. Keepers. Yeah, no, Soja, your position's really, really good. I already asked for that one, Sir Limbo. Specific round of a specific player, and then it should be from this screen. It should also just have a retry, retry button.
Right.
Just put me back in the same scenario. All right, I'm ready to go back out on ladder if you are, sir.
I've got one more thing that's playing out.
Okay.
And then I will be right there.
Run ad and be back in a minute. I'm going to take water real quick.
Okay. Yes, the retry button is probably the most requested feature outside of an undo button. And I am ready when you are, when you're back. Soja, I'm curious, do you intentionally play Melter as a worm counter? I generally do not think of Melter as a worm counter.
When it was a level 2 worm with a portable shield on it, it probably was the right counter to worm. Alright, I am back.
Alright, I'm ready when you are.
The production there was to prevent you from... here we go. The production was to try and get the steel balls to keep the melters from being locks, and it was actually pretty key in beating you that one round.
Unfortunately, Woot is only 1800 here when he is clearly a better than 1800 player.
Hello, Woot. Good luck, have fun, my friend. See you on the other side.
Yes. Good luck indeed. I am going to take Aerial Sledge Fang.
Hit points? I have 3200 or 2400 that I like.
34. I've got 34, so I've got a cushion.
Huh? I'll take the 24. 24 supply specialist,
okay.
And hope I can parlay it into
Leverage
advantages.
Right. I also know that Bratwurst doesn't like going into sledges from the time that he and I have played together, so okay. He also is busting Crawler into my sledges.
Oh, I'm against Woot. Woot's Amplify Specialist, Sledge, Hound. I actually thought I was going to be into Bratwurst here. Might have taken the other pack if I had thought into Woot. Alright, he'll be out here, right? When he does this. Is?
He does a round 1 Stormcaller.
Bratwurst likes
as fortified. Yes. He's inviting my sledge play.
You'll be in Sledge versus Amplified Sledge on this side, but the techs are complete support. He doesn't have range.
Right. Well, he's going to go air, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm air spec.
Okay.
So I can probably be in Sledge Bird as long as the Mustangs on my side are controlled by the sledges.
Right.
It might end up being Sledge.
You don't have the
I could.
Healing.
I could try to run how Apucci did it.
Yeah, but you don't have the healing, but it's still strong, right?
Right. The healing?
No, your sledge boat is still strong even with the ranged boat. Ranged sledge combo.
Right. Really want 2 sledges here, so I don't want to take something. I could take the free shield device, that's value. Underground is probably stronger, but I really want double sledge here.
Okay, if you're taking the advanced shield, I'll take underground. This is wide open to it.
Yes.
After 2 arc lights is my 200 cost unit to add to this board.
We know he's going to go air.
So
It
Mustang early?
could be bird. Mustang is definitely always going to be valuable, whether it's because there's wasps or otherwise. You'll obviously need something for anti-boat, but I like the idea of a Mustang early.
Yeah, I'm thinking get a Mustang on the board, let it start to do work.
And I'm going to unlock boat so it can't be free. So no
Love
free
that
boats
thought.
for Woot.
Love that thought.
He wants it, he's going to have to pay for it.
He's got a underground threat of his own. He played it defensively. Fair.
It'll also still pull a lot of his chaff.
Yeah.
Bratwurst has a round 1 missile on some of my sledges.
Gotta pick a side, though. Can't get them all.
Sledges are doing work.
Good.
They are losing on the outside, but in the middle I ate all of their center with my sledge pack there.
He eventually gets my outside tower.
Thank you for getting that tower of his, but it looks like the storms are still just going to get their splashes.
Yep. Storm, good unit. Who knew? Storm, Arc Mustang, all good units. Surprise, surprise, everybody.
Oh, and he gets the free Scorpion. That's very unfortunate. That's extremely unfortunate. And I don't really have a Wasp answer, although he's going Scorpion. I can't go Wasp into his. And none of these are good into Scorpion either. Take the rhinos. I'm going to add Arm Collar here. And add a crawler with a beacon. Late rhino to come in.
We want... Attack doesn't change a breakpoint on the sledges, right? 8,000, 8,200, yeah, we'll be breaking those no matter what. You. Maybe we take back. It's our arc light 388.
There's the triple Scorpion.
Triple Wasps middle.
Yeah, level 3 Wasp with the Amp Core.
Yep. Fine.
We do have a decent number of things there.
We do.
Scorpion drop was absolutely brutal.
Scorpion drop convinced Root to sell out of the sledges on this side.
Makes sense. Also, Bratwurst loaned for this turn.
Yeah, Bratwurst is very... Bratwurst and I were playing 2v2 for a while until he was good enough to play with... Well, and he was playing with you too, right? Alpha Titan?
Yeah, he and I have been playing recently.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's kind of decided he's a little bit better than Amarok, so he's going to move up to play with other folks. It'd be very satisfying to beat him, I'm sure.
Yes. Well, and, you know, Woot's no pushover.
Wait, really?
Yeah, no. So I've heard. Lightning Storm. Surely it's too expensive. Unless we... I don't think we're in that dire of a strait. But I do think I'm going to take fire. Take a boat.
Good.
This is experimental territory.
All right, let's go. I've got
I
shields up
will...
against the storm. I took the amp core.
Okay. I'm going to unlock Phoenix, so it can't come.
I will no longer hold out beats. He has a Wraith with a small amp core level 2 coming right into the big amp core Mustang.
Oh, he does shield at the end.
Shielded the fire. Yeah.
Well, some of it. The blue Mustangs still get hit.
Right.
They die, though. Most of them, but not all of them. I also leveled some Fangs that were back there.
Okay.
The shield is protecting against the Wraith, and the leveled Fangs are helping against the Wasp, so we actually kind of stuff mid.
Did stuff mid.
And I take out the Mustangs over here, so I get to clean up these Scorpions. The real question is, do I also get to keep my shield? I think that's unlikely. Yeah.
Yeah, the flying air titan might become his new favorite, right? That is the start of season 3. The void, the abyss, and the void. Well,
right.
Abyss is the titan, right?
I think one of us should take Ion and stripe it down their mid on Woot's, like through his Wraith and his Wasps.
Yeah, he has to mobile beacon one, but he can't mobile beacon both.
I want to take shield drop if I can, and I'll put it over this our center.
Oh, okay, that would help a lot. I'll take the Ion.
I'm in a very expensive comp with boats.
Mm-hmm.
Expensive, but I think I need the range on the sledges so that they don't just get torched.
He sold the level 3 Wasps for Armored Wraith.
What? I'm not sure I understand.
Sold his level 3 Wasps.
Yes, okay.
Wraith. Has one outside. He bought a second level 2 Armored Wraith.
We are smashing through over here, though, and clean up what he has left pretty decisively.
Yeah, it's he ion beamed to that side. That's how he's got that one.
I saw that.
Actually read the Wraith buy-in placement.
Nice. I think we even keep both our shields here.
Yeah.
Nice. Give me an enhancement module. That is the ability to turn off boat techs. But a laser sight is a laser sight.
Tempo-wise, do you feel this game's at lone times?
I don't think so yet. I'm probably round 7 out, is what I'm thinking.
You really think this is going 9?
Let me put it this way. Okay. Lone.
Ton.
He's gone heavy into anti-missile.
Would be a
Head.
fort from opponent.
Okay. Boot is going fort.
That fort, AA fort plus Wraith.
Good tower timing. There's a bunch of Mustangs over here that want to shoot my missiles while you shoot them.
Oh, grand. Let's go. Farm, 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 baby.
Tell me this boat. Oh, it just barely goes down.
Alright. Still win my side.
Yes.
Sweet.
Ooh. Vulcan. Okay. I've also got launcher overload on the boats now, which is going to be a substantially higher number of
Missiles actually landing, yeah.
and coming, right? Which means his chaff clear should be overwhelmed on the ground. So I've also gone into adding more chaff, and I've ranged my Vulcan so that as soon as one of the Scorpions is down, the Mustangs that get in will be sufficient. And I think I'm going to take Anti-air marksman.
He's now out of the Wraith, moved into the Raiden, and 4 points.
Oh my goodness. His marksmen get absolutely devastating locks.
Good placements, right? Placement is a skill. And did he
Taking the launcher overload was the problem.
He AA'd
yes.
them, and you launcher overloaded, so you're in short range. Yep. And I'm losing side this time.
I don't think it's game, but it's gonna hurt.
It's gonna hurt, yeah.
I beat your guy if I beat my guy.
Okay.
And there is fire on the ground. Good. I don't know that I want ER Vulcan.
Nuke for our air games
is
devastating.
brutal.
Yep.
I don't even know what can be done about that.
Mobile beacon, sell 1.
Right, but they're going to just paint my board in double nuke.
Double nuke, yes. So you sell 1, get the most value you can off the board. Mobile beacon one of them out to the, out to the flank, and be in something that is not quite so nukeable for this round, right? My guy also has fire up, by the way. Not that you were not planning to have shields up. Got 2 of those shields down before the nuke landed, so nuked 2 of 6 forts.
Yes.
Meltered a 3rd. Melter lock on the 4th. Highest level remaining.
I was able to torch most of his board.
Melter lock on number 5. Melter lock on number 6.
Nice. And his nuke absolutely trounced me while my nuke dented him.
Yeah. But your fire was a great play.
Yes, it was. And I don't think they have the damage to beat us this round. We might even take the round depending on how the locks go. Look how close that Scorpion was to death.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
Yep.
It does in fact go 9, but I'm glad we've been taking the loans.
Orbital. Can you oil my side in front?
Okay, has Ion Beam up.
Oh. Noted.
I'm being devastated my side. And I'm down.
That was just so spell heavy for playing into air, unfortunately.
Yep.
Which happens sometimes. I don't usually play into air, but it's unfortunate that it happened on that game.
Yep.
It was well played.
We had the marksman down there, guys. We have those level 3 marksmen. Three more melters? Is that what you were thinking? I took the steel ball. Absorb might have been better. I'd have to replay that one. This thing was supposed to be out here to trap them in the mobile beacon a little bit longer. I ran myself out of time.
Cards really beat me up. It gave him the free Scorpion. It gave all the spells against my air board. That was one of those that I could have played better, but I feel like I was. Yeah, the cards really did a number on me.
Yeah. Woot's orbital plus ion combo, really good because it brings down the shields quicker, and then the ion was perfectly placed to hit the 2 melting point placements I dropped. So I should have had at least one further apart. I didn't quite get to thinking of this as being 3, 1 ion beam's worth of range. Even though this was predictable, I kind of predicted him going melter or ion beam this direction to hit the highest level Mustangs.
Right.
Like he could bring my shield down. We didn't have the double bubble, the one that can cross the mid, so like there's no way for me to keep this Mustang alive. With a shield here, his ion beam coming this way would have put it down by the time it engages with those. I thought I was going to be safe out on this side. You read that well? Anything to learn on your side, sir?
I don't know. I think there were so many spells. It is hard to draw conclusions.
Right. This many spells.
I really think I was in a winning position, and I just kept getting spell after spell.
Right.
Because ultimately, his I
was going to say, this many spells is the argument for having jump drive on Overlord. Because it lets you position and also be speedier to get out of the way with your mobile beacons.
Right. But between the number of use cases where I run mass air and it runs into mass spells, it is in the opportunity cost of being cut.
Right. But it's on the, the question is how many times are you foreteching them? Also, question, why are we in Vulcans at all if we
the Vulcans dropped?
Why did we tech them instead of selling them if we have HE on the bar?
Because I needed something that wasn't missile to help try and reach the Mustangs.
Right. And then I had double teched air and had to get back out of it because of the AA barrage. I guess the other possibility was to anti-missile the Mustangs, which probably I should check on a earlier round to see if that was going to make a difference. So we'll check that while non-subscribers see an ad. Congrats to those of you that did bet on Woot and Bratwurst. You guys have paid out. Not even round 9 that I want that on, it's round 8. Even rounds. Round 7, because I haven't sold out of anything yet.
I think without the nuke followed by the spells, I think I have a much better shot. Oh.
I think I did better in the real round 7.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, double tap.
Substantially.
Double tap marksman for shield break were better than the singleton.
Well, didn't you have like 3 melting points instead of 1? So why was there only 1 melter?
Round 9 had 3 melters. Round 7 I did not. It's
okay.
The skins. It was definitely the skins. You think Scorp Mustang is just too strong, not much Alpha can do? So do you think it was a mistake for me to sell out of the Scorpions?
Your positioning was such that they would be hard to protect.
They were going to be hard to protect, yeah. Skins equals wins. Let's go. I need to check it again. And by 8, I'm at the Mustangs are getting overwhelmed, so I don't think... There.
Oh, so you're running Bird and Mark. Interesting.
It wasn't running Mark. Mark was a drop. It's the round 7 drop.
Right.
But free marksman knowing...
Which was another thing. That's right.
To take double tap for the shield break made a ton of sense, right?
Yep. And that reminds me, not only did Bratwurst get the Scorpion into my sledge board, and then he got the triple orange man into my boat board, and then they got the nuke and the orb. Like, that was just brutal cover.
Right. What am I testing? I think this is the round that I've taken sold this guy, so I had the laser sight melter out here. You know what?
There is a nuke, Tomsy.
That shield is down already, right?
Right. Some games you just lose, and that's the nature of the beast. So I'm content in spite of being disappointed.
Oh yeah, this isn't I'm really just thinking through it. Like, I need to learn this kind of late game war against a player of Woot's quality, right? Like, that's just
right.
This is a great opportunity for me to learn. Most of those forts were in under the bubble when it landed. Yeah, even this round, I think I actually do worse. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do worse. Great. Good, good. So I played it right. Played it right, both 7 and 8 in the real game. I did better on my side both times. Okay, cool. That means I made good decisions under pressure. And that's all I can ask for. Thank you for the sub whooped. 7 months, man. Well done, sir. Much, much appreciated, folks like you and all the subscribers and all the gift subs and all of that. Keep us on the air. Much, much appreciated. And I'm going to go throw dinner in oven. We are 1 hour out from Tournament Americas. So anybody who's planning on eating and then playing probably wants to be thinking about the same thoughts. Go eat some dinner and get yourself back on the game in an hour if you're playing that Americas.
I've probably got one more game in me, and then I've got to call it probably for the day, so I can do some stuff. And of course, he went to go get dinner, so I'll relay that message to him again. Oh yes, the joy of a international game. Time zone overlap. Be funny like that. I mean, I've heard there's this thing that when you are hungry and haven't eaten, it affects concentration, so that makes a lot of sense.
Dinner at 1
Oh my
a.m. Are
goodness.
you crazy? I love it. Okay, what are we doing? Do you have time for another one?
I could go one more.
All
I don't want to just cut cold turkey, so let's.
All right. Nightbot blocks things like "you crazy." So
Oh wow,
yeah,
it's
it's
even that
it's tight.
aggressive.
Yeah, it's good. I don't mind.
Fair enough.
Apparently, Mag 1 got raided with hate speech last night or something. A couple nights ago.
What?
Friday night, yeah. They had a brief incursion from a raid from somebody that they've never heard of, who just like a whole bunch of essentially punk teenager sorts going,
Right.
Here we go, Thonix and Seamolly.
All right.
Good luck, have fun, my friends. See you on the other
Well,
side.
indeed.
Please do mute or turn off stream, Thonix. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Iconic match, indeed.
Is compact. I'm gonna take a 3400 fortified arc sledge.
Okay, I have a Fire Badger with Wall Crawl.
Ooh. Okay.
Could be spicy.
Do keep in mind C. Molly's tendency to Raiden.
Yep. And he is opposite me.
Yes.
Really wish that the Fire Badger Specialist had the Badger unlocked. I would buy them on round 2, even if it's dropping on round 3.
Right.
I don't want to go 2 rounds without Chaff Clear, so we're into an early Arclight or 2. And we've apparently pushed middle enough that we're keeping people honest now. They can't stack me outside every time.
What is Thonix going to add? Things. Middle storms from Thonix are gonna have a little bit of a party with the splash on me. Hopefully we can.
Splash, yeah. With,
well,
splash from both sides. Unfortunate for you.
Could have been better for them, actually. I'm kind of...
Yeah, you've got 4 sledges still up. Debuffed one set of this of storms already.
The arc hasn't even been shot yet.
You spoke too soon.
Well, I mean, it dies in one volley. That's why it was impressive it was still up. But yes.
Yeah, Old Man Loves Cheese. I think I am going to cast the tourney tonight. Oh, Soja, that's a good point. I should be thinking of that more. Add 2 Hound instead of 2 Arc. If I'm thinking, I will go to the...
Yeah, that's...
Oh, that's a really good coaching tip. Much appreciated. Good.
I'm going to take the laser sight.
I'm pretty sure Nightbot will block subsidize these balls.
Not the most innocent yet amusing thing that's been said about them in recent days, though.
All right.
I guess you don't remember. I don't remember exactly how I said it, but I said something about steel balls being able to break a shield, and phrasing was not considered and should have been.
I mean, I was kind of proud of coming up with his hounds licked my balls.
Oh, hello.
For, hounds really would, right? Like, it's...
That's one way to do it.
Yeah. They're supposed to be doing it to themselves, damn it.
Phantom Rays. Interesting. And I think those are the techs.
Outside haste staying on my board.
So this feels like a tempo play. I will hopefully get an anti-air unit on the drop that I'm happy with into Phantom Ray. Neither are the Phantom Rays level, but they are close. There's a pack of birds. You could add Wasp to go with it. Although at that point, I have other options potentially to go in conjunction. But I think it's got to be the birds. for the fort.
Oh, interesting.
That's a lot of missile, and his anti-air would likely be fort anti-air. So maybe it's anti-missile war factory on top of what I've got.
I don't mind it. My guy took the Phoenix.
I was one shot away from getting the fort.
Your guys' board is probably also very rideable.
Fort with shield makes me less inclined to do so.
Yeah, but like the whole rest of the board, and you've got the Phoenix for single target. But yeah, anti-missile's probably better for you all told, right? I think in the War Factory AM. Okay.
Right, and it doesn't have to be War Factory necessarily, and I'm probably going to put one anti-missile device down this turn, even if it dies, to hedge against fort shenanigans.
Okay.
We take incendiary, I think.
It's just decided that we only used to be a family-friendly channel. Fair enough.
He's got hacker? Really? That is so strange. I'm winning my side convincingly. Because technically I haven't won it yet, but there's no upshoot for him left, and all my birds are alive.
Not a ton coming. 5 crawlers are the biggest problem.
If I could get that tower, that would be good. And his bird did get out ahead. Somewhat.
Our timing.
Oh, that's really unfortunate.
Oh, not as unfortunate as it could have been.
Don't you dare! Good, I protected my anti-missile device. Ooh, free overlord. Interesting.
Riding, right?
What do I want? Not the triple saber. Is with anti-missile? Maybe that's the budget anti-missile? It is hackable, so I need to make sure I protect it with chaff. He doesn't have very good chaff clear. I'm tempted to take this as an experimentation angle.
Sure, go.
Okay. I don't know. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna loan for temp range.
Okay.
He's trying to oil me. Held off a little bit, but there was a lot. But my
That's a lot of oil.
Phoenixes are still alive.
Let the world burn, indeed.
I win my side.
4 Phoenix left.
And they are spread out on my side, which is maybe enough.
Close.
Almost.
Very nicely done.
I'm going to underground him so that way he torches himself.
You are into lone range speed. He's lone range.
Yes. And he torches his chaff.
Twice.
He did light the mid. Not sure how he was able to light mid.
Hmm.
There was oil mid that hurt me bad.
Yeah.
Photon does not protect against hacking, correct?
Correct.
Nice. I think I've reached a critical mass on my side.
Great. Oil on this outside helped my cause a bunch. Guarantees that you have no late arriving chaff as part of the secondary fight.
Right. I also have a ton of fangs left. I'll crack a shield or two for you while I'm at it.
Oh, please do.
I'm really tempted to add some fire extinguisher hounds, but I don't think I want to diversify my deploys.
Right. Just, keep the hammer down.
I think I'm... Right. Orbital. That's not what I want to see, because they can orbital my birds.
What have we learned about being all in on air? Nothing. Nothing at all, fam.
Well, I'm not all in, although I do have the ability to take shield, which I will do.
My guy has oil up, by the way.
Noted. There's the double. And I did place the fire where it lands. Look at that perfect prediction of where his stuff would be to nuke all of the chaff in mid.
Good work. Sniper.
You know what sabers are actually pretty good at? They're good at killing Vulcans.
Yeah, nice.
And die already, thank you. Now we can turn around. And my birds even had their shields survive. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. That's right. My missile devices are off limits. No touchy.
Love it. Oh, there's his riding again.
Oh, sledgehammers can drop because I sold out all of mine. I think I want Farseer just for additional upshoot and wasp coverage. Reload, range, take our shields. Anti-missile. Also going to recruit more birds. I think I finally reached the critical mass of fangs that I'm happy to diversify. I'm gonna sell an arc light for 2 missiles.
Hmm. I need HE, not chin gun, for this build to work.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry, brother.
Not down yet, but it's... You have a bunch of money in anti-missile devices I'd rather not lose.
These wasps. Wasp drop, and I thought the Farseers were going to have it covered.
Not my missile devices. That game? Not quite. It's a lot of money, but see what happens. Another underground. I'll
EMP.
missile that out.
There's air.
Yes, I'm taking it.
Billion air units get EMP'd, right? Yours and mine both.
Yeah. They tag both of my packs of Phoenix, if I'm not mistaken. Unless, well, I could see them hitting. They'll probably put at least one of them on your board with the boats.
They should. Move to the one that is... Well, I hope it's good enough.
All right. So they're undergrounding me front and back. Oh my goodness. This is an absolutely unbelievable amount of fire.
Uh-huh.
Losing all of my anti-missile devices was backbreaking.
Would you like some help?
Or, you think that's game? I guess I actually managed to... When all the fire settled, I still had stuff.
Exactly. So did I.
Nice.
Oh.
I think if I hadn't have derped around with Saber and just gone War Factory, we win this game harder. Because he has nothing that can damage check a War Factory.
Well, but he might have responded also. So.
That's true. But the Saber AM put in a ton of work, and ranged Sabers also put in a ton of work,
right.
Even into hackers.
Okay.
Because I was able to get ranged fangs on the board, and his wasps largely were immaterial.
Right.
I didn't even see where the EMP landed.
Neither did I.
Like that fight was just a blur.
Mm-hmm. That last round, I was watching other things.
I couldn't even pick what to watch. It was just like a fireworks show of particle effects with fire and oil and missiles and anti-missiles and bubbles and hacker beams and switching sides. It was chaos.
Yes, Vulcan drop with all of the oil birds back there was amazing. Mechabellum's so hot right now. That was fun. First time trying it. I love it. It was pretty amazing.
He's got half his units with missiles. He's got Hound fire missiles, Vulcan incendiary missiles, Phantom Ray missiles and oil missiles. And okay, he sold out of his Stormcallers, but he had Stormcallers there too for a while.
Yeah, it's an all-missile board on my side as well. I should have recognized that a bit earlier and taken more anti-missile.
Yeah. If I hadn't lost the 6 AMs, I think I win my side overwhelmingly on the last round. You still win this round, but
right.
Yeah. Okay, well that's a game to end on, and have had fun doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Well played, sir. Thank you for the games.
Yeah, you too. Thank you for casting. Azalex, thank you for moderating. Mod Lurk over. Good night, my friend. Appreciate you guys being here, and well, both of you, supporting with content, moderation, and your friendly voice.
Alrighty, well I will dip out. You enjoy, and are you casting or playing on the Asia?
I was thinking I would cast it, but
okay.
I might put that up to chat.
Fair enough. Well, either way, I'm going to get some food, and I will see you tomorrow.
All right.
Take care.
Good night. That was an amazing game, guys. Well done. Ooh-wee. A lot of work. All right, tourney is in 25 minutes. So what I'm going to do here is put up a poll. The next 10 minutes or so, you can bet, or you can cast your votes. You get a vote just for being here, and you can use 100 rocks to sway the vote. Whether you want to see Amarok cast it or play it tonight. If absolutely nobody votes, the choice will probably be to cast it, but, you know, that'll be the tiebreaker. You guys are in control. Speaking of rocks, congrats to those of you who supported Alpha Titan and Streamer, who were the favorites in that last one, paid out 1.5 to 1. Welcome back. If any of you were watching an ad you might have missed, we have started a poll to decide whether or not Amarok is streaming or casting this last one. This not last one, not last game, but last tournament, the evening one. You voted about 45 times for play it. All right then. All right, now go over to Apuchi's channel and vote for cast it, so I have a chance. You have like 200,000 rocks. You have been here a long time, and of course, subscribers earn extra rocks. You are a long-time subscriber, and yeah. And then if you're anywhere good at betting, the betting side of the game. All right, we're going to assume that TD here is on the... Yes, it's a lot of twos till you lose. It's true. It's true, Incarsus. How come you have not redeemed a twos till we lose? Well, I'm going to assume opponent is on the lines one side or the other. So maybe we're going to switch you guys to a betweens. with a pair of Arclots. Nope, he is deep. What are you doing deep against storms with tarantulas, sirs? Almost enough for threes till you wheeze. Wait a minute. Alright. Crawlers behind towers for opponent. You have cast many, many votes, I see. Well, currently, Play It is winning 226 votes to 149. So it's a 60-40 split. You guys still have about 5 more minutes, maybe 6 more minutes on that. Ooh, improved Melter. Improved Melter from Standard. Sure thing. Deljinsky says, I have a meager amount of points compared to you, but I hope you enjoyed the little race. Well, perhaps it has, you won a series of high-stakes gambas. That makes sense. Well, perhaps it is all that is needed. We shall see. Opponent has leveled 1 Tarantula, the other one is down, while we still have Chaff on the left. So Chaff is going to go get the tower, I do believe. And the Storms should be working on the surviving Tarantula. If there's no unit drop, I'm just going to repeat that round on the other side, I think. Boom, boom, and see what else we have. There is a unit drop. What do we want here? Well, Saber would delete that guy, right? Make sure it doesn't get an insta-lock either. You guys can go there and there. You know what? I'm going to take those levels and take some... What do we want here? 36 versus 23. So it's not going to change a breakpoint to shoot twice. Not going to change a breakpoint there either. So we're going to take health and just kind of let the board keep playing itself for now. There is a worm on the board. The Saber should be pretty good against that. 23,000. He'll take it 2 and a change shots to kill the worm. And it does have to survive a whole bunch of other units. A mobile beacon on your worm to my tower might have served you better than a distraction crawler mobile beacon, but okay. Yeah, Diana thinks I'm going to win. I kind of agree with this. It is a good reminder that we need to get our techs back to tournament shape if we're going to be playing this. So, I know you guys might rather see the board here, but we're going to try probably oil and... Oops. I think my normal is this, and that. Yep, we are still alive. The worm has still not gotten to tower. We have gotten both towers, and our saber is, I think, within two-shot territory on the worm. The worm is nowhere near two-shot territory on the saber yet. And saber was the right choice for that round drop. We are not even going to respect the worm yet. He hasn't decided whether he's keeping it or selling it. He could level it. He could have a level 3 worm, in which case we will have the improved melters to answer. That is our tourney reg time. No new matches. Tourney reg is on. Tourney reg is on. Last couple seconds of that poll, it is at 60% to 40% still. You need to cast about 70 votes to swing it. 75 maybe. It looks like it has ended just about. Dink, 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 dink. You don't register in time to be the #1 seed. He did go for it. He went for the worm and change choice. How you want to play it, sir? Okay. And he also took the mobile beacon straight to tower. Hi. We are here for you, sir. Nice tower take. Way to waste the rest of it there. And that should be a nice little tasty level for our saber. Results of our poll are in. Play it wins. Play it wins. 60% to 40%, 227 to 149. Well, we do have the that just gets awful silly, doesn't it? Be some halfway decent shotgunning there. Should be some halfway decent shotgunning as well. By shotgunning, I'm kind of looking at the arrows and deciding where units are likely to go. We want units to go in the right directions. We still only have one tech taken. So we could commit to or sell out of either the Saber or the Overlord. Opponent goes into the Replicate, but he doesn't have AA on the bars. And he's put a Wraith in the way of the two Overlords. He's now got 2 units that are hard countered by the overlords. And just going to be in all sorts of trouble, I think. Meanwhile, I think he's actually losing a chaff war. Boat tech, I think we're going to want it to swap the... We're going to want to swap that for Peachy, launcher, and range. Alright, what do we got now? We have no spells. He should take the quick cooldown, right? Does he even think about the underground threat? Probably not. If it says that and that. You guys both level. You can launch your overload. You can level and have that. We'll start with... Anybody not doing their job anymore? Oh shoot, I meant to replicate. Oh well. Opponent techs AA on the marksman, takes a melting point. Now you're in the melter mirror. And we have improved melter. Beautiful. Alright, I think we've got it. It definitely looks like a dub, doesn't it? Played the whole game trying to sucker him into the melting point, and now that he's taken it, he's in a lot of trouble. You've done level 9 super heavy crawlers. They laughed in defiance at the Vulcan dropped to stop them. I love it. I love it. Oh. Opponent fails to win the outside, loses tower. Worm did actually kill the Melter. Yes, it is a moral victory. It's true. So, we're going to run our ad before tourney starts. Tourney's in about 6 minutes. So, if I remember, I'll run a 3-minute ad in a moment here. We gain 17 MMR. I don't remember where we are for the day. Okay. Looks like we are now 2 and 3, 1733 and minus 30, but on a win 1. That'll do. That'll do. We're going to hang up on the Discords. We're gonna. What do we need to know? No, not matchmaking. Not matchmaking, Amarok. Go over here and get yourself a registered Godog and a Poochie, the top seeds at the moment. Our tour MC has done a pretty good job recently, Galnerius, and I'm not sure I recognize this one. It could be. Well, we'll check it. We'll check it. In fact, let's check it now so that we know it later. That one is. Excuse me, what? Shaking cherry and supporting hibiscus. Okay. I'm. Was that family friendly? I'm not sure. Right, we are going to run our ad. We'll be back in time for you to hear the ladies and gentlemen start your mechs and all that. Do I need anything? I should probably go to the bathroom so I'm not like needing it. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do Restarting client. Do not panic. Right. Welcome back. We are ready. I'm about as ready as I've ever been. Goodness. Went to the bathroom, got fresh water, got fresh coffee, already eaten dinner, remembered to turn the oven off, remembered to restart the client, have OBS recording. Anything else to do? Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. It is time for Weekend Tournament America's number 98, Advanced Group 1 action featuring Amarok against the Magician. The Magician lost round 1 of Europe to Diana, so hopefully we can have a good game against him. Good luck, everybody. I'll be rooting for all of you. Bimpy, start Epic the Musical. Let's go. Oh, Speed Sledges, my beloved. Alright, we have some center crawlers to take those early storm volleys. We have shotgunned some crawlers through our sledges. Sledges on the right had a pretty good round. Now they come under the guns. On the left, they've had a less good round. That is the side that opponent's middle crawlers got pulled to. And we're going to lose round 1, but it's not terrible. For 5 crawlers into 2 arc lights, that could have gone a lot worse. Alright, 2 arc lights. He does cover that flank. He still has no upshoot. We have no upshoot. Well, wait. Not true. We have fangs. We have a much better chaff board. He has a much better chaff clear board. We may want to run Subterranean Blitz early. He has not taken attack from tower. Now the Fangs get kind of an unlucky gathering there. Of course, we've got the steel skin on our sledges. That's what that gorgeous lighting effect that you're seeing is. The cockpits, we've got it on the Fangs as well. You can really kind of get in and see them. So, full lighting effects. And those actually do light up the scene a little bit in the nighttime. You can see there's a similar effect from missile explosions. But that's pretty cool. That is part of the game's upcoming Premium Edition, launching on March 26th. Give that a look, see if you're interested. Oh, hello. Hello, my beautiful subsidized marksman. I will take you. Alright, now what? We are going to basically we want to always deploy a marksman and a sledge. I think we will add a chaff on the other side, out front of this whole coming build. We're not there yet. We'll probably drop another Fang back here momentarily. Not there yet. He has added the Phoenix, pair of them, and advanced missile device. You're never getting a missile on one of the sledges. Good luck with that. By the way, I'm going to line the marksmen up directly with the arc lights so that they do their best chaff clear as they come in, and that will also, we'll rely on them for the later clear of the Phoenix. Looks like we are needing a little bit of late arriving chaff outside. Outside crawlers will help. It's looking like oh, we kind of need a extra deployment. If you would be so kind, Bearlake, I'd really appreciate an extra deployment. We're not going to get one. Of course, we have the unit drop coming in a moment, and because we're hurting for deploys, I don't want to take something to sell necessarily, but we could conceivably. Alright, we saw a line earlier today where level 2 Phantom Rays as a flank screening unit actually came on to contribute by the later part of the game. Looks like it should be all of these things this round. I'm wondering if it is time for speed yet. Opponent has the Farseer. We may wind up selling out of these guys. But we're at least going to make him kill them first. He's also taken them. But our Phantom Rays get a little bit better locks than his. Our cheap marksmen are also getting to clean up. Our Phantom Rays got all the way through to tower on the left, where they outnumbered opponent. And it looks like, with a tower debuff, ruh-roh, there's the Farseer. Farseer gets the round win for the Magician, but we made him work for it. And we're into teching our marks, or our sledges even. Intensive for this side of the board, I think, helps. Around 2,000 hit points, we've gotten into sledge, range, and mech rage. So I knew the smoke was a possibility. That was why we took range this round instead of something else. He has taken a second Farseer. Those are kind of his AA grouping, I think. Left side wins heavy, right side not so much. Right side starting to need some help, I think. All three shields are down, so this is a minus 300 tempo round for opponent. And it's not going to be a ton of damage, right? We've turned through basically everything but this one Phoenix and a Stormcaller, so 150. Opponent is out 300, 450 on that round alone. Now, opponent should definitely be thinking about Raiden this round. So are we. We're definitely thinking about Raiden this round. Time to get out of things that are counterable by Raiden. And throw down three more AA marksmen. So we've got 6 level 2 marksmen at this juncture with range, speed. You know what we would like to do here? Very much like to slow that down. Slow down a lot of the later arriving chaff over there. There are triple Raiden. That was the read. He did range them. We've got AA on the bar instantly. He's into 3 different tech AA units, or air units. He can't just sell out of them all. Doesn't work like that. Sorry, sir. And now, I think it is... Sledges aren't all on the same line? What are you talking about? Well... 100% incendiary, but we're gonna do it over there, I think. Congratulations, sir. You have earned a double promotion for your work last round. Well done. We are out of deploys. We are going to kind of do our best to ensure that the fire at least can't land on our half of the map, where a whole bunch of chaff would get hit. Take you for the mid. And I think there might be a sell this for 600. But I don't think that's the play, and I have to keep the Phantom Ray to cover this side, this flank. So, yep, we have blocked as much of the fire as we possibly could. Opponent did not block the fire. So, takes the spell, doesn't block the spell. We haven't taken a spell all game, so maybe that felt safer than it was. I'm not sure. We are, in fact, punching through a whole bunch of things. On that tower over there, get the tower down. Bring down the Raidens. Smack down the whole board. And despite the flames, or with the help of the flames on one side, I never get to run a tank production line. They're like, thank you so much. I've got teched tanks coming out of a level 2 Raiden. Well, sir, you get to have some range now. You're my new favorite person. We are gonna sell out of you now that we can take a Raiden to cover that flank, I think. With the... You guys... I want you and you. We're gonna include some backside contain over here, just in case. And 350 left is range and speed for sure. Are we into lone missile out? Lone anti-missile? Yeah. Lone? Bunch of anti-missile on that side. Let's give the shield fangs some missiles. Alright, we don't actually punch in on tower with the addition of those flank punishing crawlers. On the other hand, it looks like opponent is very much stuck on the shield barriers. Raiden Sledge! Round 1 win! Thank you, the Magician. There we go. Thank you, Fab4. We were in the scaling comp. I was never particularly worried in that one. This was... I knew the sledges were going to be in good shape. I expected EMP. We've got enough of a build going, and then the shield, if he was in chain, to try and EMP the sledges before the chaff was dead. The sledges were going to be fighting from within the shield bubbles. Rocks can rain upon those who had faith in Streamer. And paying out, it was evenly bet, guys. Very evenly bet. But, yeah, rocks rain upon... So, in Karsus, was that the plan? You, spend all the rocks to get Streamer into... You spend all the rocks to get Streamer into the board, and then, yeah... Magician says, I had too many wasted assets. Very inefficient. There's a lot of... Yeah, the Phantom Rays, the Phoenix, kind of did this... The Phantom Phoenix and Farseer were all kind of doing the same job, I think. I think if you run oil on the bar for the Phantom Rays, using that to slow the sledges down could have been a play. I liked the Raiden answer to it, but I was very much kind of prepped for it. That was my... I read it coming from the drop, and then preemptively teched aerial spec and mass recruited 3 level 2 marksmen. Reason being, even if you didn't take the Raiden, the AA marksmen were going to be good against 4 units you already had, and it was good against the best unit from the drop for you. So I really doubled down on that round, and that's when it really switched for us both, I think. But of course, getting the subsidized marksman on top of this build was just kind of perfect for me, and very unfortunate for you. Also went for ending the game with a whole bunch of anti-missile devices, because that counters the Storms, the Farseer, and the Phantom Ray. And I think going level 3 towers was probably a bit much. I definitely wanted to snipe towers and use the debuffs, so it's not inefficient, but the 5, it's 500 that could be in another tech or another unit. So the subsidized marksman was when I knew I was in trouble. Fair enough, sir. Fair enough. All right. We can't go click it? We can't go click it? Is Apuchi in trouble against Zhaoji Qinhuanzhu? Zhaoji Qinhuanzhu is a solid player. This is not a... this wouldn't be the most major of upsets. Subscribers will get to see that game. The rest of you get to see an ad. This is the way. Of course, running the ad then kind of ensures that they don't get to, or don't have to miss matches, miss match time. And it turns pre-roll off, so, which I appreciate. Thank you guys all for being here on your Saturday evening for Weekend Tournament America's number 98. Pucci's on 1,000 hit points. He is running that the sledge special, this time behind armor enhanced steel balls, with opponent in Raidens, but hasn't teched chain, hasn't checked EMP. Might be in some trouble. Tomsy says, I always get a big fat smile on my face when I see that Vibe lost a game. Why is that, sir? You have a particular dislike for him for some reason? Pucci, 1 wasp to drop the shields down, and a mothership to ensure that there's no dinking the overlords. It's a melter without range. It's got EMP barrage, but EMP barrage obviously to break the bubbles on the Typhoon. But yeah, that's just going to leave you out exposed and dead. Does nothing to the overlords that are the problem. Flank really distracting the anti-wasp Mustangs back there. You can see what a difference the flank made in terms of how well this side's holding. But yeah, Apuchi through and done. You just don't like the guy. Fair enough. Zhaoji Qinhuanzhu, very strong player. I think in the 1900s, 1950 maybe? We'll see in a moment. Oh, 1760. Well, they have fallen a bit since I last saw their MMR. All right, so they're right around me. That means I narrowly dodged. Oh goodness, I narrowly dodged having the Fuji early round by a few hundred MMRs. All right, at the top of the group, we have wins from Godog, Apuchi, Red Scare of 94, European, essentially runner-up, made it to the finals, Endless Ending, and Galnarius. Artur MC Mully with the wins, Regrettable upsets Sparty. IMBA Oracle, AWM, with the wins. Vonix gets the W here, right at the midpoint of that top group. Very nicely done, sir. TW86 gets a win. Stardust and Godius Prime still going at it. Alpha, the Russian one, beats Exposure. Coco Nuts beats Rider Live. Bear Sim Balance, Bingo beats Mao at the top end of the group. T-Man, Christina, this was Shake Cherry and Support Hibiscus, gets the win. Pick over Wasa QC, and is this? Hold on a minute. That is Stupid Vegetables. All right, Stupid Vegetables there. Emarok and the Magician, we just narrowly missed. Narrowly missed queuing into Godog or Stupid Vegetables, but we were the top seeds of the bottom half, which should mean we're coming up against somebody like the 20-odd seed instead of the top seeds in round 2. Further on down, you've got wins from King of Spain, Hex Chick with a Duck, Dragon Lord, Mumbo Jumbo, Good Time, Julia Sparkles, Vex, Synthetic Unit, Cypher Shot, Crazy C, Tapu Cub, Ian S, Ops, Caldron, much further down, this is not a name I'm going to recognize, and we might not get to know, Romantic Inc. Aww, it's Romantic Inc. Phonon beats the Masturbator at the very bottom of the group. Not a whole lot of matches still going, just 4. I'm just gonna, I don't need to jump into some 12-rounder. I'm just gonna hang out here for a moment. Can we figure out who we'd be facing? Not yet. We have to wait for this match to end. In fact, it is the last match. So, Stardust and Godius Prime. The finalists here. At 21st, we'll wind up being about 22nd and facing 20th? 21st. So we should face the folk one above us. So it looks like it's me against Regrettable. Not me against King of Spain. Me against Regrettable. Makes sense. I think that might actually have been mathematically guaranteed, now that I think about it. Since I'm the top of the bottom half, I have to face the bottom of the top half. I know, unbeatens are top v bottom. What are you talking about? They're going to add up to 43. So Godog versus it'll be Godog versus Tuchiz, essentially. And then I will be facing, I'll be number 22nd after that match finishes, and I will be facing the 21st player, who will be Regrettable. So, all but guarantee when that match finishes, that's what the thing will be, because Stardust or they would both be way up here, so I'm guaranteed to be bumped a bit. I have done this. I've been doing this for 70-something weeks now. I know how the format works. I do the math in my head. Do not often get it wrong. Hey, surprise! We advanced to the next round. 9 players out or abandoned. None of the unbeatens abandoned. That's good to see. So it will be Tuchiz in the spoiler role against Godog as the spoiler, and then of course everything else is going to add up to 43. So 22 versus 21. You can do 43 minus your number to figure out who you're going to be facing. So it'll be Thonix against Chick with Duck. Now, I would like to take a quick look at how Regrettable beats Party. It was a 9-rounder. Looks like Regrettable had a pretty solid lead coming into the 9th round on... Okay, it's a armored rhino tanking for the Mustangs, some fire badgers to cost a whole bunch of things, and double-tacked overlords. Okay, looks like a plan. Ms. Diana says Galnerius is not a gentleman or a manners player, despite being relatively high MMR. Okay, well, that is sad to hear. I much prefer that our high MMR players be gentlemen, win or lose. Let's take a quick look. Is there anything I need to change? Yes. You, sir. We do not produce crawlers. We energy absorb. Alright, that was the other one I wanted to fix. Been too long since you've done a tournament, Escape Velocity Nova? It's been so long that there has been a Dragon Lord in lowercase. You must duel him for the honor of the name. Diana had a tough opponent in round 1. There we are. As predicted, we are facing Regrettable. Still on track for undefeated glory? Okay. Oh, Diana. Yeah, Diana was facing Galnerius. Yeah, fair enough. What do we like here? Training Mustangs. And we know he doesn't have Missile Specialist. Uh-oh, the ready screen was 4 Dianas. I think I've abandoned. 4 Dianas. No, readying up to play against myself, and myself. Kicked me into normal tourney game. All right. Yes, regret Tarantula when you see opponent picked Saber is pretty much the way, isn't it? All right. Well... spec here. Specialist is training specialist. We trained the Mustang to run level 2 Mustang on round 1. We're going to be on the lookout for things like fire and similar problematics. Yeah, I expected to lose to. I would have too. I would have too. All right. Goodness, those are both so beautiful. Rhino drop? Where is it? Back corner, okay. You can have that drop, sir. Big tempo round. Big tempo round for opponent, because we don't clean up out here. But 3,300 versus 4,400. And, oh goodness. We'll take an imp. Imp fortress over there? Oil, fair. Most fair, sir. It is tempo, tempo, tempo for Regrettable right now. He's getting the W. For sure. But I like where we're at long term. It's just a question of, can we get some stuff that makes scaling work for us? We know he runs armor on the Rhino. We know it. All but guarantee that is his pick here. Especially when he sees that we don't have So we are expecting rhinos. Basically, there and there. Kinda needs to missile that out. Also want to something like that, I think. No rhinos. Definitely expecting the EMP rhino there. Not EMP, but the armored rhino. He took the Farseer instead. Well, let's see if we can get things working yet. He took efficient light. Okay. It's on. You spent a lot for efficient light this round, didn't you? We have a million Farseers? Seems like we're needing a real chaff clear that is not the Mustangs, unfortunately. I think what we needed was Arclight earlier. arcs. Armor on the rhinos, huh? Oh, it is armor on the rhino. We just don't have enough sources VMP. Got it. That was a good choice from him. The stupid... I didn't range the Farseers. Really feel like we're in the really feel like we are in the scaling position here, but again, didn't get it done. And of course, the fact that he armored everything except for the crawlers, and the means the fire was not really the best choice for us. Much better would have been something like multiple arc lights. Whoo-wee. Hey, BB Fire, that was you. GG's. Well played, Regrettable. Nicely done. I'm trying to think through, I mean, I don't feel like I lost this game on the last round. By the way, I feel like you were in complete control there. I feel like I lost it on the first round when I went for the slightly virtuoso, let me take a Mustang, a Mustang level into the arc lights. And that, of course, fed the arc light levels all game. I think my better choice there was just take a pair of arc lights, and yes, it was a regrettable choice. Exactly. But not to say there weren't ways out of it. I just didn't avail myself of them. And then, you know, once I was committed to it, I just stayed committed to it. I only ever intensived the Mustangs, didn't get really going anywhere. Probably should not have teched the storms. I think I should have just sold one and ranged to the Farseers at very least. They weren't out in front of everything. But definitely needed... I mean, I had unlocked but hadn't taken the improved forts yet. So, you know, my feeling is I was going to be on the... you know, on the upswing there. But does not pay out. And minus 13 for the gamble. Congrats to those that supported Regrettable. You guys have paid out at 2.6 to 1. I don't know why Streamer was not, or was favored in that one, but there you go. Let's go find that replay. They don't regret supporting Regrettable. Exactly, whooped. There you are. Alright, let's take a look. I don't think I lost it on the last round, but let us take a look there. Because there was a different play. Different play than what we took. Which is 500 immediately or 600 total. I think I probably take the 600. Still playing for the long term, even though we're on like no hit points. Then we at very least take the 2 forts. We take them on the strong side. We're going to count on the this fellow as being the answer to that. This guy, get through it as quick as possible. Oh, come on now. I thought on the last round, BB Fire, I thought you were going to take fire. So I was trying to. My debate was either missile interceptor or the other, or fire of my own. So yeah, now we have an answer to the armored rhinos. We've got the long-term comp going. We EMP at least one of them. EMP the next one out in front. There's still 5 rhinos on the board for you. So it could have been better for me. Rhino v Rhino over here. And eventually, yeah, there's not many Mustangs left. Yeah, this is definitely the line. Against what you actually did. Right, double elite recruit plus the drop. And the call in, right? So you're armoring your call in as well. Oh, brutal. Yeah, okay, so I actually win that round, and then I'm in the long-term scaling comp, right? And the problems are all on your side of the board. I haven't even loaned for this, right? And then I've got the supply enhancement. You've got efficient light, so you're still printing money there over the supply enhancement, but this is why I didn't take efficient light. The whole reason I didn't take efficient light was to go into the forts. And then we sell that one, buy 2 more. Yes, we are regretting we're regretting some decisions. And yeah, the rhinos have fallen off immediately because we had the forts out in front. We throw down 2 more over here, and we're in pretty good shape. Not having EMP on the marksman. I think I might need to go back to EMP on the marksman, because I think if I'd had that, I don't keep the Farseer at all, and then I've got an EMP source that's not vulnerable. Yeah, I want 6 techs on my marksman barbear. Like, every unit should be that good. Every unit should have that many good techs on it. Just deleted Fang Spawn again. Yeah. Yeah. What else? I'm debating... Fortress has acid? Guys? Guys? Did you guys know that Fortress had acid? I am a little confused, but, you know, you can't argue it. You see it on the bar there. Alright, we're gonna leave this one. Congrats again to Regrettable. BB. It's an art bug. Presumably an art bug caused by the introduction and then hiding of the I'm just gonna go check this. Is it in bug reports? Yep, Sparty says right, the text is correct, just the symbol is incorrect. All right. All right. 2 games in a row versus Vulcan Marks, huh? I don't know that we are going to conclude that Fortress will have acid shot. I suspect this is just a purely visual bug, but it's just been replaced on the shield dome. I suspect what has actually happened is that the stealthy introduction of and then reversion of the season 3 unit left the index order of techs incorrect a little bit. There's a tech somewhere that is. This is. I mean, this isn't even the. Wait, now it's back, guys. That was interesting. That was very interesting. Okay. All right, there's definitely some funkiness going on there. Not sure. Hammerrock too strong. Doesn't get to use acid now. All right. We have fallen out of the top group. Top group including, Good Time is abandoned. So there are 20 unbeatens. Regrettable, your reward for defeating Amarok is to keep working on the A's. You have to face Apuchi. Good luck. Christina against Galnerius. T-Man here against, I think that's Shake the Cherry. All right. Further on down, it looks like Amarok against Dragonlord is likely, unless this group is top versus bottom the way it was in the mini, in which case, do I face Thessie? Is that my opponent? 22 versus 52. Looks correct. Me against Thessie? I think it is. Endless Ending, runner-up in the... runner-up in Europe. You want to face me? Should I just go to bed now? I mean, if you're only playing until you lose, you might as well play the game. See how it goes. What is Thessie in here? Scorpion, EMP, ranged Mustang. Wow, that is a deep build. Okay, cool. And one with it. Okay, even better. You could still go unbeaten. Exactly. Don't abandon yet. That's what I'm saying. Oh no, it is against you. Let's go. Amarok against Dragonlord. So it does work a little different than... No, it works the same as the weekend, the mini tournaments. Okay, cool. That is good to know. Good luck. Have fun. Catch you on the other side. You can bet on both of us. Wait, bet on yourself before you go, maybe? Yeah. Channel point predictions are up, is what I'm trying to say. Hmm. Right. Opponent up front on the line on the right. One hero crawler going for tower. Ledges are all focused on the same target, which is good. Hero crawler not getting the job done, but you know, what else was he going to do? Charge tarantulas? He knew the mission. Man, that crawler had a dream. Oh god. Assault Scorpion. Actual hero crawler killed 10 storms and won the round in an FFA you played recently? That sounds like it would have been incredible to watch, for sure. Love it. Let's get these guys splitting. That's why we placed it where we did. Also, being inside a tower, it won't be pulled out to flanks. There are more tarantula. Talking. Assault Scorpion. Giant Specialist with Assault Scorpion. Let's go. Crawler's going to towers. Crawler's going to marksman. And a round win for us. Dragon Lord a 3.85 to 1 favorite. Head 4,300 to 3,600. I mean, Wasp, great. But I think I kind of have to do this. Honestly, not exactly what I want to be in. Oops. I think that's our start. You forgot to spend your rocks. There are Rydens um, above the sledges. And a tarantula that will head the wrong direction for a minute. Most of the tarantula are dead. Ryden's had a good round. There's still a phoenix left. The phoenix is down, so is our upshoot. I mean, technically there are 4 steel-skinned fangs there. 1-0. Alright, Ryden wins. Fair enough. Acid, huh? We have our anti-Ryden. He has his we have our chaff clear. He has his chaff clear. We have our anti-Ryden chaff. We have our anti-Ryden single target. Let's get some locks. Good. All the giants are down. All the tarantulas are down. We win round 4. And Dragonlord is on down to 38, 37, 94. So we are 2-teched on 2 different things. Let's see. Wraith he's got covered. Wasp is a problem for both players. Farseer answers Wasp. Phantom Ray. Sting. Rather have the Farseer than the Wasps, I think. Do I want hackers or melters? Mm-hmm. He's committed to them on the round that we've taken the, we've taken Farseer. Good, the Farseer can turn off attacks. Hacker's doing great work over there. Really changed this board for us. And the rest of the job gets it done. Oh, do they? Ruh-roh, sir? Oh no, they do not get it done. I spoke too soon. Curse of the commentator. 2,900 to 3,800 now. Quick cooldown for double intensive. That'll be pretty darn gross. Taking the Wasp drop, sure. I'm sure that helps into the Farseers. He sold one Farseer and took another. Alright. I think he's getting the job done for a bit. 3 surviving giants, solid for Dragonlord. Alright, let's see if we can turn it around here. I think we have the magic sauce. It was expensive for him. We got all the barriers down. Does he have a... he's got 900 left. We've got 100 hit points in a dream. That one was tight. God, I wish I had EMP. I want you guys driving apart as much as possible, looking out of shield bubbles for as much as possible. EMP, huh? On that. Interesting. Hooey! I, a loyal viewer who actually cares about streamer, bet on Amarok for once. Wag, 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 wag. Love it. Much appreciated. Oh dear God. Orbital Javelin is terrifying. Surely it takes out you two, right? Sure thing. Figured that was probably the case. Right. We have Fire Badger Hacker Phoenix going. Actually, Fire Badger Fang Phoenix with a little bit of Hacker thrown in. finally get our EMP online. To re-add you guys. Let's get that. The round that the wasp swarm is up is the round that I sell out of the. Oh, that was dumb, Amarok. Should have kept that last Farseer. Ruh-rohs. I think the rest of the board's going to be down before he gets the second tower, isn't it? Let's go. Oh, goodness, we even sniped it. Sniped protection of tower from the level 5 Phoenix. Woo! Oh my god. GG. Oi, 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 you made me work, sir. Oh god, I'm sweating. I'm so hot. Alright. This was a blue hair build at one point. The Fire Badger, Fang, and Phoenix. Idea being that the Fire Badger with Napalm, the Fangs advance slowly enough that they don't run into the Napalm. And yeah, you should have. I'm surprised you didn't go to the Assault Scorpions, honestly. But yeah, getting the quick cooldown at double intensive on a hacker board. I was sweating so hard the round you dropped me down to 136. You'll hear it on the VOD. Athonic says never sell the flank Farseer protection. The mistake is not having a Fang here, honestly, but yeah. It gets to snipe a tower here, but does not get to finish. And of course, the bit that's really chewing things up here is the Fang shield is just chewing so many shots from the Raidens that they're never landing the EMP on the Phoenixes or other key units. And of course, the shield barrier, if their chain jumps onto the shield, it does so little damage to the shield. So yeah, I mean, it is my specialist, so, but getting a second intensive and then getting the quick cooldown is a very different game than having it without. Wow, that was a lot of work. I love it. All right. Breathe, drink some water. I sweat so much during that match, Dragonlord. Actually, I'm parched, and I've been drinking all night. I mean, drinking water, obviously, but congrats to Ms. Diana and those who had faith in Streamer. You guys paid out 3.85 to 1. Bear Lake Hacker Rework. Rework is going to be. Oh, it's to Faustenberger and Ms. Diana. There you go. Bear Lake's Hacker Rework. Hacker can hack air now. Yeah. Hacker can hack right back up the hack right back up the Thunderbringer's chain. Right, 2-1. We're through to round 4. There is still a Ventura versus Vibe going, and up at the Unbeatens, we'll have AWM against IMBA Oracle with the comeback. So Good Time, Galnerius, and Thonix have all abandoned. Thonix, we knew, was likely to abandon after taking his first loss. It's middle of the night for him. So, top of the table, Kick abandoned, so you've got only 9 unbeaten. And will be Alpha, who beat Godius Prime. Apucci, who just beat Regrettable. Red Scare of 94, who knocked off TW86. Endless Ending, who beat Thonix. Godog, who beat C. Mully. Christina over Galnerius. There is revenge for the women, Ms. Diana. Revenge for the women. Christina beats Galnerius. Stupid Vegetables beats Bear Sim. The T-Man beats the, I think that was Shake the Cherry. Yeah, 3:30 in the morning. Gotta go to sleep. Good night, sir. And IMBA Oracle beat AWM in a close one. Kick had knocked Artur MC from the unbeatens, but then abandons. So, this fellow will be our spoiler against Alpha. Will be Oracle against Apucci, T-Man against Red Scare, and so on. Further down, would Regrettable and Amarok rematch? No, because you're the spoiler, so it'll be AWM against Regrettable, Amarok against Crazy C. I have faced Crazy C before. Let us see what he's running on his... Well, let's see what he's running on his win first. Oof. 5 rounds and down for Cypher Shot in a zillion... Oh gosh. These are your starter steel balls, aren't they? That ain't good. Oh no. No chaff. Okay, so Crazy C ran Tarantula with Mustang and Marksman. Did not have time to get beaten. Let's see what else he was running today. Against Christina. Against Christina, the loss in 8. Crazy C running some kind of anti-missile Farseers. Against, a worm comp caused him trouble. Good to know. There's really nothing on his board that answers the worm. It's almost like he didn't... Doesn't even look like he reacted to it. He doesn't run Ignite on the Fangs. Oh, he did react, okay. He takes the Overlord as his answer, but he's not even running Rapid Reload. Okay. Worm to take advantage of that tech if we get the right boards for it. And something that answers Overlord without Rapid Reload. Crazy C Farside in this one. Ah, he's run 3 totally different builds. I mean, he likes his Mustangs, I guess. And has secondary armament here. I bet we can punish him with our Steel Ball aggro and then add worms to it. Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. Goddess and man. Bestest of friends. We'll see. Yep, Hammermark against Crazy C is going to be the game. We'll be back in a minute. I'll get some water. All right, about a minute and a half. If you need to do anything to get ready for your match, this would be the time. I'd like to run an ad now so you guys don't miss anything. Nothing happening, but Twitch will not give me the button. It wants to run one in 12 minutes, then something is happening. I apologize, guys. I actually kind of want better producer controls for Twitch ad break scheduling. It seems like it's very much aimed at, super actiony things where there's no downtime, and not at all aimed at something like this. I will run the break as early as in the match as possible, so that you guys don't miss late stuff. If anybody out there is a ad viewer. Right, we have a game plan against Crazy C. Obviously, we'll follow the heart of the cards if given it. No, we face V-Star this time, who is not either of not the player I have scouted at all, and has 221,000 combat power. I suspect that means somebody in my group either abandoned or has to play down. I'm going to take the Fire Badger Specialist, partly because we just had some good luck with it. We're into a Sabertooth Specialist who already has sabers on the board. But we've got storms to put over top. Bangs. Add some crawlers, I think. Mix a little of this and a little of that. See where we're at. Alright, he's over there. Very tightly packed in under the storms. That would be my first advice to opponent is do not collect all your units that tightly together. Splash damage loves you. Scorpion would love this. It would just eat this for dinner, right? Worm might like it as well, although much less so with the sabers. I feel I feel bad. That just does not make me feel good. Okay. Well, what else are we adding here? You on that side, I think. And, make sure we're giving them problems. Problems to deal with. Okay, anti-missile was a good choice from him. Great choice from him. Good, good, good. Alright, this isn't going to be trivial. Good, good, good. Don't want a match to be too easy. And now we have basically no chaff clear. And he's got 3 arc lights and... Okay, we do have some chaff clear because the storms eventually start landing stuff. See, look at that. That one landed. Now, are they going to fire offset from each other too much? A little bit. We try. What is even the build here? Alright, we have our Fire Badgers. He has added a level 3 Tarantula, covering one of the flanks. His level 3 tower on the other side. What you will notice is that there are no hounds and there is no chaff on the board either. Hello, opponent. Have you heard the good news about air units? Here, your Sabretooth does not shoot air units, and you've made all of your other techs more expensive by taking anti-missile against the storms. The storms will be on the board to do the 200 damage, even though they, well, not exactly, will they? But you have already leveled to level 3. Marksman drop, huh? Are we counting on the Fangs as the anti-air? I mean, we'll have level 4 or 5 Phoenix at this point, if this is really how you want to play it. To orbital javelin something, but so do we. Right? Sure. Jabs out the hacker. Takes the sprinklers. Clever enough. He's got some Mustangs. We actually have enough hit points to survive the Mustangs there. That's silly. With a tower debuff, no less. Well, he should have shields up, right? So should we... I think it's going to look something like that. Oh no, Twitch when commercial comes on. You must want this at 1000% volume. AA arcs is finally the answer. If he's got AA arcs. It's amazing. You might be right there. Does he realize that the scorpions were the problem? Or does he think it was the storm? Oh, they're AA. That's hilarious. Oh, and they're right on the line where he can't get, where they could get missiled out. He doesn't have jump drive. I mean, maybe he shields. Okay, energy shield to keep them from getting missiled out, right? That's the next step for him, I think. Yep. That was definitely the next step for him. The acid not doing a ton to us. We have it covered. The crawlers doing the distractions, the fangs getting some kills up on the wasps as well. Basically ignore them otherwise. Yeah. Ooh, so close. Alright. He's got to make a play for this tower someday, right? Don't even need to tech him. Yeah, there's no... You are not wrong about that. Overlord! Hello, Overlord! The Phoenix, by the way, is to cover against something like the Overlord on the far right. It's not really intended to go take a tower there. That was a level 5 untech'd Phoenix that did a 500,000 damage that round, or that game total. V-Star playing a very clumped formation, punished for it. Originally thought it was going to be punished by the Stormcallers, but he's canny enough to take the Missile Interceptor. We sell out of the missiles and go into some Scorch once he has committed to putting out the fire. I'm sorry, it's not Scorch, it's Napalm. Once he's committed to putting out the fire, we Scorpion the whole board, and the Port Hounds are walking forward up to the sledges and get caught in the burst radius. Yeah. I've read the plays on the Shield Wasp and then covered not the side that we're getting hit on, but the far side, just in case there was shenanigan plays over here. I think we do wind up with, like, you know, some combination of something on the Phoenix at some point, but in fact, it might even have... Probably should have put the portable shield on the Phoenix just in case there was something interesting happening. Alright. A big 5 MMR on that one. That gets us to +0 our entire day, including the matches from before Europe, has netted out to +0. Endless Ending beats Pops. Poochie beat T-Man. Christina beats Godog. Let's go, Christina. Red Scare of 94 beats Stupid Vegetables. And Alpha through against IMBA Oracle. So you've got 5 unbeatens left. And you saw that right. Amarok in the top 10, with Endless Ending abandoning to leave it at 4. And we'll have a 6-rounder with four players left. He's decided that being the 4th out of 5 was it was time to abandon. Did play to the semis of the previous tournament, the European, and came 4th there as well. The Endless Ending having a great set of matches over the last day and a half. We get to run our ad during the actual ad break, so enjoy. Turn the volume down if you need to. We'll be back in time for the match. And looks like Kodog against Regrettable. I think this is how this is going to work. With me against, oh my god, Zhaoji, Queen Huan. Eek. I scared. I don't want to face either of these. But it is an opportunity for big MMRs if it shows up that way. It could be up against AWM instead. Goodness. Thanks. Be right back. Right. I actually started with a fresh cup of coffee at the start of the tournament. There is half a cup of coffee left. So, coffee consumption at the rate of a quarter cup per hour. Currently, we're 2 hours into the tournament at the moment. Ooh, all right. Focus. Focus, baby. There are small robots working on the dish. Oh, great exposure. Not who I was expecting. Congratulations to those of you that supported streamer last round. Time to get some exposure now. We will give exposure the exposure they desire with a cast match. Wow, I love them all. Surely that's far and away the best pack out of these, though. 4,900. Opponent Training Specialist with Storms and Arclights. We've got an 800 hit point advantage. Don't get baited into playing a... Get baited into playing that game, sir. Tab Target is one of the mods has gone all in on Amarok to win this one. Putting it all on the line. His avatar is General Sherman of the Civil War. Ironically, Sherman never touched a drop of alcohol, even though he looks like an alcoholic. General Grant, on the other hand, was always well-groomed and quite drunk. Love it. Crawlers taking out the marksman up the middle. Good work, team. So that is part of why we run that odd formation with our crawlers. You get some interesting shotgunning and spreads. We get a solid round one. that went very well, and we've actually leveled that. Do I just want the Hound? Not really. I'll take the... I mean, Farseer is always good, right? I'm gonna take the Phoenix. Level our gold damage Sledgehammer. It's on no chaff. We'll just keep building our chaff, right? We don't care if he missiles out the level 1 sledge on that side. Don't think he's going to missile out the... He also took the Phoenix. Odd when you already have a leveled marksman, sir. I guess you're thinking single target against the sledges, but yeah, I kind of thought you needed more chaff, honestly. Same problem as last time. The crawlers go right up the middle, hit the tower, well, get the marksman, and get the set of storms on that side. It has been a long day, man. It's been a long stream. Ooh, he should incendiary us, right? Right? Surely. You've lost 2 rounds in a row to crawlers. Surely you think of incendiarying us, right? Yes, you do think of incendiarying us, and you ranged your arcs, and you have an extra arc backing it up in the middle. Okay. Good choices. Many good choices were made for opponent. Should win him around, right? Good work. Buys some tempo. Are you proud of me, Alpha Titan? Look at this early tempo here. $3,800 to $2,900. I mean, Storm good. You just spent money on the spell. We both have flying units that can't really hide. Predicting that if he did take the lightning, it'll be on this side. That's why we've got a new itemized phoenix on the other side. He has taken the short-term cheaper, but spent 50 on a missile this round. So the storm buys back all of our tempo and then some. Now we're likely selling the sledges. What are we selling the sledges into right now? Turns out we did not even need to sell the sledge. Just range the phoenix, right? Okay, EMP on the storms. And temp range. Fort does go down. I mean, no bubble, no tax. There's just a whole bunch of hit points out there. But it has bought enough time for the ranged Phoenix to get their jobs done. Oh, almost. Not quite. The EMP for the storms is costing us the round here. Turning off the arc light text, right? Hmm. Alright, good night, Fab4. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you being around and always supporting the channel as it has grown. We've done a lot of blocking the acid there. All the worms in the acid. I messed my positioning up. Did not take temp speed on purpose to not have that happen to me. But, c'est la vie. Yeep. Elite recruiting the forts, I think, was the right choice there for burning down the worms. We lose one to the acid, our own acid, no less. But we've got our Phoenix flight above the top there. Drop exposure to 940. 400 to 940. We go to round 9. Well, Kinda has to be Overlord, doesn't it? Now we have another storm overhead. He does not. He's paying shield taxes that we're not. No acid makes this one a lot more dangerous. He's added some scorpions to our arranged overlords. Got into point-blank range. Does not bring down the forts, even without rapid reload, which is the thing I had in place of Elite Marksman. Ooh-wee! Made us work. Good job, Exposure. Whew. Thank you, BB Fire. That was, we were working hard. We were working hard for this. Alright, let's step into the top group, in part because we might be facing somebody dropping out of it. We were top 10. We're now, well, we're not really second, I don't think. But let us take a look at Alpha against Christina. Whew. Congrats to moderator. All in on streamer gets the win. The Tarantula aggro on his left. It developed into a relatively standard Mustang melter board with anti-missile, presumably to counter the incendiary. Christina, it looks like, was playing a Farseer specialist with 3 giants. And smart arclight. Smart arclights that aren't leveled. Let's just call this Vulcan set the world on fire sort of build. It looks like Alpha has it handled with the Mustangs and the Melters. The AA fort on the bar for Christina. It's going to be helpful to know, I think. Lightning storm for both. All right, this tournament is going to be only 6 rounds. We've got our final match coming up. So I will take the moment to say our thank yous between rounds here. And that may happen while folks are at ad. I'm going to be done pretty much right as soon as the tournament is over. So we'll raid you on to somebody else, I think. But there is one more match. Stay tuned for that. Can Amarok get a top 5? A veteran game with the Prime sub. Let's go, brother. Thank you very much. Subscribers like you keep us on the air. And honestly, without you guys, I would never have kept doing this, man. Oh, this was you! Good win against me last round. Didn't expect that, Overlord. That was a really well played game, sir. I was sweating heavily. Definitely tryharding at the end. Yeah, I thought the Overlords over top of the Worms were going to help. If I could have, I would have ranged and launcher overloaded them, but I decided to just go range because I was worried you might also take the Overlords, and I didn't want to give away a range advantage. Alpha does get the win here against Christina. Apucci with the win over Red Scare of 94. And you guys will have Christina's oil did more harm than good. Yeah. Alpha's the one that beat you in round 1. That is... Yes, indeed. Oh, wow. Your only loss coming into me. Yikes. That's a tough matchup, man. And a close one as well. Well done. And beating Godius Prime is no... And IMBA Oracle. Yikes, he's on a good run here. Yikes. Exposure with wins over Fort Build, Fedez. Those are two tough matches as well. So you have not had it easy. All right. We're sitting on 5th. I beg you, sir. Get me a minor point in the last match. You too, Regrettable. Come on, baby. And yikes. I haven't faced either of the top 2, so I'm riding Regrettable, Dragonlord, V-Star, and Exposure. So 2 of the top 20. But it doesn't look like we're going to get much from... Not going to get much help from the early rounds. V-Star abandoned... Well, 3rd loss and out. Dragonlord eliminated on 3 losses. The Wolf is doing good. Trying to finish top 5. It's a Red Scare. I have no... it's Red Scare. I have no shot. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, Twitch. I wanted to run a 3-minute ad. Right now. I wanted to start... Ah, well. It ran a 90-second spot. All right, we've got 3 minutes. Your final will be Alpha against Apuchi. But the loser's going to be ahead of me, so I'm not gaining a point on them. I need... looks like I'm going to have to beat probably TW86, AWM, or Artur MC. Those are punching up, all three of them for me. Hell, even C. Mully would be a... I don't think there's anybody left at my MMR in the 4-1s, so I'm the underdog. Should be the underdog, no matter who we're playing. Further down, though, we'll be getting good minor points, especially if Exposure and Regrettable can get W's for us. So we could conceivably wind up even or above all of these folks. I'm sure one of you guys was facing Alpha or Apuchi, so you'll have minor points coming from that. Both of them, yeah. So, goodness, everybody up there has. So it's Vibe that I would probably slot in ahead of if these four win their matches. I think they play side by side, right? So they won't all win their matches. There'll be two from here. Three from here. Possibly as many as 5 from here. All right. Focusing. I do appreciate that you are sticking around and trying, man. Really appreciate that. It's actually one of the flaws of the minor points system, honestly, is the bit that for example, somebody who faced Endless Ending made it to the finals of Europe earlier, right? So like Pops, Thonix, Tapu Cub, Ventura, they deserve more than 4 minor points for that. I mean, especially if they'd beaten them. And you get something like, a player who's very, very good and loses the first round match. Yeah, game just needs a reward for finishing a tourney. Oh, Endless is Skay. Okay. Thank you for that. I did not know. We are up against Artur MC. I know their MMR is solid. I feel like they're of the folk I could be matching up against. Let's just say I'm not disappointed. All right. 6th and final round, folks. Channel point predictions are up. Ready button has been clicked. We snoozes the ads for as long as we can. Hopefully that buys you the entirety of the match here. And I'm not going to be paying attention to chat. So Artur MC has beaten me every single time we've played. I don't know why you guys have 11k riding on me. But I mean, if you guys have faith, I guess I do too. There we go. Oh no, Godia's Primes didn't ready up. Rip. You said you'd had a weird... That's not you, that was your opponent, didn't, right? Smart marksman sounds like a plan. All in. Oh my gosh, you guys. No pressure, Ams. I got this. We're not worried. Storms onto the static position? Sure. It'll work for a round or two. cooldown for the intensive. Absorption for a giant that's gonna need it. For a giant that's gonna need it, I think. Over there making sledges, huh? Not really what I wanted to see, sir. And I think we have to shield at least that. Oh, I did not break the lock over there. All right. I mean, he's got to be throwing those down, right? Oh, we got a tower. I don't think it is enough. Not with that tower, and it is, in fact, GG's. Yep, well, we're giving away at least 300 MMRs there, so... Let's step into the final. Alpha against Apucci. In fact, you know what? It's the final. I haven't been casting this. Let us just raid you over to Apucci, shall we? I will stay on through the end of the tournament, so anybody that does not want to go through the raid, you can opt out of it. I will not raid anywhere after the tourney ends, so if you're already in a Apucci stream or whatever, just opt out of the raid. Good night, and thank you all very, very much. Thanks for watching. Alright, for those of you that stuck with us, we are in what looks like around 6. Apucci's at 3,800 hit points. Of course, anybody who jumped over to Apucci's is catching this live as the next round ends. But we can definitely join... I don't think we're going to join that. Not at 10 to 1 odds. Apucci crushing things with the Overlord. And it looks like he's in basically the same board we've seen most of the night from him. The Overlord going to a range and launcher Overload behind some healing sledges. He might have the gorgeous locks, but Ms. Diana is taking the voice of Mechabellum any day. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Alpha does hold on with 3 surviving Hot Wheels Phoenix. We've got nukes on for both players. Nuke for Apucci is going to be right here on top of the bubble. And hoping for him, that he's got the Overlord positioned so that it doesn't quite get into the nuke. Now, I would expect... Well, Alpha has basically abandoned this tower, so Apucci goes for the drive-by skip it with this guy. Oh, you guys think so, huh? You're gonna try to make it more balanced. We'll take 10 on Apucci. I appreciate the 4 of you who stayed with us. Presume one of those is Nightbot. We did spare those who were all in on streamer the pain of having to see that bet pay out. Nukes went very well for Apucci, not so well for Alpha. Apucci getting a solid round win there. Let's hide the chat window. Must have been like one Fang fighting from behind the tower or something. Alpha on 175 hit points. My goodness. Yeah, Apucci on the doorstep of a title, and he's already got battleships. So if he's teching them, a mobilized battleship gets the tech. He hadn't yet teched them, so might be tempted to this round. Could mass produce them. Mass produced, he could bring out 2 more and a tech on them. And have 2 real ones. Nope, does not take it. Did take the mobilized battleship drop. Gives the battleship mothership. Figuring this round ends this, or this fight ends this round, so there's no need to pay full price for a full-sized battleship. He does have his overlord back here for the mothership, but pretty well-aimed missile strike from your missile specialist. And catch a whole bunch of units over there, and the newly spawned wasps. Alpha trying a Ms. Diana special, text the crawlers. Maybe I can change things up here. At very least, it'll be a replicate against replicate. Both sides at the 1-on-1 from tower. Isn't this just die to the Phoenix? I'm so confused. Yeah, that just dies to the Phoenix. I don't know. But it did distract Phoenix that would have been on the outside. And it distracted the ones that I think took care of the level 3 steel balls last round. On the other hand, on that side, the mini Phoenix get the job done for Alpha. He's killed both the temporary battleship and the real one. And then he's stuck in his own oil, I guess. Waste by your own petard, sir. Or that might have been Apucci's oil, honestly. Either way, it was in... Yeah, it's definitely Apucci's, right? It's from on that side of things, and the steel ball placed to pull everything into it, of course. Well done. Hey, C. Mully, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate you hanging with us. That looks like tournament complete, I suspect. There might be one match running super long. There is not. Amarok finishes out with a top 10. Godius Prime 10th. Amarok 9th. Vibe 8th. Regrettable 7th. Congratulations, sir. Appreciate you getting me the minor point. I'm not sure I appreciate you being ahead of me. Wait a minute. Oh no, he did not get the minor point. He lost to C. Mully. So C. Mully 6th. Nicely done, sir. Artur MC beats me, finishes 5th. AWM 4th. Red Scare of 94 in the top 3. Alpha, your runner-up after losing to your champion, Apucci, in the final. Apucci's road to the final runs through Zhaoji Qinhuan. Don't know this player. This was the very low-ranked one, and that was something like I don't remember it this deep in. Beat Regrettable, T-Man, Red Scare of 94, and Alpha, en route to the title. Further on down, we'll show you out through about 40th for those of you having a good day. Magician, my first round opponent, comes in 14th. And V-Star, who I faced somewhere in the middle of this, round 4, comes in 38th. Congrats again to Apucci, and thank you all very much for being here. Really appreciate it. We got rank 9, yay. We've got some season rewards. Many more credit, I guess. And we do have one last thing to do. As usual, we will say our thank you to our mods and our sponsors. Tonight we had we had Alpha Titan as co-caster. We had Zach as warm-up match. We had Zalex as moderator. We've had a Cat Say Mew. We've had a Tab Target. I think that's about it. Cody, Hexton III, Wolf Factory, Decaf, and Ghosters have all done a lot of work along the way. VIP sponsors, Toast94, where are you? We missed you this week. Lou Farrell, Just Nash XYZ, who just celebrated his 18 months of subscribing, our oldest subscriber. Ab4200, who was here for a while. Xfire X, Ocelotus Gaming, Mr. John Thursday, and Zach. Good luck, guys. The real star, a kiddo, will be around tomorrow. I should be playing some tomorrow, by the way, if you are interested. Or maybe I'm actually going to try and play without casting the 2v2 Asia, because it's 5 in the morning for me. I don't think I'm going to start streaming it, but Ignatius Pennyfeather will likely be streaming it. And we are going to then play the 2v2 European with Alpha Titan as partner. So 2 2v2 tournaments tomorrow, only one of them likely to be on stream. Good night, and thank you all for watching.